What is up, everyone? Come on in. Come on in. What's up? This will be fun. What's up, Taylor? Hi. What's up, Julie? What is going on? Hi, Caitlin. Good to see ya. What's up, guys? How is everyone doing? I'm amped. We did a one-day intensive yesterday, and it was awesome. Got back from recheck from the dog bite, and they said it looks good. No infection. That's good. Does that happen? Does that happen frequently? How many times have you been bit by a dog? I know that you groom, so what's up, Shandy123? All right, y'all. Hey, it's Friday. Okay, well that's good. I think if I got bit by a dog once, I'm like, I guess I'm not a groomer anymore. Guess I don't do this anymore. So, like, I guess I'm fired. Cool. So, welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're gonna do a masterclass on live reselling. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let me get something set up over here real quick. Y'all, what are you doing right now? What are you all up to right now? It's Friday. You chilling? What are you doing? You working? You driving? Cleaning your house? Doing laundry? Making dinner? Getting ready to go out? What are y'all doing right now? I'm curious. Just watching. All right. I gotta get my monitor set up over here so I can see what's going on. It's okay. All right, laying in bed? Cool. I was joking with my wife earlier, like, what if I just did a master class just laying in bed? We have like this kind of like this neck pillow thing that helps you to like just release all the tension in here. So we like move our head and I'm like, what if I just did a master class like this? You guys would still hang out with me, right? I know I should. Cool. Well, let's dive in. Let's dive in. How many of you, I know it's I'm organizing books in a pink bathrobe, a vintage pink bathrobe. That's important. All right. Okay, cool. So let's dive in. How many of you been to a master class before? I know Samantha sells stuff. Yep. She just came in. Shandy. Yep. I remember Shandy. Of course. As you wish. Of course. Okay. Let's. You guys are gonna see, same stuff. But each time I go through it, I actually learn as I go through this. That's why I love going through this, because I'll literally be teaching something and I'll have like an unlock moment. It feels like something unlocks and I'm like, oh my gosh. I have to remember it later, because I will add it into, like, for example, some of the stuff that we did a one-day intensive yesterday. It was 8 hours long. I got to see a lot of people's beautiful faces that have joined us. And it was so cool to be able to talk, but the amount of, because people could come off mute and talk to each other, and there was so much value that was being thrown around. I recorded the whole call, but it's like a 6 hour recording because I recorded just like the last 60% of it or whatever. And it's taken a little while, so I haven't got it yet. Have you gone over how you track auctions and shipping? So we've covered, we in the one-day intensive, we covered the pre-show shipping. So, because shipping's on the front end of, before you do shipping, you need to have in like your weights and things like that. So as you're like preparing to do a show, we recommend that you load your show initially. You don't have to do that every time, but load your show with the proper weight. That way, you can set up your shipping stuff before they purchase. A lot of the shipping stuff is done before, and then on the backside, once everyone's done a show, then we'll do a training on now how to ship, which is going to be more of like, here's how you generate your label, here's how you print it out. This is the actual process of us shipping. So we'll do that. But keeping track of auction numbers. Can you just give me a little bit of clarity on what that means on auction numbers? Are you talking about the actual stickers that we use? I want to make sure I'm addressing it with products. So are you talking about the listing? Like what is, when you pin the item, the auction numbers, what it's listed as? Cool vintage pants. But a customer one. Okay. Yeah. I'll show you that. Let me show you that right now. Normally we have a bunch of little stickers. All this is cleaned up right now. So I don't know where all the little stickers are right now. Hold on one second. I'll show you what we're talking about. We didn't cover this. But I believe I know what you're asking. I know we got stickers somewhere. Oh, here they are. Okay, are you talking about the numbers and how we do these stickers right here? Okay, cool. No, we didn't go. We did. You're asking if we went over that in the intensive. Is that right? Okay. Yes, we did go over that in the intensive. And we talked about how we do the numbering, and we'll go over it again. We'll go over it again. So yes, that's part of like the pre-show stuff, right? Getting all that set up. So out of the other side of that intensive, I was like amped. I came out like 3 hours just being like, that was so cool. That was so cool. There's so much good stuff. And like, man, the amount of value that comes from just being in a community. So I'm really excited to do this masterclass today because I'm coming off the other side of that and I'm really excited. It didn't even feel like 8 hours. I know that sounds like a long time. I took like a 10-minute break, maybe. Yeah. And I thought people were going to come in and out of it, but people's hung out like almost all day long. So I know that I got a bunch of people that are like ready to go. They're rearing up, ready to go. So let's dive into this. All right. So we're gonna, for those of you that are like, if you're new to this, this is what I'm going off of. Okay. This is called the Live Reseller Pro Playbook, and I'm just gonna go through chapter by chapter with y'all. We're gonna talk about it, and so that way, if you're like, well, I might be interested in this, cool. Everything I'm talking about is right here. I'm just going to go through it. Okay. So, with that said, before we really start diving into the how, I love to capture. I had this like plan that I was going to set this up on a specific stand here, but I got to go back to how it was before. I'm not comfortable with that yet. Okay. All right. So, check it out. All right. Let's talk about the opportunity. Okay. Whenever we are looking to build a business, we want to make sure that we're building it in a growing market, right? How many of you are already going that you've been reselling, either traditionally or you're live selling? I'd be interested to know if you're a trad seller or you're a live seller. Who's trad? Who's live? Do I have any trad? Traditional meaning eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Etsy, Depop. Live seller. Let's go. Okay, cool. Do I have any trad sellers in here? On Posh. Okay. Trad trying to be live. Okay. Traditional. Okay. Live seller. Let's go. So I'm going to talk about, first of all, whether you're trad or you're live, traditional reselling and live selling, just resell in general, is on the up. Okay. Which is great. To be in this is so interesting because we're going out and we're not having to develop a new product or a new service. We're finding stuff that is underpriced in the market and we're just turning it around, right? That's traditional reselling in a nutshell, right? So if you guys go look up the ThreadUp report, you guys familiar with ThreadUp, go look it up. It has an annual report and it talks about the resell, like, and breaks it all down. It's like maybe like a 5 to 7 page report. So good. Okay. So whether we're in traditional reselling or we're in live reselling, it's still a growing market. Suggestion: I feel like you're saying trad is like the word gorge we were talking about during yes. Yes. I'm actually doing that because I'm going to be I am going to be using that as like a term. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like trad is like, it's a shortened term. Maybe I'm losing the potency of that word. So I'll stick with traditional. So whether you're traditional reselling or live selling, and thank you for that, Caitlin, we have this beautiful opportunity in front of us. Okay. So this is going off of like, what is the live reselling opportunity? Okay, so live reselling of clothes. So that means doing this, like right on whatnot, being able to sell clothing will be a $20 billion a year market by 2028. Okay, $20 $20 billion a year means $54 million a day is going to be moving around just in clothing. And you don't have to sell clothing live. That's just one of the largest categories of it. So there's this massive opportunity that is coming. And I believe that 2025 will see a big influx, a surge of people starting to come into the app. Because I've seen a lot of people that have been doing this for a couple of years, and you can start to see it like pick up like month after month. Like um just even a couple of months ago, a lot of the people that were coaching were like, hey, I'm having like my biggest audiences coming in, my biggest viewerships, and they're not accounting it for like, oh, I'm doing more stuff on social media. It's just organically growing. So I think that it's starting to gear up, and we're gonna have this surge coming into live selling. Okay. Now, why do I believe that? Well, in China, live commerce, so live selling, grew from $3 billion a year to $171 billion in 3 years. So, with something like that that has already happened in another major economy in the world, if we saw even a small fraction of this, it would absolutely blow up here. Absolutely. Even if it was like a 3x over here, it would be a very noticeable difference. Okay. And then the last piece that I always like to make sure I cover, because I think it's an interesting stat, is I heard this from Daily Refinement saying, hey, there's 100,000 people right now that are approved to sell on Whatnot. 100,000 approved sellers on Whatnot right now. They can go live, start a stream, start a show right now. But only 4,000 of them, or 4% of people, go live once a week or more. This is really important because I want to help people to break through whatever challenge or obstacle, what is ever holding you back from actually being someone that could go live once a week or more. Okay. So how many of you um, fall into that category? Like, you're like, I get it, I see it, I want to do this thing, but I'm running into a challenge or an obstacle, something that's preventing me from doing this. And I'm curious, like, what challenge or obstacle is preventing you from going live once a week or more? Okay. Is it the formula? Is it the confidence? Is it the time? Is it just understanding what you're doing? I'm really curious. I've been approved, but have no clue how to run items on Whatnot. So Whatnot has this incredible support. There's an actual like seller's resources, and it'll walk you through exactly how to do that. They also have videos up on YouTube that come straight out of Whatnot that are really good. So I totally hear you, but totally, if you're on here right now, it is not much harder just to start getting the listings ready and all of that. So you've been approved, but you have no clue how to run an item on Whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. What's up, Katie? All right, here's the one thing I want you to know. Whatever your challenge, if this is something that you want to do, you're like, I want to live sell. I'm not going live once a week or more yet. I see this as being a major opportunity. I get what you're saying. $54 million a day moving around just in clothing through live selling. That's massive. I want to be a part of it. But I'm not, I'm being held back in some way. So Rube said, for me, it's being consistent. I do this on the side, but it's taking over my house. Okay, I feel you. Is it the items? Is it the inventory that you have? Is it the inventory that's taken over your house? Because we'll dive at death piles. Yes. Rubes. I think your name is Ruby. I'm just gonna click. Yep. Make sure that I'm following you back. Ruby. I want to talk to you specifically right now. Are you a traditional reseller? Are you a traditional reseller selling on either eBay? Okay. You can just use the first initial of where you sell. I am curious of like, where do you currently sell right now? If you write out the whole thing, they're going to mute you because you're saying bad words. But we'll talk specifically to this right now because I love this as part of the challenge, because what's interesting is your consistency and able to do this. What, wrong one? Is actually the thing that's stopping you is actually a huge advantage to you. Okay, gotcha. 5K items. You have 5,000 listings. Is that what I'm understanding? And y'all stick with me, okay? I'm going to talk to Ruby right now, but y'all stick with me because I think, yes, over 4 years. Holy cow. Can anyone relate to this? So Ruby has 5,000 items. Are you storing those at your house? Anyone else relate to this? 5,000 items? That's impressive. I'm not even mad. That's impressive. Okay. Okay. Storing that at your house. Okay. I know how much that is. Um, Oh, thank you, Natural State. I appreciate that. A whole shelving unit. Yeah, I know how much that is because we had like 7,000 and we had two big storage units. So the fact that you're doing that at your house is number one, very impressive. It means that you are forced to be, you have to be organized. Your inventory system has to be on point, right? Because if when you get a sale that comes in, you got to be able to go find that item out of 5,000 items, right? Okay. Ruby, you have a great advantage here. All right. And I want to talk to you about the differences between these two things because I get you're like, I'm doing this, I'm doing live selling on the side because I'm doing Poshmark over here. And what I would say to you um, is I think you should just move over into going live selling. Okay. And I'm going to make my point, stick with me. But let's talk about why that is. Okay. Let's talk about why that is. All right. I'm actually going to pull this up over here. This is something I was talking about last week. Really, whenever we're building a business, especially in the initial stages, you have to be highly focused in one market to start with. Like start with one thing. Once you get that thing locked in, then you have permission to open up and start bringing in other things. But remember this one phrase, okay? Simple scales and fancy fells. All right? So as soon as, and what do I mean by that? Simple scales, you can scale up the simple, but as soon as you have to get fancy with it, it becomes very difficult to scale. You know what's really difficult to scale? A $5,000, or excuse me, a 5,000 listing item store up to like 50K. Like it'd be like you would 10 times what you're doing right now, right? Because if you want to make 10 times as much money as you're making right now, wouldn't it make sense that you just 10x what it is you're doing right now, Ruby, right? But in order to do that, now we're talking about because of the complexity of the traditional resale model, what you would have to do is you would have to do, I do hair full time, selling as side hustle. So it's easy to list and ship off days, but live takes more time. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. So the fact that you have 5,000 items ready to go gives you this amazing opportunity to just start kicking butt in live selling, right? The reason why I recommend doing something like that when you have that many is because that's where we were. We had 7,000 items spread across 5 different platforms at one point. Some of it was in our garage and throughout our house. At one point, we had a whole room downstairs just stacked with bins, like just stacked with bins, these big plastic bins. And then we moved over to storage units. At one point, we're like, look, we aren't going to sell on 5 different platforms. We're going to sell on 2. And we just started selling on eBay and Etsy. Etsy because it was not really that difficult and we had good profit margins, and eBay had better analytics, and we had figured out eBay to a degree that we felt comfortable to stop doing Poshmark, even though we made more money initially on Poshmark than eBay. But when we stopped doing Poshmark, our eBay business, it took a little dip for a second. As our whole reselling business kind of took a little dip, and then eBay more than made up for that. And so I want to talk about that for a second. Number one, all right. And I know that you're just selling on Poshmark, but a lot of times when we look at the traditional resale model, what happens is the idea, and maybe this isn't you, Ruby, but I think a lot of people go to this place of being like, well, if I sell on one platform and it's working well, if I'm selling on Poshmark and it's doing well, I could just 5x what I'm doing by selling on 5 different platforms. And remember, simple scales, meaning you can scale up the simple, but fancy fails. And this is all sorts of fancy. You know what I'm saying? This is, you got to get really fancy with this because you've got to track what's going on. Even to track 5,000 items for one store is complicated. It's hard, right? Oh, you're on Mercari too. Okay, gotcha. So what we did is imagine each one of this, imagine this is the amount of like time, energy, your focus, your resources. Imagine this is you, and each one of these lines takes up some of those resources, whether it's your attention, your time, your just your really like your the mental and emotional load, right? So that's all your mental and emotional resources is being taken up here. And when you stop doing all of these things, you actually have more to put into 1 or 2 channels. And that's what we did. We moved from 5 into 2 and our business improved. Okay. But you know what's even better? Instead of doing 2, you do 1 and you put all your focus into it. Now, we couldn't have done this in eBay. We couldn't have done what we've done and whatnot. We could not do on eBay. Not without putting in a bunch of time and money. Okay. So what we decided to do is move entirely over from once we saw this model, we moved entirely over into doing live selling. So we had at that point, we didn't have 5,000 listings. On eBay, we had um, probably like 1,400 to like 1,700 listings, I think. And we were moving at a pretty good clip. And we were adding on like 30 to 50 to sometimes 80 new items a day. We were really looking to scale this thing. And then once we discovered live selling, we were like, and after a period of time of doing a few of them, we moved over entirely immediately. And we never looked back. I made a joke earlier today about this with my wife, and she thought it was hilarious because we would never consider going back to it because the benefits of live selling, although at first it takes a little bit to get going, far outweigh what you could potentially do in traditional selling. Okay. And why am I so confident in saying that? Well, I'm really confident in saying that because number one is this has been the experience that I've seen for ourselves. Number two is I've also seen other people, traditional resellers, who never broke out, who never had like, they'd be selling on eBay or whatever it might be, but they never had like these breakout months. And now I've seen people who have done live selling and come from traditional reselling, and they are doing more than a full-time income. Like they are more than able to take care of their household, and they're not doing shows every day. Someone I know in particular is doing full-time income, and she does 2 shows a week. Okay, that's the power of this. That's the power of live selling. Okay, but the issue is why a lot of people struggle with this is because we come from a traditional resale model. Okay, so I want to talk about this. So why is it so hard to scale up in traditional resale? Well, that's because anytime that you make a sell on a traditional platform, the likelihood that that customer who purchased that from you comes back is very low. Okay, and I don't know, Ruby, if you happen to know your return buyer rate on Poshmark, but for the most part, for most of the people that I've talked to, the chances of them having return buyers come back and purchase again and again, yeah, extremely low. I think it's the startup on here. Just getting started on here. Is that what you're referring to, Rubes? And so because of that, it becomes very difficult to scale something that in order to scale your traditional resale business, if you want to do like, if you want to go from 5,000 listings up to like 50,000 listings, it is very complex to do because you have to keep track of all of that inventory. Your shipping is going to go up, everything's going to go up, and you have to have more space. Like my items, I sometimes pay up, so hard to sell cheap with no following. Okay, got you. Stick with me on this, Ruby. Okay, because what you just said is the very reason that people have trouble breaking out from traditional reselling into live selling. Okay, because there is a period of time that you're going for like a breakthrough time. And what's hard is you're making more money initially selling these items on Poshmark than you would per item on Whatnot, right? You make more per, is that right? That's what you're saying. Like, look, I can't do it because I have to sell things so cheap on here that it doesn't make sense for me to do that because I make more money per item on Poshmark than I do on here, right? And so because of that, because that's the one metric that everybody is looking at, it creates this problem when you go into live sell because you feel like you're losing even though you're winning. Okay, what do I mean by that? If you're going to go and sell on Poshmark, let's say, and I don't know how much you're making, Ruby, but if you're going to go sell on Poshmark, let's say that you're going to sell all of those items next year. Yep. And we'll talk through like how do you do that, right? Let's say you're going to go sell 5,000 items this year, right? Thank you so much. Lolly, thank you so much. You just hung out with me all day and now you're hanging out with me again. Yesterday you were with me for 8 hours and you're back. Let's go. And you know that we like coffee. Okay, so Ruby, here's the issue. Let's say that you on average, let's say you're making on average, let's say that you are making $20 per item in on profit on Poshmark, right? So if you want to make $200,000, you need to go sell 10,000 items on Poshmark. And as we've already established, it's typically a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning that for every customer I get, I sold them one item and then I don't see them again. They don't come back. Very rarely do people come back. Why is that? Because what you're selling on with Poshmark is a search engine. It's a search engine that was meant to be like, it's like a social media search engine, but what it really is everybody's just following and sharing their closet like crazy. It's not actually like a social media site in the sense of what we might see on other platforms like a Facebook or Instagram or any of these other communities. eBay is also the same way. It's a search engine. So what does that mean? Well, if I'm looking for an item, I'm going to type it into the little search bar and I'm going to go find a listing that what will happen is Poshmark or eBay or whatever it is going to bring up a listing that is in line with what my keywords were. And that's how I find your store, right? Most likely I'm not going to go in and find Ruby's store or Ruby's closet on Poshmark and then come back to it again and again because maybe I'll scroll through your store. But the disadvantage to that is that means that you have a low return buyer rate. Because it's low, that means you have a 1-to-1 ratio for customers. Meaning if you want to make at $20 per piece, if you want to do that and make $200,000 a year, you need to go sell 10,000 items, which also means you need to go find 10,000 customers. And what that looks like is scaling up how many listings you have. So that's the name of the game in traditional reselling. If I want to make 10 sales a day, I need to be putting up 10 new listings every single day consistently. If I want to make 50 sales a day, I got to do that. Let's see, what is 10,000? Can anyone do the math for me real quick? I went to go get my phone. You guys ever do that? Like, hold on, I gotta go get my phone. Oh, my phone's right here. Or I'll be on the phone with my wife, like, hold on, I don't know where my phone is. I'm just kidding, I don't do that often, okay? Um, so, what is 10,000 divided by 365? 10,000 divided by 365. Alexa, what is 10,000 divided by 365?
10,000 divided by 365 is approximately 27.3973.
Okay, you only have to go get like 28 people a day. You need to make 28 sales a day if you want to sell 10,000 items at $20 a piece to make $200,000 a year. Okay? Finding 28 new buyers every single day, Monday through Sunday, is going to require upping your listing game in order to make that type of money. Do you get? I'm just doing kind of the simple math, but are you following along with what I'm saying? This is a traditional resale model. I just happen to be using your Poshmark closet as an example. Are you following with me? Okay, follow. Okay, cool. Now, here's the issue. Because of that, it becomes so difficult to go get 28 new buyers a day. The strategy in traditional reselling is I need to list like 30 to 50 new items a day in order to do that. Now, the complexity of your business increases because every day you have to go find new inventory. You've got to then take photographs. So all the stuff that you need to do in order to get that item ready because you want to align those keywords because remember you're putting it onto a search engine and then to scale that up, now you've got to scale up your inventory system, how much space that you have to store all that stuff, and so on and so forth. And if that doesn't give you anxiety, then you ain't going hard enough because that gives me anxiety because we used to do that. Okay, and what happens is you reach this burnout because you're trying to almost like escape the atmosphere, right? It's like this escape velocity that you need in order to get the rocket out of the atmosphere, and it takes all this fuel to get it up out of the atmosphere, right? It burns up all that fuel. The chances of somebody being able to do that at that level, especially doing this like as a side hustle or part time to grow it to a full time income, and I'm just using the example of $200,000 a year, but to grow to a full-time income like that is so difficult and it requires getting labor and more space. Okay. So that's the downside of traditional reselling. What I'm saying in contradiction to that is with live selling, it unlocks everything. What do I mean by that? Well, in live selling, we're playing a different game. You see, when you remember this one thing, like, yeah, you guys have to like embed this into your brain because especially as traditional resellers, this is your measure everything you're doing by this formula. Okay, this number, this is the only thing that matters. Customer lifetime value. How much does one customer spend with you over the course of the relationship you have with them? Over the course of their lifetime, how much money does somebody spend with you? And traditionally reselling, if you're selling an item at $20, your customer lifetime value or your CLV is $20. Okay, so now you got to go get 10,000 new customers in order to make $200,000. And then guess what? The next year you want to do that, you got to go find another 10,000 customers in order to do that. However, with CLV, if you increase your CLV or your customer lifetime value, you don't have to go find as many customers. And when they return back to you again and again and again, that CLV actually goes up, which drives down the need for how many buyers you need to get. See, it's easy to sell one product to one customer. What's difficult to do is to go find that many customers. You know, it's easier than that. All the customers you have right now, they just keep coming back and buying from you. So some of the biggest companies in the world, if you look, it'd be interesting to look up a new one. We always talk about Starbucks here because Starbucks customer lifetime value is like in the range of like 14,000. Meaning if somebody comes in and buys a Frappuccino, the average for one person to buy one frappuccino means that they're going to spend $14,000 with them over the course of their lifetime. Now, one customer might come in, try Starbucks, never drink it again. Someone else will come in and be like, I will give you all of my money every day for the rest of my life for whatever's in that frappuccino, right? So that average, some people might spend hundreds of thousands of dollars with Starbucks. Some people might spend $7 with Starbucks. The average is 14,000. Okay. So because now that we understand CLV, now when we're growing that, that's what you can't do on Poshmark on eBay. You can't do it. I don't know of a way to do it. Maybe someone else out there has figured it out. I have yet to see somebody certifiably show me that their return buyer rate is anywhere in the realm of 50% or over. Okay. Let me give you a real life example. When we do a show, when my beautiful wife does a show on Making Grace Vintage, when she sells vintage items right here, her return buyer rate has ranged between this year, between 63% to 75% of her buyers in a show have already purchased from her before. Okay, you following what I'm saying right now? You follow what I'm saying? Here's the crazy thing, okay? So that means every time that we do a show, 63 to 75% this year in November was 75% of buyers were return buyers for every single show, right? That was our average for the month of November. Earlier in the year, it was like 65%, 63. Yeah, I'm referring to Posh Traditional, not Posh Live. Yes, correct. Okay, because live selling, what I'm saying is live selling, way it beats out traditional selling by far. And by the time like a lot of people figure it out, so many other people are going to be like aligned and positioned to take advantage of that because they've been learning that skill set. Okay, I'm saying very clearly is this. If you are a traditional reseller, it is not a matter of if you should switch over to live selling, it's a matter of when. And my suggestion is that you do it as quickly as you can because we are here before the wave. That wave from China hasn't yet. Okay? That the 57X that happened in China, that hasn't hit here in the US. Most people that you know as you walk down the street aren't familiar with Whatnot. If you just walked up to a random stranger and be like, "Have you seen this app before?" Most people will say no. But we are all that are in here right now are called early adopters. Okay. What that means is we're all new to this. We're new, but we're the early adopters. The early adopters then goes up this bell curve and it'll peak once you have mass adoption. We're not even near mass adoption for live selling. When that happens, the difference is this 240 could or this 24 could go to 240. Okay. Got a little traction doing cosmetics, but clothing is what I want to clear out. Got you. And here's the cool thing with this as well. You can do both of those things, not at the same time, right? Pick one and then move over. But the cosmetics, oh man, Ruby, you would. There's such a huge advantage of doing this right now. I want to talk to you about that in just a second here. Okay. So here's the other thing, Ruby Rubes. There's the cutest little girl at our church, and her name's Ruby. So like, and she's so cool. And so when I'm saying Rubes and Ruby, like she's in my mind. So I'm associating with like the most precious girl ever. She's like 4 years old. She's so cool. Um, you know the confidence like kids have when they walk into a room, like when you see a kid and they just have like that like swagger to them, like that confidence that you're like you were born with that. That's what Ruby has. I figure that you have that same amount of confidence when you walk into a room. Like she just walks in like she owns the place and she's 4. Okay. Here's the other advantage to this as well that you don't have on Poshmark, okay? On Poshmark, when you put up an item, you get your market data or like your feedback on how good that item was when the item sells, okay? Right? So or you get like offers to likers. I believe it's likers on Yeah, I think it's Likers on Poshmark. But that's when you get to your market feedback, right? You don't receive the market feedback until it sells, or you see some stuff like, oh, a lot of people are liking this item. But a lot of times people are liking items because they're banking on you being able to, for them to be able to get a discount, right? So eventually they're going to get a discount. If they like the items, we got to throw out offers, right? That's one of the disadvantages of traditional reselling. I have one lever to move items in a day. If I'm traditionally reselling on Poshmark, my lever to increase my sales, if I want to pull a lever and have more sales come out of my business in a given day, I need to go reduce my prices, meaning I'm cutting into my margin. And that's like my only play, unless I want to share my closet all day or do something like that and be like really active on the app. But at that point, I'm just trading time for money and it's a crapshoot. It's like maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. I can't even believe how many strategies we tried on Poshmark to figure out the algorithm and how to do this thing. The best one was the lever of reduce my price so they'll buy. Oh, reduce my price. That's what we would do. Throw out offers, right? Live selling's different than that, okay? And over time your products will actually go for more money, right? Whereas in traditional reselling, the way that you pull the lever to sell more items is you have to have those, you have to reduce your prices as you go, right? You all follow what I'm saying? For those that are in traditional resale, your one lever is price reduction. Not a good thing for the business. It's never a good business if your only strategy is to reduce your price. That's never like a good strategy to have for business overall, because what happens is you're competing against everyone else who that's their only leverage as well. Their only lever to pull in their business is to reduce their price. So now all you're doing is you're doing this race to the bottom thing where whoever has the lowest price wins, right? That's what happens in traditionally reselling, because that's your only lever, right? Or you just got to share your closet a whole bunch, right? But that produces like mixed results. Okay. So with this, when you do live sales, what happens is you get real market data. What do I mean by that? If you went through all 5,000 of your items, Ruby, and you showed those items to the camera like this, to some people in a room, be like, what do y'all think about that? Whether this thing sells or it does not sell, it gives me market data. Okay. And if it sells for even more money, it gives me another set of market data, right? Because I'm getting fast feedback. Okay. That's the other thing as well. See, the skill set of being able to go out and source items, the treasure hunters, because I know that like I got 24 people in here. That means that 22 of you are treasure hunters, because one of those people was me, and there might be like another random person who's not a treasure hunter. A treasure hunter is somebody who loves the thrill of the hunt, going out looking for items. Like raise your hand at me or give me a thumbs up if that is you. Like you resell to support your treasure hunting habit. Let's be honest. Is that why we're doing this? Making grace. Yeah, we build the whole thing, right? That is the joy in the process. That's your passion for what you do, is in that part of it. Okay. The issue, I love the turnaround here too. You get paid out faster, 100%. Rubes, do you have shows up right now? I appreciate you going through this exercise with me. Yeah, you got one today. Hey, y'all, let's go follow Ruby and go bookmark her show. She's got one tonight for jewelry. She's like being a champion and let me like talk specifically to her situation, and I appreciate that. Will you guys just go in real quick and follow Rubes? Rubes, will you say what up real quick? Will you go follow and bookmark her shows? I really appreciate it, because essentially what I'm doing is putting you on the hot seat and being like, let's talk. So she just said, what up? Go follow Rubes underscore sells, follow her, view her profile, become friends with her, and then go bookmark her shows. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, 100%. I'm so grateful that you're here. I'm so grateful that you all would like come and hang out with me, right? So here's the thing, your market data comes in way, way faster in live selling, right? So you might go pick up an item, right? As a traditional reseller, you go out and pick up the items, but you don't know if it was a good item or not. Now, of course, you're like I'm a hunter. Everything I pick up is gold. Everything I pick up is gold, right? How many treasure hunters are like, I've never picked up a bad item in my life? And if that is what you believe, I either am going to call you out and say, you might, um, you're the one in here that doesn't sell vintage. I love it. Dars, what do you sell? Let's go check out what you sell real quick. Pallet pulls. We got some. I love it. Yeah. Okay. This is gonna go across the board. Okay. This everything I'm talking about. I don't care what you sell. Traditional, what we're talking about is traditional reselling versus live reselling. Okay. I don't sell vintage, but I'm here for the knowledge and yeah, you don't need to sell vintage in order to do this. This is looking at two massive big markets, and I'm looking at the two of them in comparison. Okay. Here's really, I'm going to tell you guys what it is. Because I was a traditional reseller and I understood the traditional resale market and how this thing works, when moving over to live selling, it's not even a competition. It's not, it's hands down, live selling is going to crush traditional reselling. Okay. I mean that across the board in so many different ways. And y'all, like, all these all these things that I'm saying, I have recordings of me saying this. I have no problem like laying it down, being like, I believe this to be the case. Why am I so confident in that? Because I was in traditional reseller and I moved over into live selling, and it's not even a question. But the problem is I see so many traditional resellers who are struggling with live selling, and it's like they found the opportunity and the vehicle, but they don't know how to drive the vehicle. Make sense? So like traditional reselling is like riding a bike, and then like finding a car and just being like, I don't know how to drive a car, but I think this thing's going to do better. But then they're like, oh, I'm going to go back to like my bicycle. Even though the car is filled, it's ready to go. You just got to turn the key and know how to move the thing. A lot of people are like, I'm in the car. I just don't know how to drive this thing. And I want to help as many traditional resellers learn how to drive live selling because it's a different vehicle. It's a different vehicle. You're like, well, I know because on a bicycle it was all about this. And you're like, well, you were on a bicycle. It's a different vehicle than this. And so when they come over to get into the car, a lot of times what happens, and stick with me on this analogy, is they go back to the bicycle because the car wasn't getting them where they wanted. Okay. And I see this with a lot of traditional resellers. They stop and they don't understand it's two completely different mindsets and skill sets. Okay. The skill set of what you do on in traditional resale is not the same as live sell. I'll give you an example. I saw this last night. I was cracking up last night, okay? And if this, I doubt any of you, this was you, but I want to talk about this to give you a real life example of the differences between the two and what happens when you bring a traditional resale model over and you just slap it on top of live selling, and then you're like, why isn't this working? Okay. And I was laughing. My wife was like, what are you laughing about? And I was watching these guys, okay? There's probably like 3 or 4 guys in a room, and they've got big old racks of all these clothes, right? They're selling men's vintage, right? And this was their strategy overall, okay? It was the same strategy that you'd use on Poshmark. I just made a listing, and now I need to share that thing as much as possible and be like, everyone, look at this listing. Everyone, look at this. Come on, come buy this listing. Everyone. That's the strategy on Poshmark because that's your only leverage. Get attention to it. And then my one leverage, my little lever is to reduce the price until it sells, right? That if you apply that same thing into live selling, this is what it looks like. And these guys had me cracking up. All right, chat, we got this. This is a banger piece. All right, guys. All right, chat, running. It's running. Run it up, chat. Chat, run it up. Chat, run it up. Share my closet. I'm sharing my item. I'm sharing my guy. Come on, come on. Oh, dude, $10. $10. All right, chat. Okay, next one. Here we go. Except for there were 3 guys yelling. There were 3 guys yelling. So as soon as they started, it was 3 guys yelling, like, come on, chat, run it up, chat. Come on, chat, run it up. Come on, chat. Oh, banger piece. This guy knows y'all are sleeping. You guys seen this show? You guys seen not this one, but about 100 other shows just like this one? Okay. My wife, when she came downstairs, I was laughing. She's like, "What are you laughing about?" And the reason why I was laughing is I made up this little scenario in my head. It wasn't real, but the reason why I was I can't. I have to watch it. I'm so intrigued by it because I pictured these 3 guys after they get off their live and they sold their pieces. They're like, "Guys, what happened?" And one of them's like, Chad wasn't yelling, run it up, chat enough. That's why we didn't sell more pieces. We need to yell more, guys. Okay? That's what we need to do is we need to yell more. That's the strategy on the traditional resale. I leave those shows. Those shows are so funny. So I was just cracking up like all night, just being like, Chad wasn't saying yelling. He wasn't yelling loud enough. Come on, Chad. We got to say, run it. Run up the chat. Chat, run it up, chat. And he wasn't doing it. That's why we didn't do it. Like, that's the strategy. Like, 3 guys are getting together to be like, all right, guys, what's our strategy today? Let's all yell at the audience until they buy. Let's just call them chat and not engage with them. And then when they don't buy, let's make them feel like they're dumb. Cool. Yeah, everyone in agreement? All right, now let's get in there and do that. And you're like, that's a crazy idea. But in traditional resale on Poshmark, you do the same thing. You take your listing and go share, 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 share. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Come on. Come on. Buy. Okay, I'll lower the price. Come on. And that's the strategy in traditional resale, especially on Poshmark. All right. You guys follow what I'm saying? That is the idea of traditional resale. If I just yell at enough people, if I just point enough people to this thing, people will buy my thing. And it's a losing strategy because guess what? Even when you get a customer in traditional resale, they're not coming back to you. Now it's not as abrasive as being yelled at by an actual person through a phone, but it's a similar thing. Okay, you guys, forced sales never work. Yeah. And then I just went through shows. I just go through and I click and I see if I see that there's between like I'd say like 5 to like 15 people, I'll just stay in there and I'll look at it and be like, what is not working about this thing? Because once you start to get an eye for this, not only can you help other people, but you can help yourself in this, okay? A lot of times, the reason why your live selling is not working is not because of the vehicle. You just happen to be in a different vehicle. You were on a bike in traditional reselling, now you're in live selling. So you got to come over and drive the vehicle differently, but it can go way further than anything that you can do in traditional reselling. You guys picking up what I'm throwing down right now? Not the same vehicle, doesn't drive the same, okay? Okay, cool. So I gotta get some water. I gotta hydrate for a second, guys. Just yelling at the chat like that, oh, dehydrates me, y'all. Like, I gotta get some electrolytes. If I was gonna do that, I'd have to have like a Camelback. Like, come on, chat, run it up. Oh man, you guys want to hear another funny thing I saw last night? I gotta tell you. All right, imagine 3 of you just yelling, "Come on, chat, run it up, run it up!" Oh, y'all are sleeping. This is a banger piece. He's the only one that knows. All right, let's. What's the next item? Oh man, I was laughing. My wife's like, "Why do you think this is so funny?" The thing was, is I told her about it, and then I was like, "I gotta see if they're still live." And I pulled it up, and she was like, "I thought you were exaggerating." I'm like, "No, that's." I literally did it the exact same way they were doing it, except for times it by 3. I'm going to tell you about another scenario that had me laughing. The other one I saw was, I'm sorry, this is for like my own entertainment, but the guy was like, I'll tell you 3. I'm going to tell you 3 things that I saw last night that I'm like, yep, this will never work. Number 1 is this one. This is number 1 is run it up, chat. This one is called just repeat. Okay, this is the strategy on here. You guys ever seen this one? Field and stream, extra large, blue. Field and stream, extra large, blue. Field and stream, folks, extra large, blue. Just field and stream, extra large, blue. Okay, next item. And they would, every item they picked up, they would just say the same thing about it to the point that I could start, no, I'm not running it. I could start just mimicking what they're doing. Okay? All right. If that's something that you do, first of all, I'm sorry and you're welcome. All right. Please don't be offended by what I said, but but it's the same thing as it's traditional resale mindset coming over into live selling that doesn't work, which is if I just give you the description and I have the product in front of you, you will buy. Here's the description, here's what the product looks like. That's a traditional resale. That's how you do it in traditional resales. Hey, you would type it in on a in a search engine, field and stream, extra large blue, field and stream, extra large blue, field and stream, extra large blue. Okay, that would be the same model. You're taking a traditional resale model, trying to apply it to live sales, and you can't figure out why it's not working. Not the same vehicle. One's a bicycle, one's a car. Okay. The other one, and this was just for my own enjoyment. I don't imagine any of y'all are doing this, but all right, chat, I got 29 people in here. I need more engagement. Engage with me more. Engage with me more, guys. If you guys aren't going to engage with me, I'm not engaging with you, okay? I'm not here for your entertainment. Engage with me or I'm out of here, okay? And if you want pit to pit, you got to let me know. I'm not just doing that stuff for free, guys. You got to let me know. Engage with me and I'll engage with you, but I'm not going first. Straight up, like, this is craziness. And then you do the rinse and repeat. Okay, so engage with me. Field and stream, extra large blue. Field and stream, extra large blue. Field and stream, extra large blue. Okay, no, chat, you guys are sleeping on this. Okay, you're sleeping. Engage with me, or I'm not engaging with you. I know. I'm really good at this because I. What is happening? I am telling you about the shows that I've seen on Whatnot. I'm telling you, that is not a way to do that. Okay, it is not a way. I'm surprised my numbers didn't go down. I'm surprised there's not like 7 people in here. All right. Okay. Good. I was scared for a moment. All right. And then people were like, live selling doesn't work. I'm gonna go back and get on my bicycle because that car, there's no way it's gonna do it. Okay. So, Izzy, I'm so glad I stopped when I did because you would have been gone. You guys think, how did I do on that? Have you guys seen these before? Have you guys seen those three? Right. Number one, yell at the chat. Number two, just repeat what you have. Just repeat it. Don't say anything else. Just tell them what they need to know. Or number three is make the audience feel bad and try to get from them before you're going to give anything to them. Okay? Those three things, just so you know, that will never work ever, ever. In like a year from now, you'll probably never see that stuff. I mean, maybe you will, but you'll never see that stuff. I saw another one. I'm like, holy cow, this person has 80 people in their show. And the entire time, people were like blocking and reporting her because she was essentially, she had put up an item and the person bought it. And she was like, actually, I don't want to sell it for that. So I'm not going to do that. And her show was blowing up. And she was like, not a big deal. I don't care. It's my stuff. I can do what I want. And I was like, this is craziness. Like the Whatnot world is crazy. And that's your competition out there, folks. That's your competition out there. All right. All right. I want to see real quick. What did I saw someone close down their show after threatening to do so if people didn't interact with him. That's your competition, folks. How are you going to beat them? All right. Now, thing is, we're actually not competing with anyone. And I want to say why that is. Number one is anytime that you're doing a show and you're getting a response like that, that is pure market data that the thing that you're doing isn't working. All right. The other thing is as well, for treasure hunters out there, I'm going to pull up my field and streams. I got to keep showing it, y'all, because you haven't bought it yet. I've been yelling at you. I've repeated what it is like 8 times, and I've tried to make you feel bad. And so I'm wondering why this thing isn't selling. In traditional resale, when you pick up an item like this and you list it, you don't get the feedback of whether or not that was a good item or a bad item until you either have sold it and maybe you sold it at full price, maybe you sold it at a discount, or maybe it didn't sell for months until you essentially like pretty much were like, I'll just sell it for like $5 or something. When you do that, your data that you're receiving back is so delayed, but you're still going out and treasure hunting, that the market data actually doesn't improve your skill set. Do you follow what I'm saying? See, the only way that I can get better at anything is the feedback. If I get it back quicker, it will help me to improve, because sourcing and treasure hunting is a skill set and a mindset, but a skill set. And it needs to be developed like any other skill. So if I'm learning how to play guitar, which is a skill, but I put on headphones, right? And I record it, but I can't hear myself playing that thing. But then I listen to the recording later, right? I'm like, in like a week or 2 weeks, I will listen to that recording. I will literally never get better at playing guitar. See, I need as fast a feedback as I can. So I need to be able to hear what's happening in real time. And I also need to, if I want to get really good, I want to listen back to when I'm not playing the guitar and listen for those things as close to the time that I played that piece on the guitar, so I'm getting feedback. The feedback is what helps me to go in and improve my skill set. When we are treasure hunters and we're doing this, if our feedback takes weeks or months, it's so delayed that we could literally be treasure hunting for the same things and not getting better at our skill set. Are you following what I'm saying? If you don't have fast feedback, you're not getting better. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Live selling gives you the ability to actually become a better treasure hunter than anyone possibly could ever teach you in traditional reselling. You're not going to get this information from Bolo videos, haul videos, thrift with me videos, what sold this weekend videos, go with me to the garage sale videos. You're not going to get that. Those videos are not, it's like me watching somebody playing guitar. That's not my data. Therefore, it's not going to help me improve. Now, I can try to memorize what it is that's working for them, and I can try to do that the next time I pick up a guitar, but it's such a delay, and that's not my market data. That's their market data. So we used to watch Rally Roots. I love Rally Roots, right? And by the way, I'm not throwing shade at any of these things, okay? Because I came from this community. I watched Harry Tornado. I watched, my wife really liked Homeschool Picker. Um, and Rinzi. I do like Rinzi. I think that they're like a little power couple. I like seeing that. What else? Who else did I watch? My wife used to watch Empty Hanger. That's how she got started on Poshmark. Who do you guys watch? Who is your traditional reselling influencer on YouTube that you'd watch their haul videos? Nicole State might be one, right? Haul videos, how I list 250 items a day in 20 minutes. McThrifties. Yeah, that's one that has come up. It might have been Youth Class Diary. Yeah, Rally Roots. That was a big one for us. Here, right? Anyone else? Who else? Harry Tornado. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else we watched on the reg. I'd probably have to go through Circle City Liquidation. Cool. I don't watch any sellers anymore. I think that's good. We don't watch them either. Reezy, yeah. I liked Reezy as well. I really liked his style. I liked his authenticity. So I liked watching these things. Here's the thing though. Number one is it give us shiny object syndrome. You know what that is? Dang, I've been like I'm selling clothes on Poshmark and it's working, but maybe I should sell clothes on or maybe I should sell books on Amazon. Or I'm watching Harry Tornado. I'm like, you know what I should do? I should just start picking up all the remotes that I find at the Goodwill and then list those. Shiny object. Maybe this will be the next thing that will help me to grow my business. I'm not going to be just like a pro in one channel. I don't have enough. I don't have enough volume or revenue from this one channel. I need to now expand out into other channels. Maybe I need to sell on Amazon and do FBA. Maybe I need to be selling on 5 different platforms at the same time. Y'all follow what I'm saying with that? When that happens, we're back to this. We're back to this thing right here. Okay, let me pull you back a little bit so you can see. And if you guys can't see it, you can move the chat to the left. Okay. Whenever you begin to spread out your energy like that, it might feel like you're doing a whole lot more. But if I took each one of these and I added it all up, I'm only getting really like a 2 inches away from this, right? Here, though, if I take that same thing and apply it here, hey, at least I'm looking at double on eBay. On Whatnot, however, through live selling, I can go so much further in a shorter amount of time. I can do way more in my business than anything. We did more in 2 years of reselling on Whatnot, taking a 9 month break after my son was born, right? So that's how long than anything we had done in like 4.5 years of traditionally reselling. And that wasn't for a lack of effort. I would get up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I would steam clothes with my wife. We'd take measurements, take photographs. We'd get them ready to list. I'd go to my full-time job. She would go out sourcing. We had somebody full-time come in taking photos. And then when I got home from work, then we would need to take all the items that we had just listed that day, take it to our storage unit where we had a shipping station, do all the shipping for all the orders that came in, take it to the post office, and then go home and be like, how do we do like 100 listings a day? Because this thing isn't growing fast enough. And that was like, I'm saying like seriously doing that for probably like 2.5 years straight, doing where we had grown it up to that point where we were like, we have a few hundred listings to like a few thousand listings to like several thousand listings on 5 platforms and cross listing platforms and VAs out in the Philippines and India. And in 2 years, taking a 9 month hiatus, essentially having to start over in June of 2023, we did more than any year that we have ever done in traditional reselling. And we're not even coming close to working as much as we did. I don't wake up at 4:30 in the morning right now, okay? I don't. And the process is so enjoyable for my wife, okay? So that's why you will hear me again and again say, hey, look, traditional resale just can't compete. You can't compete. Why? Well, number one, if you're a traditional reseller, you have no customer lifetime value. Well, you have some. You got that $20, whatever your average sale goes for on Poshmark or eBay, that's your CLV. Okay. However, in live selling, this CLV, here's the cool thing, this customer lifetime value goes up. Why? Because I have more return customers and then those return customers, they begin to compound. Okay. So when I was talking about earlier, I was like, hey, we have in March and April and May of last year, our return buyer rate was like 63 to 65% during that month. Those 3 months, it was about in that range. In November, it was at 75%. In November, is at 74%. Well, here's the thing that you have to keep in mind. our return buyer rate was higher, but also the amount of buyers we had was higher. So I know that it works. How do I know that it works? Because our average return buyers in March and April and May was between 22 to 23 buyers per show. In October and November, it was 32 and 33. So we got up by 10 return buyers per show average. And our first time buyers, we would still have 7 to 10 to sometimes 15 first time buyers in a show. And those first time buyers have a potential of becoming a return buyer. Y'all follow what I'm saying? So because of that, my CLV actually grows, because if those return buyers that were with me in March and April and May continue to come back, they're spending more money with me. And then my new buyers that come in like October and November, if they're still with me next October and November, then my customer lifetime value overall for all my customers is going up, as long as I set my experience right, as long as I understand what I'm looking to do, and then I optimize for that. Y'all, I can't overstate this enough. What I'm telling you right now is the literal way that you can coach yourself from a traditional resale business, or if you're like, I've never done traditional resale, into live selling, doing it. This is the model, y'all. I'm not holding anything back from y'all. I'm telling you right now, in a year from now, I will be saying the same thing as I'm saying right now, and I will stand behind it just as boldly as I am right now. Why? Because I've been coaching people, I've been seeing what they're doing, and they're saying the same thing about their business. Anyone in here? Katie, are you in here right now? Katie, are you in here? Brick and Mortal? Let me know if you are. She might. See, the thing is about Brick and Mortal. She's like, yeah, I'm listening, but I'm outsourcing. I'm doing my thing right now. She's not. Okay, no worries. Um, I can say this with confidence because I've seen other people go through this thing. So that's why, like, when I hear,
Just want to share this.
yeah.
Can you
Oh, gotcha.
read it?
Okay.
It'll tell you.
Who's in it? Okay.
And
I want to see.
your sons.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. I just learned something new. Okay. So I've seen this work for other people as well. Okay. This is the entire premise why we were so confident to move over from traditional reselling into live selling. And when I made a joke earlier to my wife about something earlier, I was like, she's like, so you think we should go back to doing this thing? I'm like, no. I think we should go back to listing on eBay. And she busted up laughing. Why? Because that's hilarious. Why? We would never do that in 100 million years. Like if this doesn't work out, I'm never going back to traditional reselling. I'm never going back to listing on Poshmark or eBay or Mercari. I'm not doing that ever again. You will never see me on those platforms. You just won't. The only way that that could even possibly happen would be if we were going to do Posh Live, which we won't. Why? Because Poshmark, and I'm not saying if you sell on Posh Live, I know somebody who does really well on Posh Live. And this same thing applies on Posh Live. But I believe in Whatnot more than Posh Live because Whatnot was built for this. Poshmark was already built for what it is, and then they're bolting on the live selling aspects to it. So that for that reason is why we're so like we're 100% doubled down in Whatnot. Shipping is insane on Poshmark Live. Yeah, so there might be a couple of those things. We like what Whatnot is doing, and because we're on here, right? So we don't sell anywhere else. Okay. So I don't care where you sell, but this is what you need to do in order for those of you that are treasure hunters. Okay. For those of you that are treasure hunters, for those of you that are treasure hunters, this is actually how you get really good at treasure hunting. So I'm going to say this again, all right? If your market feedback is too slow, meaning it takes me days, weeks, even months, possibly even years, we had items that when we started selling them on Whatnot, we were like, this has been on eBay for 3 years. We didn't even realize that it was, or Poshmark for 3 years, or whatever it might have been, right? How does it apply to handmade sellers? Ooh, I will talk to you about that. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about that because this is the same place. This is the same thing what you're going to do. But handmade sellers, same thing, right? You ready? Let's apply it. Izzy, I love this. Thank you for your question. Rubes, I hope if you're still in here, I hope that is helpful. Stick with me. I'm gonna keep talking about this. Okay. I'm gonna keep talking. Izzy, you ready for this? You're ready. Okay. Look. What should you do in your handmade live selling business? You should look to get return buyers so that you can increase your customer lifetime value, and everything you're selling, whether it sells or it doesn't sell or how much it sells for, and what people are telling you and what you're receiving back is all market data. You're going to receive this feedback much quicker than taking your handmade stuff and putting it on Etsy and waiting for 6 weeks to only realize it didn't sell. Whereas with this, you get fast feedback because you can literally show something and be like, hey, y'all, what do you think about this piece? What do you like about it? Be honest with me. What do you not like about it? You can literally go to your market and be like, I'm going to take a poll. Do you guys like this or this one? Which one do you like more, right? And so now what you're doing is because you're getting that fast market data immediately from your market, it's not anyone else's data, you can now use that to grow your show. So this works across the board. This is the strategy for live selling, y'all. And why I come so, like, I get like red up in here and my ears turn red and stuff. My face turns red because I get so passionate about it because I want to like yell this to the world and be like, hey y'all, if you're doing this, like I want you to come over to the light side. Like forget the dark side. This is the light side. I'm not saying that traditional reselling is not the dark side, but there's just you can't compare the two. It's not even comparable. Okay. So this is what this turns into, by the way, is it changes your business model. And here's one of the things that you need to realize. So if you this is what you need to realize about your business, okay? When you are traditionally reselling and you go to the store, what you're doing when you go to a thrift store or something, I'm going to pull this up again, and you look this up, you look up comps for this. So you can see kind of what the sell through rate is, like how often does this move, how many items are there, what's the pricing on this, right? That entire strategy makes sense because what you're doing is you're taking a product and you're going to put it on a search engine and you're banking on the product being good enough that people are out there searching for this thing. Okay. I need people to be searching for this thing because it's on a search engine. So, my very first thing I can do to optimize my search engine traditional reselling business is to get a product that people are going to look for and that they already have proven that they'll pay for it. Okay. You following what I'm saying right now? This is really important. Your business is a product based business. It's based off of step one, find a product that somebody wants. Step one, okay? So I'm glad you're getting this, okay? The issue with that is when you come over from traditional reselling into live reselling, if you take that same model, that's what happens when people just tell you. I'm gonna put this up just a little bit more so you can see. Where should I put this? Right here? Yeah, we'll put it right here. What does that mean? It means this, y'all. Live reselling, not traditional reselling. Live reselling is not a product based business, it's a process based business. Okay? It's not based off of the product that you're holding in your hand. Is that a component of it? Absolutely. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. What I am saying is it's not the basis of your business. So in traditional resale is a product-based business, okay? Yes, there's a process that goes behind it, but first step of the process is find something that somebody's going to get on a search engine and type that in. That's your best bet of selling something on a traditional resale system. However, if you take that same model over into live selling, that's where you get this. Hey, chat, I've got a Field and Stream, okay? Extra large, blue, Field and Stream, extra large, blue, Field and Stream, extra large, blue. Okay, next item. That's the same model because they think it's a product-based business. If I just show you my product, that's all I got to do. The product takes care of itself. It doesn't matter about presentation, doesn't matter what your show looks like, the music, it doesn't matter because it's all about product. And so you'll see a lot of resellers on the app that are selling this way because they believe that the product in their hand is the business. Y'all follow what I'm saying? Does this make sense? I hope this unlocks stuff for a lot of y'all. Okay. Cool. I got to tape these things down. We got some wind moving through here, folks. Let me get a little bit of tape. Okay. And then what happens is I hear the same thing over and over, which is, whatnot, live selling. I hear this so much, and right now I'm not going to say anything about it, but you guys will hear me say it at one point. I'm going to go after this because I think it's such a myth that keeps people trapped, which is whatnot is where you go to get stuff give it away for cheap. That's what it is. If you need to move product really quick and get some fast cash back in your business and your reselling business so you can continue on your eBay thing and that's what Whatnot's for. It's essentially like kind of a backdoor closeout thing, move some stuff, get rid of it, okay? It's not really for anything else. And so a lot of people come in with that mentality and they can't figure out like why are some people crushing it on here and other people are not crushing it on here. And it's because the model, that's not the model. That's not the purpose of Whatnot. If you treat Whatnot as your back door to get rid of stuff cheaply, then what you're doing is you're cheapening the very vehicle that you have in front of you. Okay. That'd be like, again, going back and be like, this is a bicycle, right? This is my vehicle in traditional reselling with a bicycle. When I get into a car and be like, this is a far better vehicle than your bicycle. It can go way further. You can go across the country. You can drive through all sorts of terrain, and you can listen to music and all these different things. But instead, going to the car and being like, oh, the car is for shelter. You're like, no, that's not what the vehicle's for. It can serve as that if you absolutely need to, but it's not a good use of the vehicle. So a lot of people are mislabeling the vehicle of live selling because they're comparing it to, they don't know how to drive the vehicle, first of all, and the bicycle seems like they can get further in, and so they just look at the live selling, they mislabel the vehicle and the potential of the vehicle by being like, oh, it's just shelter. Like if it rains, you can get in the car. And that's what I see a lot of people doing. Like Whatnot is so that you can get rid of the stuff that's not selling in your eBay business and then you sell it for cheap. And then everyone gets on, they're like, yeah, everyone on Whatnot expects like a deal. That's why it doesn't work on here, because everyone's trying to like undercut the market. And that's not what it's for. You can actually sell things at fair market value and even above market value, but you've got to understand how to drive the vehicle. Are you guys picking up what I'm throwing down? I don't know. I've never done Posh Live. Okay, cool. I haven't done Posh Live, but I do know someone who does Posh Live and she crushes it. Like next year, she'll do 200. That's her goal for next year. And she already broke six figures this year. And when she told me her goal, I'm like, yeah, you're totally 100% going to crush that. And when we talked about the plan, it was like, yeah, cool. You're done. It's like, it's done. It's a done deal for her. Like she knows she'll do $200,000 next year in revenue on Posh Live. Okay. So I think I don't know of anyone who in a short amount of time can go turn up an eBay business to $200,000 a year. I don't know them personally. Maybe y'all do. I don't. No, it's not 100%, but Whatnot seems to be 1,000 times better. Yeah, I think it's just because of and the reason why I say that is I think that um, so I worked in software. I'm going to tell you why I think this is. I worked in software. And so in software, your software that you're selling needs to what's called integrate to other people's software so that people can use your software in the way that they want to use it. The issue becomes when anyone created a software and then they would go acquire like another software company and they would bolt on, they essentially, let's say I have a software that routes phone calls, right? So you call into this and I can route it to a specific agent at a desk and they pick it up and say hello, right? Well, if that's what my software was built on, and then my company grows and I go acquire another software company, let's say it does something like it does like texting. So someone now can text and my agent will be able to get that. When they acquire that company, what they do is they bolt it on to their existing software. So they created this whole thing, all the code was designed for this thing. Later they acquire another company and what they do is they're like, "Oh, it's the same thing, but what they're really doing is taking this software and figuring out how they can attach it to this one and get it to work." Whenever that happens, it doesn't work in the same way as the one that was built from the ground up to do that very function. I know I'm kind of going deep on this, but I'm telling you why, just from my own personal experience and my point of view, I don't think Posh Live is going to be able to compete with Whatnot in that space because Whatnot was built from the ground up with this. Poshmark was built as something else entirely, and now they're bolting on this new piece to it. And now they have to copy the leader in the space, which is Whatnot, to figure out what they're doing. And then they have, whenever they go in to make those changes, they have to figure out how it works with their entire platform. And because it wasn't built for that, they can't compromise their whole, like the Poshmark listing social media share search engine. They can't compromise that because that's their business. So they have to, yeah, it's a Microsoft chasing Apple. Yes, exactly. So that's something to keep in mind. Whenever you are, that's why I'm like, yeah, Poshmark is the way to go, hands down, 100%. or excuse me, Whatnot is the way to go because Poshmark wasn't built for that. Whatnot is the way to go, hands down, because it was built for this. Um, in fact, it was built so well that I don't even think Whatnot knows what it is yet. What do I mean by that? A lot of people that are selling on here have seen Whatnot change over the last couple of years. We've witnessed it change, and only for the better, because Whatnot is, they have their market data, their feedback of what they're doing, and then they're improving upon it. So they are getting a higher lifetime value out of the customer because they're taking the product, they're getting feedback from it, and they're going in and improving it. But live selling opens up things that no one has ever considered before. No one has ever considered before. Um, and y'all, this is out of the playbook right here. Okay, so I talk about this in not in depth, but I do like a really good coverage of this. And I'm going to read you something from the playbook, so hopefully that can help you understand what it is that I'm talking about. Okay, so um, this is called chapter X. I'm going to read you right out of this, and maybe it'll help you even understand. If you guys want a copy of this, you can get a digital copy of this sent to you immediately. Okay. The other cool thing with this as well is we're not the only ones that are like we're not the only ones doing this right now. There's a whole community of people doing this right now. Okay. And we have a community, and so with this, it exists inside the community. So if you guys are interested in this, you would get it inside the community. Okay. So you would buy this here on Whatnot, and then we would send you the link. You'd go into the community itself. So now you have the access to the playbook, and you're with a bunch of people who also understand this as well. They are going to be crushing it over this next year. Okay. I want to read you. This is called the introduction. This is chapter X. Okay. It's called Why Traditional Resellers Cannot Compete with Live Resellers. Why traditional resellers are losing the game. Look, the reselling world is changing faster than ever, and here's the brutal truth. Traditional resellers are stuck. They're working harder than ever, but the model they're relying on is keeping them in a constant grind. Meanwhile, live resellers are building businesses that aren't just profitable, they're scalable. Okay? Remember how you scale in traditional resell? More complexity, more items, keep doing that, and then just being like, run it up, chat, right? When I purchased the playbook, you guys said you were going to ship it, but also send the ebook. Are you still shipping it? We're shipping the QR code for it, but we don't ship the whole book because we're not going to go print all these out. But what we I love it. Thanks, Angela. No worries. You're still going to get the QR code, but this exists. And Ava, you're in the group. In fact, Ava, if you go in right now, if you want to print it, you can go into the classroom. I want to show you something. So Ava, he to five sons. I want to make sure it didn't. Okay. What's up, Bree? Go in there. Go look. I'm a physical type of person. I need to hold it. I feel you. Totally understand. I'm the same way. Yeah. So you can highlight it. Totally. Go print it out. I'm sorry. I like, and I never had the intention of having you think we were going to ship out like a physical copy of it. We'd have to charge more for that. And and I'm not a printer. So we were like, oh man, how do we do this? Okay, cool. And I made it like, if you want, you could probably even reduce the font size, but it's double sided when you this is how we printed it. So it wasn't too crazy, right? But I printed two copies. Stella's out there giving it away. Yeah, 100%. Ava, go into, and Stella, anyone else, who else is in our live reseller community? Will you give me a heads up? Bree, you're up in there. So go to the school. Yep. Go to the school. Okay. I want to tell you guys something. All right. Heart up. Yep. What's up, Cindy? So good to see you here. So good to see your face yesterday and hear your beautiful voice and your accent. Like, which is funny because it's like, who has an accent? Anyone who talks differently than you. So I have an accent, but not to me. That's weird, right? You don't have an accent. I have an accent. Go into the school community. Okay. Go. Yeah. One for my husband. Yeah. I love it. So Stella, Cindy, Ava, you can go to the community, go to the classroom. You're going to see, and I'm going to change the thumbnails, but you can see there are two things in there that have been added. One is the launch challenge. That's that call that we did yesterday. That's going to be uploaded. The other one's called the Pro Pack. All right. That is a bunch of videos that I just put in there. It's probably like, I don't know, like 15 hours of videos. There's like 7 videos in there. If you guys want to go deep into the stuff that I'm talking about, you can go in there. You all have access to it right now. Okay. All of you have access to it right now. All right. but you can still hang out here with me as well. Okay. Um, and some of the things in there also have the slides, and one, yeah, go do that. And just so you know, I might be here for hours, y'all. I might be here for hours. So don't be like, oh, I got to stay here, Steve, because I know my main thing is to make sure that you're getting the value. And any guitar solo, maybe a little bit later we'll play some guitar. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Okay. So this is the playbook. Anyone that gets the digital copy of this is also included. So I believe we just so Angela, you will go in, you're going to receive a link. What you'll do is quickly fill out an application and you'll be led into the community. You can go to the classroom and get this. You can also see who else is in the community. There's a bunch of absolutely amazing people already in there. It's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm going to host everything in one central location. And what we're going to be doing is you won't have access to everything in the classroom, but those of you that are already part of that community, so Angela is the first one who isn't a launch challenge member, okay? So um I love it. Who knows what nuggets you're gonna pick up? I don't even know. You know why? Because sometimes I'm just floating off the cuff here and I get stuff that I didn't talk about a bicycle and a car before. That's brand new. You are special. You're the first one who isn't part of our launch challenge to join the community who has a playbook. Anyone else in here who has purchased this playbook before? Anyone else who has this? Oh, I love it. Nelly, thank you so much. Okay, Nelly, you okay. Message us. We will send you the link so you can view this within the community and you can be a part of that community, okay? So the ones that are part of the launch challenge have access to everything, but anyone who gets a playbook can be a part of the community, okay? Um, yeah, resell it. Resell it. I love it. Yeah, hey, I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm here to support resellers. Um, oh, I love it. I'm trying not to be like so off the cuff that that I gotta like bring it in. Stella, here's the thing: it's straight up. If you printed this thing and started selling it on whatnot, I wouldn't even be upset. I truly would not be upset. I'd be like, go get it. All right. I have a background of integration management and in software dev testing, so your analogy works for me. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about, right? That's why I think Whatnot is going to succeed over Posh Live because Posh Live is the kind of like that bolt on to it. Like it wasn't designed for that. We can make it do that thing, right? Um, oh, Stella, you're the best. Okay, cool. Yeah, it doesn't work the same, but Whatnot was built for that from the ground up. So here's the cool thing. Let's get back into this. You guys get me all sorts of amped up over here, okay? So if you're still stuck in the old school way of reselling, it's not your fault. If you're a traditional reseller, you're selling on eBay, Poshmark, you are not figuring out, oh, I don't even worry about it, Cindy. I've got that in the mix. Well, someone sent me a copy then. Totally learning and having first show scheduled. um, should we? But do you think we should give one of these away? Oh my, how they grow! Should we see if maybe you could win one? Baptism by fire. Okay, let's do it. Let's see if you win. Okay. So for those of you that want that, we're gonna add in a givey. My wife is doing something right now. She's my moderator. So as soon as she can, she will run this as a giveaway. Okay. Or if you can't wait that long, it's $20 and you'll be a part. Okay. My wife is like, I'm at the store right now. I can't do it right now. Okay, no worries. As soon as she gets back from the store, we'll give one of these away. Okay. Maybe give you the big package one. Maybe just give it all away. I don't know. I love it. Like I love that. Like, hey, you're never gonna know unless you ask, right? Um, the funny thing is about that, I had somebody who was like, I will, hey, somebody was like, hey, I will purchase a live reseller launch for somebody, which I was like, that's awesome, right? Um, like Stella's cutting out. She's like, hey, I got one for $10 right now. I'll send it to you, right? Um, but what um my thing was, I was like, I love that. I think it's really cool that somebody would purchase one and then we were going to do it as a givey. But my only thing is the launch challenge is designed for people that are going to be like, it's like community coaching. I know what your face looks like and we talk to each other, and I'm going to at one point be like, you got to do a show. I've taught you all this stuff, now you have to launch your business because I need that accountability for you. And I couldn't do that to somebody that we were just going to give it away because they're like, I didn't even pay for this, right? So yeah. Okay. You, yeah. Oh my, how they grow. It's like I have to because I bought so much stuff on Whatnot that I don't have enough room in my house anymore, and I have to sell it. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, you have to be invested into it because otherwise, when you get on a phone call with me and I'm like, everyone's done the launch except for you, and you need to do it, and you're like, I didn't invest anything into this. You can't tell me what to do. But I'm got to be like, I got to boot you out of the community because you got this for free and now you're not doing it, right? So okay, let's get serious. She said, I had a class yesterday. It was awesome. I highly recommend. Thanks, Stella. I love it. And then Ava, it'll be, I'm going to do one next Wednesday. We already have an intensive done. That's your day off. Um, and we've talked about doing it other days as well, potentially like a Sunday, right? Because we're trying to do Fridays and Saturdays. Okay. Friday and Saturdays are your day off. Okay. And maybe what we'll do one time is we'll do like a Saturday one because I do want to see your face. I could do Sundays. Okay. I'm open. Kids resell can be a tough market. All right, cool. Let's talk about that. Okay. So for those of you that are just coming in right now, okay, for those of you that are coming in, Ava, we'll look at that. We'll figure something out. I'm trying to do one intensive a week right now. The next one is scheduled for Wednesday, but if you miss it, because you have the launch challenge, you'll go in there and the recording will be in there. The recording was so big from yesterday, they still haven't sent it to me. Like Google Meets hasn't sent it to me yet. As soon as it comes through, I'm just going to upload the whole thing. It's like 6 hours long. The next intensive, I'm going to record from beginning to end. So as soon as that thing starts, it's going to record from beginning to end. Okay, cool. And that's kind of the thing. Like I'm trying to juggle. How do we do this? But I want to make sure that I see your face. Oh, we got a Gibby going, guys. This is the playbook right here. Okay. So jump into the Gibby if this is something you're interested in. I'm going to read from it real quick. Okay. Because I want you guys to understand traditional reselling cannot compete with live selling. Why am I so confident in saying that? Because I've done both and one of them is way better than the other one. Okay. So let's break it down. All right. If you're still stuck in the old school way of reselling, it's not your fault. It worked for years, but if you don't adapt, you'll be left behind because the game has changed. I'll show you why traditional reselling is falling short and how live reselling is different, and introduce you to two resellers, Mr. Trad and Mrs. Live, so you can see the difference for yourself, okay? So here's the problem with traditional reselling, okay? Traditional reselling looks something like this. You source inventory, hours spent at a thrift store, yard sales, or clearance racks hunting for treasures. Next, you list, cleaning, photographing, researching, and writing listings for every single item. Now, some of you are like, I don't get to step two. I source my inventory. I go out there and I find the inventory and then I bring it home, but I don't call it inventory. It is my treasures. And I lay it out on my bed and I look at it. Because my favorite thing to do is to find it. And my second favorite thing to do is to look at it when I get home. And then I look at it and I say, I need to list all this stuff immediately so I can make money. Because if it's not listed, it's not possible for someone to pay me for this stuff. But I'm actually going to go sourcing again because that's my favorite part of the entire process. So I'm going to go source again. Then you go out treasure hunting and then you bring your treasure home and you introduce your new treasure to your old treasure and say, y'all need to get used to each other because you're going to be here for a while because I'm going to go out sourcing again. How many of you are like, love the sourcing end of it? Like if the whole model like was, was like a wheel, your will will be like super lopsided because only one side of the will do you actually do. So it's like wobble. And then everything else is like this absolute struggle, right? Okay. That's how death piles occur, right? So the problem with traditional reselling is, well, number one, you source the inventory, but you never get to the second part because the second part sucks, okay? You list, cleaning, photographing, researching, and writing listings for every single item. Unless you love that thing, most likely you you would rather go out treasure hunting than you would list, okay? Most people I know, like 99% of people I know, would much rather go look for the stuff than to list the stuff. Now, once it's listed, number three, you wait. Items sit for weeks or months, hoping the right buyer searches for them, right? It's a search engine, okay? Cool. The chase is so good, listing is awful. I'm gonna renew the joy for you in the entire process. Stick with me. Okay, stick with me. I'm gonna renew the joy in the entire process from beginning to end. To the point that I've had to like pry stuff from my wife and be like, you cannot do this part anymore. This is not for you. And she's like, but I love the whole process from beginning to end. And I'm going to show you why. Okay. Number 4, you repeat. All right. Once an item sells, you're back at square one looking for the next thing to sell. Okay. It's all about finding the one right buyer for the one right product. You work hard, but you're stuck in a cycle where your income is directly tied to how much time and energy you can pour into sourcing and listing. Okay, that's the only way that you can grow your traditional resale business is you got to go out and find a bunch of items and you got to go list all of those items. Okay, and then you got to optimize that. So you got to get better at listing so that it's a search engine. So you got to optimize your listing so the search engine can find you better. And when that search engine can find you, you're more likely to make sales. That's the whole thing. I don't care how much you share your Poshmark closet, that's still the same game, okay? So it's transactional. Buyers come, buy one, and you'll likely never hear from them again, okay? Right? We don't have a return buyer rate, so we got to keep feeding the beast. If you stop feeding the beast, it's going to starve, and it starves quickly, okay? You have to keep feeding the traditional resale beast because you can never stop doing it because then your business begins to decline, and sometimes it's on a delay, so that may not even happen for like a couple of months. So you may be doing really well, stop listing as much, and then for a couple of months you coast, and then it goes back down, and then you're like, oh man, why are my sales low? And then you're like, I got to start listing again. But as you're listing, your business doesn't go back up to where it was. You got to wait a couple months, and then it comes back up again, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I hate listing so much, and then it comes back down. And then you make videos and put it on TikTok crying, saying, I don't know why I hate listing so much, or I don't know why my sales are down on Poshmark. Maybe I just need to list more. And it's a burnout cycle. No one can compete. And then you get on YouTube and be like, what am I doing wrong? And then you watch a YouTuber who's like, how I list 250 items a day by myself in 20 minutes. Let's see who gets this. Let's see who. There we go. This is yours. Hey, this is coming to you. It's just barely, Izzy, just barely. You're right there. You're right there. Okay. Hey, well, yeah, you're welcome. My wife will send you the link. You're gonna go in to it. Don't worry, Izzy. We got more of these things. Okay. It's digital. So I'm gonna give away more of these. All right. Just hang out with me. Okay. Plus, I'm reading right from the book for you. This is the audio version of it. This is the audible version of it, and you don't even have to pay $16 a month. Okay. So let's look at this. How live reselling changes the game, okay? Live reselling flips the script entirely. You're not just selling a product, right? It's not a product-based business. You're selling an experience. An experience could be summed up as a process, right? Okay, you're building a brand and connecting with people in real time. Can I ask a dumb shipping question for the platform? It's so difficult. This wouldn't be the one for you, but we do something um, Mr. Sekou, I don't know if I'm saying her, Mrs. Will you, yeah, throw it in here. I'll see, and if it's something that I'm like, that might be a little bit more than I can do, but I can. The seller, there's a seller resource section that talks through the shipping of it. Okay, but throw in your question out. Let me see if I can help. But I don't know because shipping is a bit different for everybody's. Okay, so here's why it works. This is why live reselling works. Number one, community building. Buyers show up to your live shows, not just for the items, but for you. They love your energy, your vibe, and your connection. Number two, repeat buyers, return buyers. Because they feel like they're a part of your community, they come back again and again. Number three, scalability. With every show, your audience grows and so does your business. And then number four is lifetime customer value, customer lifetime value. One loyal customer doesn't just buy once, they buy repeatedly, turning into thousands of dollars in revenue over time. Let me show you how this works in the real world with Mr. Trad and Mrs. Live, okay? Yeah, you're 100% welcome. I hope that this blessed you. If I'm in a live show, can I just do one rate bundle shipping for everyone? I believe so. So here's the thing with the shipping. Some of that's going to be like pre-show stuff that you need to set up. Some of it's going to be like post-show. And so with that, we don't go deep into shipping because we try to do something along that line to help people, but everyone's shipping so much different. We don't want to give them the wrong stuff. However, as a part of the like there's a community that we have of people that are talking about these type of things, that'd be more likely to do that if We have a community that's being built. The Live Reseller Pro playbook gets you access to that. But if you want to actually like work, like where we like talk to you like on camera and like work with you, that's where we do like the actual launch challenge. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, you can just click in our buy now, the bin is what they call it, and you can just click on those, and it'll give you a little bit of detail of what's in those products. Okay, so and I am going to um, yep, we cover that stuff in there because this really isn't the platforms. That way, if you're like, hey, this is my situation, then it'd be much easier for us to like give you direct information on how to do something like that, other than being like, yeah, you follow what I'm saying? Because it's complicated. I get it, but everyone's business is different. And so the way that we do shipping is different than some how other people do shipping. Neither one of them is right or wrong, but some of them have advantages or disadvantages. Um, so here's Mr. Trad, all right? So I got two characters I'm introducing you to, all right? Mr. Trad is a classic reseller. His garage is lined, let me know if you feel like Mr. Trad. His garage is lined with bins of inventory, and every day he's hustling to find new items to sell. He recently scored a vintage leather jacket at a thrift store for $20. After hours of photographing and listing it on eBay, and cross-listing it and driving it over to a storage unit and making sure the poly bag was lined up in an inventory system. Not all that said there, but I don't want to miss any steps. It finally sells for $150. After fees and shipping, Mr. Trad makes a $100 profit. Okay? Nice, right? But here's the catch. That customer bought the jacket, left a decent review, and disappeared. Mr. Trad will never hear from them again. Tomorrow he's back to hunting for the next item, hoping to find another customer. Meet Mrs. Live. Mrs. Live also finds a vintage leather jacket for 20 bucks, but instead of listing it on eBay, she features it in her weekly live show. She tells the story of the jacket, showcases its details, and connects with her audience. The jacket sells for $120, less than Mr. Trad's. After fee and shipping, her profit is 70 bucks. At first glance, it seems like Mr. Trad is winning. He made $30 more on the same item. But here's the difference. The buyer who bought Mrs. Live's jacket feels connected to her. They didn't just buy a product, they bought into her brand. Next week, that buyer comes back to her live show. They spend another 50 bucks. The week after, they spend $100. Over the next 6 months, that single buyer becomes a repeat customer spending over $1,000. This is real life, by the way. This actually happens every day for a bunch of people who are live selling. As long as you understand this. As long as you understand this, that's how that works. Mrs. Live is playing the long game. Mr. Trad isn't even in the same arena. The real secret, lifetime value. I'm reading right out of the playbook, y'all. Here's what most traditional resellers miss. Success isn't about how much you make on one sell, it's about how much you make over time from the same customer. Mr. Trad is stuck in a transactional model. Every time he makes a sale, he's starting over. He's constantly chasing the next buyer. Mrs. Live, on the other hand, is building a loyal fan base. Every sale strengthens the relationship with her audience, turning buyers into superfans who come back again and again. Over time, her business grows exponentially while Mr. Trad is stuck on the same hamster wheel. Y'all picking up what I'm throwing down right now? You following along with what I'm saying? Two completely different models, okay? Let me know if this is making sense so far. I'm going to drop, what up, Jesse? What up? Okay, cool. Let me drop the next thing on you that will not happen in traditional reselling because a lot of times people come in and again, one of them is like a bike, the other one is a car. And if you don't know how to drive the car, the bike looks way better than the car. You just need to learn how to do the vehicle. But guess what? This car is not a normal car. See, it can go so much faster and further than that bike. It's not even a comparison between the two vehicles. Traditional reselling and live reselling, I am saying, is very similar to that. Why am I so confident in saying this? Consider this, all right? This is out of the playbook, y'all. The bigger picture. Let's zoom out. Here's where live reselling becomes a game changer. Mrs. Live isn't just making sales, she's building a platform. And with the platform comes massive opportunities. Brand deals. Companies pay her to showcase their products. Sponsorships. She partners with brands who want to reach her audience. Product lines. She launches her own line of curated items, creating an entirely new revenue stream. Meanwhile, Mr. Trad is still photographing items in his garage, hoping his next listing gets noticed. y'all, no one's ever going to be coming into your Poshmark closet being like, I love what you're doing here. We would like to sponsor you, or we would like to do a brand deal with you. You follow what I'm saying? It's not happening. It's never happening. However, you are going to witness people right now and whatnot who are doing this. At one point, brands are going to be like, man, your audience is right in line with what we're doing. We want to sponsor you. We want to do a brand deal. Okay. And guess what? You guys ready for this? I'm going to drop something on you. Okay. I want you to consider like how big this is. You ready? And I haven't heard anyone else talking about this, but my wife and I have been talking about it a lot. And I think it's really valuable for you to know so that we can push through these little things and being like, yeah, but I don't make as much per item. It's like we're talking on one end something massive, and on the other end, you're trying to make money on your front end, thinking, not seeing the big opportunity. You ready? How many of you lovely females in here love to watch get ready with me videos on the internet, on YouTube? Do you guys follow makeup artists? You guys watch this? Maybe it's only my wife. Please tell me if you're a female. Do you watch the makeup stuff? What are those? I'll show you, Jesse. Come over. We'll show you some makeup videos. The makeup tutorial videos. I do not. No worries, Eva. Anyone else? Sorry, no. Okay. Well, my wife loves them. Nope. Yes. Okay, Mandy. Yes. Sunshine. Yes. Okay. Somebody in here. All right. I like to get ready with me. Okay. Cool. When those makeup artists are doing their things on YouTube and showing what it is and they're showing those products, in order for you to purchase from them, they do sell those products or they have an affiliate link. You click on their YouTube in the little description and it'll take you to the website and then you can buy the stuff through their code. You guys familiar with this? This is how like YouTubers can make money outside of just monetizing, right? Here's the difference. Imagine that same makeup artist gets on a live platform like this. She's not doing it through an affiliate link. She's doing the thing and being like, you guys want to buy this right now? Y'all, this is going to take off. It is going to blow up. Those makeup artists are going to be like, holy cow. So you're telling me not only can I, like, instead of using my code and making all these makeup videos, I can just do this live on camera and I can make money instantly. I'll get paid out that day. And guess who else loves that? The makeup brand. They will come and be like, hey, will you just get on live and do this? And they'll sell that day. That's the thing that, like, when these influencers, they make these deals, they're banking on something that's going to happen in the future. The companies would rather just go out and be like, why don't we just give it to the person? Why don't we make a deal with the person who sells this live? Because we can track immediate sales directly from this live because that seller has a skill set and they can move our product and they can do it today. You guys picking up what I'm throwing down? It's a it's a change in the game entirely, okay? This is what we're talking about when we talk about the live reselling opportunity. It's not just going on and selling just the stuff from your Poshmark closet and bringing it over here. It opens up this big thing where now you can establish that. Now you have like a reselling brand on here, but now you're like, you know what else? If Rubes is in here, she had said I would like to sell cosmetics on here. I don't think she's in here anymore. But it was that same type of thing where you have this massive opportunity, and at one point, brands are going to be coming in, and you're going to get sponsorships and brands, and you're going to see shows that are sponsored by companies because they align with the audience that seller has. That's what's going to happen on here, y'all. And so that's why it's so important for you to drop the traditional resale mindset to come over here because like I said, no one's going to check out your eBay store, your Poshmark closet, or your Mercari store and be like, wow, this is amazing. We want to do a sponsorship deal with you. It's just not going to happen. And so while you're waiting and building up that traditional thing and be like, I'm going to stick with this and I'm trying to make the most from every dollar, you're actually losing out on this huge cost of inaction by not taking the opportunity because traditional resale, I'll say it again and again, it's not a matter of if you should do it, it's more of a matter of when are you going to do it. And my suggestion is you should do it as quickly as possible because of everything I just mentioned in here. If you guys want to know at more depth of what I'm talking about, I cover it in here. Okay, that's chapter X. That's before we actually dive into it. So let's dive into it. So are you guys? What I want to do. So that's me being like, hey, traditional reselling. It's not going to happen. Okay, who's getting this? Yeah, let's go. Is he? Is he? How do you have you almost got it last time and then you just got it this time. Do you have like something that you plan? You're like, it's when there are 7 giveaways. And then number 8, okay, I'm the number 8 entry. Do you have one of those? Like when you dial in to the radio station, the 7th caller, and Izzy like got it in. She's like, hold on, caller 1, caller 2. She just fills it out. Caller 3, caller 4, dial now. Here we go. She's like an expert at winning these. Let's go. Good. I hope this blesses you, okay? As well as the community. Y'all, it is about y'all. You don't even know. It's going to blow up. Yeah, Izzy, we're so excited. We're excited. Okay, so I wanted to lay this out very clearly so nobody gets it twisted when I start talking about this, because what happens is I start talking about this opportunity, and so people try it, but because they're coming in with this old mentality, they suck. They suck at live selling. And they're like, why is this doesn't work? And it's not that it doesn't work. You just don't have the formula down. It's like a recipe. You just don't know how to do it. It's a different vehicle. Again, traditional reselling is like riding a bicycle. Live selling is like driving in a car. But the bicycle is more valuable to you, and you'll go back to your bicycle if you don't know how to drive the car. So I want to teach as many people as possible to drive the car. Now, what's best is to get into a community of other people who also are learning how to drive a car, and to learn from people who already know how to drive. That's the best way that you can do it, okay? So let's talk through this. Let's go through. We're gonna walk through this one at a time. I might be able to do this. Let me ask y'all. Let me get a little bit of market feedback from y'all. Trying to do this without having to unplug my phone and my fan. How many of you can you guys see this okay? Or should we get up close and personal? Let's get up close and personal. That's how important this is. Okay, we got to get up close and personal with this, because this is the game, y'all. This is it. Okay, listen. This masterclass.
They look good.
Do they? Okay, that's all right. I like to bring them in like real close, like uncomfortably close. Like I like to talk to y'all like this close. Is this uncomfortable? Am I in your personal space? Just kidding. Okay. Sorry, let me get you out of your personal bubble, okay? I'm just whispering over here. Hey, do you guys like this? Is that creepy? Okay, listen. Let me get a little bit of tape up here so our fan doesn't blow it all over the place. Uh, where I ain't got tape around here. Okay, so y'all, this masterclass, honestly, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you all the truth about this masterclass. I am literally giving you everything that you need in order, if you stick with me just in the masterclass and I cover it, I'm giving you everything you need to blow up your live reselling business, okay? Now, when I say that, I don't mean like next week or next month, but I'm giving you, there's nothing I'm holding back, okay? Now, why would I be able to do this when you know that I sell this as well? Well, number one is this. I can tell you all day long about this thing, and the thing that becomes difficult is the actual execution of the thing. And it's not because it's difficult to do, but because a lot of the old mindsets have to be broken off in order to do this well. Otherwise, you run the risk of looking like every other live seller out there who also doesn't have it figured out. Were you guys in here when I was talking about chat, run this up? I'm talking about the 3 strategies that I've seen last night. Oh man, I was laughing last night. It was so fun. My wife doesn't think it's funny. She's like, "This is like we need to help these people." I'm like, "I know. That's what we're doing. That's what the master class is for." Um, I don't know how, but I'm getting it. I'm getting buyers. Yeah, I love it. And I bet you it's because you're starting to pick up on how this process works, and it's different than traditional reselling. But if you adopt a traditional reselling mindset and you try to hold on to that and come in and do this, you're going to fail at it. Okay? So, first and foremost, now we're going to get into like the nitty-gritty of this. What are the strategies you see that don't work? Okay, peace of mind. I love it. Here's some strategies that I see that don't work. I'm going to repeat this because I think it's hilarious, but also I think it's helpful so you guys can see what I'm talking about in real life. If I'm a traditional reseller, I'm going to adopt the models that work in traditional resell. What I'm going to do is I'll just do the same thing that works in traditional resell, and I'll do it live sales. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so here's the strategies that I've seen that make me laugh so hard. Oh my gosh. They're so, and listen, y'all, don't leave, okay? I'm just playing around. I'm not being real with y'all, but I want you guys to see this so you're like, yeah, that makes sense. But what I'm going to tell you is the traditional reseller, that strategy actually makes sense. So in traditional reselling, if I got a Poshmark closet, the best thing for me to do, how many of you in here, just give me a thumbs up. Don't you dare write the name down. But how many of you are on Poshmark right now? How many of you are at least familiar with Poshmark and have been on it? Just so I know that you guys understand what I'm saying. Anybody? Don't be embarrassed. You're like, man, this guy goes hard on traditional resellers and then he expects us to raise our hands. Okay, cool. All right, as long as you're familiar with it, okay? Okay, on Poshmark, you guys tell me if I want to move an item, what's my best strategy on Poshmark? Mostly on that Kari. What's the best strategy for me to do on Poshmark? I love it, Izzy. We can still help you with that. What's the best strategy? I got to share my closet, right? I got to share my item. I got to go out there and share my item. The more that I share, right? Is that what you guys, you got to share. You got to share. That's it, right? You got to share. Do you know what the equivalent of sharing is? This is the equivalent. I just call it the rinse and repeat, okay? I'm making these up as I go. I don't know. Maybe I'll like name these strategies of like what not to do. What not to do. Okay. Um, Auto advertising. Kiki, you better not be using a bot on Poshmark. You're gonna get in so much trouble. Auto advertising. But what is what's advertising? It's this. Field and stream, blue, extra large. Field and stream, blue, extra large. Field and stream, blue, extra large. I'm sharing my closet right now, guys. Field and stream, blue, extra large. Field and stream, blue, extra large. Likers, do I have any likers? Field and stream, blue, extra large. No? Okay. Let me share my other items, okay? That's a traditional resale thing. Just keep telling people what you got. You just tell them again. Maybe they didn't hear it the first time. They just need the information. It's blue, it's filled in stream, it's extra large. Huh? It's 100% cotton. Maybe that's what it is. Let me try that again. 100% cotton, blue, filled in stream. 100% cotton, blue, filled in stream. Anyone? Traditional reselling, done in a live selling thing, right? I'm sharing my item over and over like I would on Poshmark, okay? How about this one? Um, how about this one? This is the one that I had me laughing so hard last night that my wife is like, "What are you watching?" And I was laughing because of a scenario in my head after I had watched this thing. My wife's like, I was like, "I'm not watching anything." And she's like, "What are you laughing about?" I'm like, "I'm just laughing about this thing that I saw on Whatnot." And she's like, "Why is that funny?" And so I told her what I saw. I saw a room that had three guys in it, maybe four, because there's some behind the camera I couldn't see, and they had a big long rack of vintage men's clothing, right? What they did, all three of them or all four of them, it was hard to say, was they would be like, "All right, guys, this is the piece we got. Run it. Okay, come on, chat, run it up. Come on." And every single person in that room would be like, "Run it up, chat. Come on, chat, run it up." 3 to 4 men were yelling at a camera, to just saying, "Chat, run it up," over and over and over again. And I was laughing so hard. Chat. Come on, chat, run it up. Come on, chat, run it up. Come on, chat, run it up. Run it up, chat. And you don't buy from yellers. Well, you buy from sellers, or not. You buy from sellers, not yellers. We start making merch. Seller, not yeller. You guys, I start seeing that, right? Okay, same strategy. It's the same thing. Just keep telling the people what you got until they buy it, right? There's a space for aggressive, unfortunately. But hey, it's one of hey, that's one way to do it. That was one way to. I was laughing, and here's the thing that I like about that so much, and this is why, because I think of like the game plan that those 3 or 4 guys that are like, "We got to sell some items here. Let's do this." And they were like, "What should we do?" And they were like, "I know what we should do. We should yell, chat, run it up, over and over, all of us at the same time, at the camera while you're holding this." We should just break into the room, "Run it up, chat. Come on, chat, run it up." And so I pictured that they're like, "What do you think?" And everyone's like, "That's a brilliant idea. We should absolutely do that." Like, "Okay, the deal is we all got to yell though." Okay. And they're like, "Okay, cool. That's our plan." All right. Because 3 people thought it was a good idea. No one stopped and was like, "Hold on. Maybe since our items aren't selling for what it is," because what would happen is they'd be like, "Run it up," and no one would run it up, and someone would buy it, and then he'd be like, "Y'all are sleeping on this. Vintage IP, he's the only one that knows, but the rest are sleeping on this. Y'all are dumb, but that guy's smart. All right, what's the next item?" Right? So, say their strategy was, we should yell at the camera to run it up, and then when they don't buy it, let's make them feel stupid. And everyone's like, "Dude, you're a business genius. Like you were a Steve Jobs of whatnot. That's brilliant. That's what we're gonna do. And so I pictured them being like, all right, they put in their hands, or like break. And that's why I was laughing and being like, that's gonna work. Like three guys are like, okay, remember guys, don't forget the play. Chat, run it up. We yell at it. When they don't buy, make them feel bad. And everyone's like, yeah. And so then I was laughing about that. And so my wife's like, what are you laughing about? I'm like, because I saw the show. And then I was thinking about that. And then I thought about them like getting together after the show and be like, what didn't work? And one of them's laying the, well, Jason wasn't saying chat, run it up enough times. Like I felt like I was the only one yelling. Like no one else was yelling. Jason, you got to yell way more at the camera. And like so I was laughing about that. I just thought it was hilarious. Okay. So that's traditional resale. I'm just going to it's 5 of them. All right. Oh, I thought it was so funny. My wife's like, that's not funny. I'm like, that's so funny. I love that. I love when like more than two people get together and have an idea and it doesn't work and they're like maybe we just need to do more of that, and nobody, yeah, guy humor 100%, nobody like raises their hand and be like, hey, what do you guys think about this? Like what if we didn't actually yell at the chat and instead we showed them the item and described to them like what a good item this is and how it might work for them, and maybe engage with the chat. And they're like, that's dumb, that's never going to work, that's just me. Okay, so that's the chat run it up method, all right? Chat run it up, all right? So we have the rinse and repeat, which is field and stream, 100% cotton, extra large. Field and stream, 100% cotton, extra large. It's blue. Field and stream. That's just the rinse and repeat. Just keep saying the same thing over and over because it's a product, okay? The other one is just make the chat feel bad. Chat, I'm not going to like take measurements unless you engage with me. I got 45 people in here, not enough engagement. You guys need to engage with me, okay? I am here to get from you. You need to, I literally heard a guy say, chat, I got 7 people in here, you're not engaging with me. I'm not doing this for your entertainment. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize I had assignments to do today. Like, what am I? Oh, who? Let me listen to this guy. Chat. I will take measurements, but you have to ask me. I'm not just doing it for free. So you need to engage with me. That's the other one. Just make people feel bad. Okay. So those are some weird strategies, but since we're all pros here and y'all are learning, we're not going to do any of that stuff. Okay. I had someone call me out and ask me what size I was looking for. I left. Yep. Bye bye. If that happens. Yeah. 100%. And then, you know what? You know those people, if they come into my Q&A, you know, if we do a Q&A, do you know what the first question they ask me is? The very first question that comes up for every single person that does stuff like that. I'm not getting enough people on my show. Well, what would happen if I rated a show like that? You know what I'm saying? Like the problem is I'm not getting enough people to my show, okay? And we're going to cover in depth how to get more people to your show. You don't say. I know. Like, let me see your show. And they show me. And I'm like, really? This is your show? You're like, yeah. So your strategy is yell, run it up, chat. Like, yeah. And you're like, okay, what do you think the problem is? We need more people to yell at. If we had more people would buy. We're not getting enough people in here, man. That's the problem, right? So, hmm, okay. Okay. Let's let's dive into this, okay? So now we understand, hey, there might be strategies that are better than others, all right? Now, let's take a look at the universal systems model. Whenever we are talking about business, you need to understand that all a business is a bunch of systems put together. That's all it is. What it's just systems that are working together, hopefully harmoniously in an integrated, unified fashion that produce the outcome and the feedback that you are looking for. That's all a business is, right? I think it's really good to break it down to that and understand that so that even as humans inside of a business, we understand how to run a business. We understand what the nature of business is, which is based off of systems. Okay. So even when you have um, even if it's an element that you're doing, for example, like live selling, that's still a system. There's still an input and a process and an output and feedback. Okay. So for us to understand that your business is made up of different systems, the quality of those systems, if you continue to improve those and you get them to work together better, your business will improve. This is great news for you because systems are something that can evolve over time if you understand what you're doing. Okay. So Um, let's talk about what is a system. Okay, a system. This is called the universal systems model. Okay, this is not something I made up. You can go Google right now the universal systems model. You'll hear me talk about this a lot, um, all the way through, even into like advanced coaching stuff with live reselling. I'm going to use this and come back to this again and again because in order for us to improve anything, we need to understand the components of what we're actually trying to improve. Okay. So when I do this stuff where I'm like, we're making jokes about like the live resellers out there who do these type of things. Like for me, yeah, there's like a humor element to it and it's funny, but the side of it that's not funny is this actually is an improvable process. So even the people that I was talking about last night that were giving those moments, that experience to people that would make us cringe just hearing about it, that's just part of their system, but the system can still be improved. You see, it's not them, it's not them that's creating this. They're just following a bad system. Okay, what I want to give for y'all is a way that you can build in good systems for your business and how you can improve those things over time, because all of the things that we're worried about in our business are mostly things that we have no control over. For example, how do I make more sales? How do I get more people to my shows? How do I get people to stay in my shows? How do I get this? How do I get this? That's majority of the time, those are the questions that come up, which is a good question because we build businesses to give a particular output, namely money normally. Like, hey, we're looking for this to be profitable, right? Or there's other elements to it that, or other things that we might be trying to get. But let's say we're trying to get the output of money, right? If I'm trying to get profit out of my business, all I'm trying to do is set up my input and my process. You see, I can't control how many people are in this room right now. Hold on, somebody else is scheming. Let me see. I've got 32 people in this room right now. Okay. I can't control that. That number goes up, it goes down. I've been at like 17 people, I've been up to like 50 people just in this show. I have no control. I can't keep anyone captive here, okay? Which would be hilarious if I had like you guys are locked in, you can't leave, right? But I'm not going to do that. Even if I could, I wouldn't do that, okay? Don't worry. Y'all are here on your own free will, okay? Secondly, if I'm to make sales, for example, we have things for sale. I can't control the sales. I can yell at you guys and tell you run it up, chat, but there's nothing I can really do to force you to do that. Okay, so I can't control, that's an output. I can't control that, right? So a lot of times when we go into it, all of our questions are about the output and how do we get the specific result, right? When we focus entirely on the output and all of our questions are geared towards that, what happens is we miss the entire thing that's actually most influencing what comes out of our business. And for the most part, it has nothing to do with something we're doing at this level, right? It has something to do with this level right here, which is the input and the process. I am more likely to get more people into my shows as I continue to improve my input, my time, my energy, my resources, my mindset, my skill set, as I improve doing these shows, being able to teach, and I improve my process of how I do this, I am more likely to make more sales and get more people to come into my show. So, because of that, I always want to be focusing on the controllable, but I'm still looking at the uncontrollable because I can't control this, but I can control this. Okay. So, a lot of people get messed up because instead of them looking at, like, hey, this what can I do to improve my business or my input and my process for this particular area, instead they spend all their time focusing on whether this thing is working or not. So if you come in here to try this thing, that's like judging that car that you don't know how to drive by the worthing, like how good of a car that is, but it's based off of, it's not that the car doesn't work, it's you don't have the skill set or the mindset to be able to drive a car. So to blame the vehicle would be crazy. Knowing if you're like, hey, like they're like, oh, that doesn't work. Those cars don't work. You're like, cars don't work in general. Like, yeah, it's not a good business model. Cars are mainly for like shelter. And you're like, what? That's craziness. What do you mean? Do you have a car? Like, well, yeah, I have access to a car and I have the key to it and everything. And you're like, do you know how to drive it? It's a car. It does. What do you mean? Like the car is like, do you know how to drive a car? Yeah, no, I don't know how to drive a car. So the vehicle's not worthless. You don't have the right skill set or the mindset to be able to drive the car. And a lot of people come into live selling and they expect it to do something. They expect it to give you them an output and the feedback that they desire. And if it doesn't do that, instead of them saying, man, maybe I need to work on my skill set and my input and my processes. Instead, they say, whatnot doesn't work. But on the other end of this, you guys could go out of the show and go find somebody who is doing 1 million a year. So it's not that the vehicle doesn't work. We need to understand how systems work, and then we can improve systems. Y'all picking up what I'm throwing down? So all the people that are like, whatnot doesn't work. It's only if you want to get rid of stuff cheaply. Not necessarily. There are people on here that are selling items that are not cheap at all, and they're making hundreds of thousands, sometimes upwards of millions, a couple millions in a year on this platform. And I say that in a way of not that you're going to necessarily do that, but we do over 6 figures, and I know multiple people that do, and I know people who do 7 figures. Okay. Why am I saying that? Because if someone else is doing it, you guys can figure out how to do it too. And even if you're like, I'm not really interested in making $1 million a year, okay, well, you just need to know if the vehicle itself works, and the vehicle does work. So when I hear people say whatnot is only good for getting rid of items cheaply and just getting rid of stuff that I don't want, it's like a closeout thing. It's a misuse of the vehicle. It's a misunderstanding of what the potential of the vehicle is. And again, that'd like be me saying the car is really good for shelter when it rains. You're like, you don't drive it? I don't know how to drive it. So therefore it's only good for this. And so I think it's something that I like when I hear it, I'm like, you just don't understand the vehicle. So if you look at whatnot as being a way to get rid of stuff cheaply, and that's what it is, then that's what it will be for you. However, there's a whole other element to this thing, okay? Cindy says, I came to sell cheaper items. My mindset is now changed. Whatnot is my only platform, and I will learn how to sell all price ranges. Let's go, Cindy. And oh man, don't get me amped up, Cindy. All right. Cindy's part of we just did a 1 day intensive yesterday. She hung out with me for 8 hours yesterday on a call. And so cool because I get to hear her and understand what she's doing. But let's go. But on the other end of this as well is I get to understand who Cindy is. And here's the other thing about live selling. It's not just about the products that you're able to take to the market. It's also about other things that you're going to be able to take to the market that only you can offer. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. It is awesome. Okay, yeah, she's in it. She did 8 hours with me yesterday, and she's been with me for a couple hours today. Let's go, Cindy. We'll just hang out all week. Okay, so y'all understand this universal systems model. Memorize this thing. In fact, what I want you to memorize, you'll hear me say this, but IPOF, right? So input, process, output, feedback. IPOF. Memorize IPOF. Kiki, you can hang out with Cindy. Just join our group and come hang out with us. Do the launch challenge. We'll launch your business. And you can hang out with Cindy all the time. Okay, so I want you guys to remember this IPOF, right? Because what I want you to do is be able to come into a masterclass. If you keep doing this over and over, yeah, you can check it out in the buy now. We have a launch challenge where we help people to launch their business or relaunch their business. Um, yeah, relaunch. Because a lot of times it is a relaunch. And it's just like, hey, we just got to get the car going. It's like, hey, you have access to the car. Look, we just need to teach you how to drive this thing. Okay. And so a lot of times I see people that are like, hey, I'm just not getting traction in my business. And a lot of times it's not what you think it is. That's the thing with coaching. I had somebody being like, hey, I'll think about this and I'll let you know what I need. And for me, I'd be like, well, that's interesting because how are you going to know what you need if you knew what you needed, you would already be able to go out and do that thing. And so a lot of times, like I'll tell you, like, what would I do differently in the guys show that are running up, chat? I'm like, these guys had good product, they could do it, but I would say, hey, stop yelling at your audience, right? The guys aren't far off. They just need to switch up their model and they could crush it. All right. And it's not their fault that they're yelling at the chat to run it up. I'm not blaming them. I think it's hilarious. I will always forever laugh at that, but not at them. I'm not laughing at them. I just think that that strategy is absolutely hilarious. Um, Jesse and I are going to come do that in Jen's show one time. We're just going to come running into the room. Run it up, chat. Let's go. Run it up. The viewership just starts dropping down. She's like, get out of here. But what I want to do is if you guys are interested in seeing what we're talking about, we have that launch challenge. You guys can go click in the buy now. You can click on the thing itself and you'll see what it is. If you scroll through the pictures, it'll tell you what the thing is. Okay. Um, And the launch challenge is really designed to work with people doing like community coaching, like coaching with people like in a group, because everyone's getting more out of it. We can talk specifically about where they are and then how would we do that thing and then the support that comes along with that. Okay? So that's what the launch challenge is. It's really designed to help people to figure out what things are preventing them from breaking through in their business, how they can sorry, 1 second. My beautiful wife, I want you to know that Ida just texted me. Will you might want to you can just go to the computer downstairs and see what she's saying. Jenica's phone's died. So sorry, that's just family stuff that we got going on. We got kids over here. Um, so you can go through and look what the launch challenge is. It's really designed to help people to understand what's working in their business, what's not working, help them do more of what's working, stop doing the stuff that isn't working, and then have a community there that helps them to do that. And then once they're like, I'm in a place that like I feel like my show's like in a good place, I'm ready to do that, then we're going to, as a community and through what our resources, we then help them to get exposure by doing like Ray trains. Like we'll just bring our audience to you. So if you guys are like, I'm interested in seeing this, I'm not interested in joining, you can go to Making Grace Vintage and go bookmark the show. Let me go see if I can do that right in here. But you can go in and bookmark the shows that we've got. Hold on 1 second. I want to see. Go into the show. You can see we have a launch challenge. It's a Ray train, so you can watch the people that we're coaching with actually do this real time. We're doing that because just like we would in driving a car, I can talk to you all day long about how to drive a car, but until you're in there and I'm like, this is how you drive a car, and I'm walking you through it, and you go through that motion of doing it, now you're actually learning how to do it. Before you're gaining like knowledge, but it's not applicable until you can actually do the thing itself. So the best way that I found to do it is to teach all the stuff and then be like, so now you're going to do it. And then when you do it, I can come back and be like, hey, this is how I would improve this thing. This is how I do this a bit differently. And now you'll get better and better. So, but if you guys just stick around for the masterclass, you'll get all that. Okay. So we all understand the universal systems model now: input, process, output, feedback. We can only control the controllables, right? Which is your input and process. The output and feedback are not controllable. Okay, real quick analogy. Um, I can put in the ingredients for chocolate chip cookies. I can bake them using a recipe. I can, when I pull them out of the oven, whatever that output is based off of what my ingredients and my recipe was. I can't directly affect the output, right? I can influence it all the way through my input and my process. But when I get the feedback after I eat that cookie, whether or not it was done correctly, I don't then go blame the output or try to do anything with this. Of course, any logical person is going to be like, let me redo what ingredients was it? How did I screw this thing up? However, in business, we don't tend to do that. We're not looking at the ingredients and the recipe for it. Instead, we're just trying to force a chocolate chip cookie and we're getting all the ingredients wrong and we're doing the wrong process and then we're blaming the business, right? So that's what I'm telling y'all. And this makes sense in chocolate chip cookies. It's harder to identify when we're running something more complex than a chocolate chip cookie like a business. So this is the first model that I want you to memorize. I want you to memorize this thing, because what you can do is go through and do your IPOF for any of the systems in your business and be like, hey, what's my input and process for this? And then you can say, here's the crazy thing. How do I improve these things, right? So that, for example, this show right here has an input. That's me, my time, my energy, right? My resources, which is like the training that I have behind it, right? The teaching that I'm doing, right? It's my mindset, it's my skill set of being able to present that, right? And then my process is to walk you all through this, right? My process is to go through each one of these things. It's to show you the playbook, it's to talk through these things, tell you stories, maybe make you laugh every once in a while because I'm here to laugh, right? And so as I'm showing these things, that's part of my process. Now, my output is desired to have a bunch of people come in here and make sales and to do all that, right? And I'm hoping that I get good feedback from all the things that I'm doing, but I can't do anything about this. So I'm only going to focus on these things, and then I'm going to review these things later and say, how can I do this better? Okay. So I want you guys to do that same thing in your business. All right. Now that does that make sense? Y'all with me? Y'all with me? Does that make sense? In fact, how I would be interested to know if any of you have had from us just hanging out. I've been doing this for a couple hours. I think I started at 3. Let me see. Yeah, we're just 2 hours in. Have any of you had any insights or anything that you've learned just from being here over the last couple hours or even uh, the last like 15, 20 minutes? Anything that's been helpful for you already. And the reason why I'm asking for that is a lot of times we don't apply the things that we're learning because we haven't said out loud, oh, that thing would have helped me to improve this, right? So if there's anything, I'm curious if this has been helpful for y'all and in what way. Because as soon as you say out loud, oh, this is helpful for me because I understand this now you're more likely to do that thing. If we don't acknowledge the awarenesses we have, we will literally keep doing the same thing over and over in our businesses and trying to figure out how we can affect the input and the output. It just becomes really difficult because you can't do that. And so it becomes, yeah, is really difficult. So I hope that you guys are getting something out of this. Let's get to this next piece here, okay? So we just covered what's up. Thanks for the raid. What up, y'all? We're doing a master class right now. Now that I just had a few people come in here, I want to just quickly talk about. I am curious though, because some people are going to come in and be like, "Wait, somebody just took me to another show." Are y'all live selling right now? You guys reselling? You live selling? You guys on? Or you guys traditionally reselling, like on eBay, Poshmark, Mercari, Depop, Etsy? Any of y'all doing that? Raid. Thank you so much for the raid. We're gonna do a giveaway. We're going to give away the playbook. So we're talking through this playbook right here. This is the strategies that we've used to generate over $100,000 on just Whatnot alone. Okay. And so I give the strategies. We used to be traditional resellers, so that's why I bring it up. The playbook is what we're going to be giving away. As I know my wife is doing something, so as soon as she can, she's going to run the giveaway on this. So enter in. But this is for people that are looking to live sell or people that are traditionally reselling and looking how to get into live selling because I see a big crossover for that. And it tends to be like a little bit difficult, and I want to help people to bridge that gap as quickly as possible. So we're going to be giving away the digital copy of this. So let's look at this. I've got a few people in here. Have any of you read through this entire playbook yet? Ava, I know you're like, I got to print this thing off. Anyone else has anyone read through this all the way? We've given a bunch of these away. We've sold a bunch of them. They also come along with our launch challenge. They come along with a few other things. Has anyone read this even halfway? Curious. Haven't? Halfway. Okay, cool. Cool. Cindy, thank you for that. Anything, Cindy, that you got out of it in the halfway through that was like helpful for you? I'm curious. Reptile guy, what's up? Always hanging out with me. Reptile guy's been I bound mine too. I love that. I love that. I like to write notes in it as well, right? Just like ahas that I have as I'm moving through it. So as I show you guys this, so we just talked about the universal systems model, which is essentially what we call um, the one systems model. Your business is just made up of systems. That's all it is. The systems that we use, we run through a larger system that we call the 5S cycle. Okay. Good evening, reptile guy. I'm glad to have you here. The 5S cycle is the basics, it's the fundamentals of your business. Okay. Okay, gotcha. You're like, hey, I've gotten so much like time with you between master classes, a 1 day intensive, reading through a book. Like, I don't know, stuff is happening. I just can't tell you. I know, I know that. You know what, Cindy? That's actually why I put this all together in a playbook because it was like a fire hose, like trying to explain it because there's a lot of moving pieces. Business is complex. I wish it's complex. So I like to take the complex and just break it down into the simple because a lot of times as we're working in our business, a lot of times it's so complex, we don't even know what it is that we're specifically working on. So we're just trying to do like our to-do list instead of doing the things that are actually going to make a big difference in our business. And again, remember, a business is just made up of a bunch of systems that hopefully work together harmoniously in a unified and integrated fashion. Okay. Yeah, you just keep going through and repeating this stuff. That's why I do these master classes so frequently, or I try to, so that the people that come in, you'll go through this and listen to it, and I'll repeat the same stuff over and over because you want it to seep in. It'll start to make sense when you start to apply it to your own business. Okay, so here's the 5S cycle. All right, the 5S cycle is like the basics of what you're doing in any sort of live selling or reselling business. Okay, so let's look at that. All right. This is also the same thing that you're doing in your traditional resale business as well. You may just not have like sat down and actually looked at what are the components of my business. We had an actual cycle for our traditional reselling business that I wrote down, and these frameworks, they all come from what we were doing. Why? Because if I'm going to sit and I'm going to talk to my wife about something like this, we need to have a common language. A lot of times, the reason why we can't have a breakout in our business is because we don't have a language to apply or a framework from which to work through. So it's like trying to bake chocolate chip cookies, but you've never done it before. So you're winging everything that you're doing. And so if you don't have a process and you can't teach me your process, then you don't know what you're doing. Let me say that again. If you don't have a process, you don't know what you're doing. Because what will happen is if you go into, let's say, for example, you go do a live show and you don't have a process for how you do it, but you go in and you do your live show and you get some results, okay? And then the next time, because you don't have really a process of what you're doing, you're just kind of like filling it out, which is totally okay. You're trying to figure it out. You do another show and it does really well. And you're like, okay, cool. And then you do another show and it doesn't do quite as well. And if you were to come to me and be like, hey, what should I do about these shows? I was like, well, what's your process? And if you're like, what do you mean? Like, what are you? I don't have a process. And I'd say, if you can't describe to me what you're doing as a process, when you win, you don't know why you're winning. And when you lose, you don't know how to fix it because everything is just brand new, winging it every single time. That's why, like, if somebody comes to me and they're like, well, my process is to yell at my chat and say, run it up, chat, over and over again, then I say, that's great. I'm glad you have a process. Now we can go work on your process. But if you're like, I just do things differently every single time, I don't know what I'm necessarily, I'm just kind of like doing whatever I feel in that moment. Sometimes I'm doing this, sometimes I'm doing that. If you don't have a process, it's really difficult to try to replicate something that's going to work. And if it does work, you don't know how you did it. It's like I figured out. It's like cooking something, and then you're like, "This is delicious," and you're like, "How'd you make it?" You're like, little this, little that," and you're like, "Could you repeat it?" You're like, "No, I'm just kind of filling it out." And so you make a really good meal, and you're like, "Man, I wish we had a recipe for this. I wish there's a way we could repeat this." You're like, "Oh, guess it was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I'll never know how to do this." That's how a lot of people's shows are. Or they try something and they're like, oh, this meal's horrible. You're like, well, how did you make it? You're like, I don't know, a little of this, a little of that. And you're like, it's really difficult for us to have any sort of traction in our business if we don't have a process for what it is that we're doing. So what we do is we break things down into the components so we can identify the areas that are working, but more importantly, we have a path that we can constantly improve on those components. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you don't break down your business into the various components that your business is made of, you can't improve on each one of those components. You might make an overall improvement, but it's very difficult to pinpoint what it is specifically you're trying to improve. So, what do I mean? Let me explain this, okay? So, I say let me explain this like you're stopping like, guys, let me explain this, please. Okay? Stop interrupting, guys. Let me explain this. All right? So, your reselling business is this. You go out and you find items, that's sourcing. You then bring them home and you stage those items. That's how you clean them up, you make them look better, whatever you need to do to present them in the best light possible, right? Then you show those items, hopefully to an audience that is interested in those items. And when you do so, after that, you ship the items, okay? When you ship the items, all of that stuff gives us an output or feedback. And all of this feedback does is we can figure out how we can go back in and improve these things once we understand what's happening. So, when a lot of times when people are struggling in their business, it's their processes or their systems are lopsided, okay? So how many of you are traditional resellers or how many of you know what death piles are? You guys know what death piles are? Anyone here know what a death pile is? Okay. This is how, thanks, Kiki. Okay, this is a death pile. Yes, I'm laying in one right now. You're like just laying in your death piles. Like, how? Does this guy see me? Is this a two-way camera? How's he know? I'm laying in it. Right? Novation Station is he's our is like a brother to us, so he's at our house all the time, and he brings his beautiful dog over, and his dog loves it if we have like where we're sorting clothes, like especially from like the bins, right? She loves to come lay in it because like what dog wouldn't love all the different smells that come from the bins? So she loves to lay in it, but she would love it even more if we had death piles, which we don't have death piles because those items they're only sorted and then they're moved through. Okay. Here is the lopsidedness that I was talking about. This is death piles. That's how death piles happen, right? And it's not like a fault of yours. Of course you're going to source because that's the best part of your business, right? The issue becomes is we don't move on to the next thing, and a lot of times we're just not following a cycle of what we are supposed to do. A lot of times we know what we're supposed to do next, but we end up focusing on the things that we love to do, and it never does that. Or we source and then we clean up the item, and then we get it up there, but then we this is like this right here is um this would be like you listing. So you source it, you stage it, and you list it. This is traditional resale, and then you ship it. But you immediately go back out to sourcing again once these things are listed, even though they haven't sold yet. Okay, and so because of that, it runs into an issue. The issue is you're not getting enough market feedback quickly of what's working and what isn't working. That when you go out to source, your business becomes lopsided because you have 7,000 items, but you're not selling 7,000 items like every 3 months, and so it becomes an issue because now you're becoming bloated. Your business becomes bloated. Okay. Does that make sense? Because you're not moving it out fast enough. And that's not your fault because even if you were to go list these things, you can't turn up the lever on that thing. So in traditional resale, it's expected that you have an inventory system that should be growing. If you want to grow your business, and you got to grow your inventory, right? So so as your business grows, your inventory grows. Well, that creates an issue. It creates a lot of bloat in the business, meaning you got to store those, you got to get more poly bags. Your inventory system needs to be more complex as you go through to figure out how do you like keep track of like 5,000 items, and when one of those 5,000 items sells, how do you go find that item quickly, because you don't want to spend 45 minutes on an item that sold for 20 bucks, and you spend 45 minutes looking for it because you're losing money off of it because you essentially at that point you invested an hour to source it and list it. You spend another 45 minutes doing it, you're making like 10 bucks an hour. You get what I'm saying? So it's really important to understand these two different models, because if you want to scale up your traditional business, you got to scale up your inventory system and all your other systems. And when you do that, it creates complexity. And with that complexity comes um, bloat. It becomes, you've got to have a higher overhead. You'll probably have to hire people. Like everything becomes a bigger issue than it is. Whereas with the live reselling business, this entire model is done and done, and it can be done quickly. Okay, it can be done much quicker than anything else. What do I mean by that? Okay, if my wife goes out and sources 50 items, we can stage those items in one day because we're not photographing and listing everything. So it's not that crazy to like steam some items and get them all ready and like clean them all up and lint roll them and get them ready to show. We can do a show in that same day, and within a 24-hour period we can ship 50 items. It's not a crazy thing to ship 50 items, right? And we can understand what happened in that entire process, the story of what happened in that one run. We're looking to get it to the point that we can do it in like 18 hours, all right? And when I say like 18 hours, like all 50 items, they are either being taken out of our house in a USPS package, or it goes back in a plastic bag and gets taken back to the Goodwill because it didn't sell. And so we don't hold on to anything. There's no bloat in the business. It runs really, really, really lean, like crazy lean. Are you guys picking this up right now? Like for my traditional resellers, this is a game changer. What I just said right there is a game changer that can never happen on Poshmark, eBay, Mercari. It's never ever happening. It can never happen on there. Why? Because if I go out, are you able to write all the items? I'm sure. Yeah, well, you get a discount, and then whatever. When you do that, you can take the receipt, so you're donating it back, and you get a tax write-off for the receipt, right? For the donation. What about us storage unit buyers? Okay, same process, right? So let's say your sourcing is buying a storage unit, right? Now here's the thing. Oh, I love this so much. Can we talk sweet home resale? Okay, by the way, we're friends. I don't know if you decided that, but I just decided that. Okay, Lisa, we are now friends. Um, and I'm going to go. Lisa, are you okay? Can I talk to you about, are you all right? Like you and I have a conversation. We just let like 29 other people like hang out with us. Are you cool with that? Okay, cool. Let's talk about how this applies to your business. I think a lot of times because we sell clothes, and we go out sourcing and finding those items, they're like, oh, this doesn't apply to me. This applies across the board. It doesn't matter what your business is. It's still going to be the same thing. Your processes are going to be different than it, but overall, you're going to be using this, you're going to be building your business in your way. Okay. And so this is designed for that. That's what the 5S cycle is designed for. So when you go out sourcing, you're picking up, Lisa, you're buying storage units, correct? Is that how you source? Okay. Okay. When you source, there's a process of how you do this thing, okay? And Lisa, I don't know if you were here, but we talk about the universal systems model. You have an input and a process for how you do that, okay? So your input's going to be like your time, your energy, your resources, your mindset, your skill set. Okay, cool. I'm glad you saw that. Okay, so you're going to look through, and when you know what you're doing as far as you have a process, like if you were to teach me, I'm like, Lisa, teach me this like buying storage unit game, right? You could teach me your ability to source the items. That's you finding those things. Once you get that, once you've sourced it, you've taken control over those things, you're going to then most likely have some sort of transition to prepare those items to be staged in some way. You're going to stage those items because that's like you, and maybe you could tell me a little bit like it. So you could get a storage unit, you open that thing up, you get to like peek in it, right? You get an idea of what's in there, you see some items, you're like, okay, but then you got to do, okay, so you do a live unboxing, right? So your process of staging is literally happening live. So this would be the same thing that you would do in when you go to the bins and you're like, hey guys, I have this item, right? So you're essentially like, it's still a staging process in some way because you got to stage your show. So staging is three areas. It's you staging your items, it's staging your environment, and it's staging yourself, right? So you still have to stage the environment. You still got to set up your shows in the environment. So if you do a live unboxing, are you doing a live unboxing from the actual storage unit itself, or are you taking the items back somewhere and then doing it? Are you in the storage unit that you just purchased all? No, in a warehouse. So you get all the items and then you go back to your warehouse and then you unbox the items there. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Stick with me. Thanks, Lisa. Okay. So that is part of your staging process. This is you like transferring the items to your warehouse, your environment of that, your environment of your warehouse, that's part of your environment. How you then stage those items has a big effect, okay? How you are unboxing those things, it can create intrigue. So you have a process for which you stage the items and also getting yourself ready to do that thing as well. And then you go live. This is you doing your show. This has an input and a process as well for how you go about doing that, how you go about like unboxing the item, where the camera angle is. That's all a process. What you say, how you create intrigue, how you create that whole process, which is great, by the way, because in that is built in this intrigue of like, oh man, she's going to open up this box. I want to see what's in it. That's why people probably sit in your shows for hours watching it because we want to see what the next thing is that comes out, right? Is that, am I on the right? Okay, cool. Then after that, you want to ship your items. Okay. So do you ship right out of your warehouse right there? Like you shipping those things, like your shipping station's just over there and you just ship it right out of there? Okay, cool. So, and then after that, this story piece is you understanding what happened in each one of these, okay? And I love this. Thank you, Lisa, for doing this with me, okay? Because here's the key to the whole thing, right? If we just do this, you can do what this means is you just do the same thing over and over, and we never evaluate what's working in the business and what's not working in the business. So we never actually look at what our input and our process is. We just assume that the way that we're doing it is the way that you do it. What do you mean? Like, how else would I do it? No, there is a way to improve every single bit of this. So we take this iPoth and we lay it over each one of these. I have an input, you have an input and a process for how you source. your time, your energy, your resources, your mindset, your skill set for how you find those items. And then you have a process for how you do the deal to you have a whole process for this. And then there's a transition and then you're in the staging. This right here, even these arrows, there's an input and a process for how you do this, how you load up those things. How many vehicles do you have to take to do this? How do you separate out the items when you do that? Then you have a staging process of how you're going to show these things, getting ready for the show, how you get yourself ready. All this has a process. When you begin to identify what your inputs and your process are, that's how you affect your outputs and your feedback for each part of these things. What I see a lot of people do is they're like, dude, I do like 5 lives a week. And I'm like, are you evaluating what's working and what's not working? What you've got to do after that is go through and be like, what are my inputs and process for each part of these business parts of my business? Because that's how you improve your business and that's how you affect the outcome. And a lot of times, the things that we think are going to be the things that are going to have a big impact on our business, man, if we only got rated by 100 people right now, or if I only found these products, my business would take off, are literally things that are outside of our control. We put all of our focus into that instead of putting our focus into these things, which is the input and the process for each part of the system of our business. When we do that, inevitably, what happens is this is crazy. Okay, you ready? I'm going to show you why this works. Okay. If you understand what you're doing at each level and you've identified what your inputs and your process are at each level, then you can go in and affect those things by improving your input and your process. So by making little improvements to the thing, it's not just improving the sourcing, but you actually begin to improve other parts of your business by looking at how you can improve this one thing. So then, for example, if I find one thing that I can improve in my sourcing process, I could shave off like 5 minutes, right? Let's say I just shave off like even 5 minutes. Every time you go out and find a storage unit, you find a way to shave off like 15 minutes of that process. Over time, that actually makes a big difference. At that point, you're like, that's not a big deal. Like I say, 15 minutes, not a big deal. Sometimes it takes me a few hours to find a thing. If I shave off 15 minutes because I make my input and my process better, that's all right. And then I make an improvement with my staging. And now I've improved both of these things a little bit. It's not a 1 plus 1, it becomes a multiplier. So as I begin to multiply these things across the board of how I can improve these things, my business begins to do like a flywheel. It doesn't just improve like onesies and twosies, it begins to compound on things. What do I mean by that? My wife goes out to a thrift store and she finds items, okay? When she finds those items, we've tried to improve it so that we can stage those items so we can do it quicker. Because we can do that quicker, she can do shows more frequently or closer to the time from when she picked up that item. Because we've reduced this amount of time, guess what? Those treasure hunters that love to go out and find the stuff, treasure hunters, raise your hands if you're a treasure hunter in here. Your favorite thing to do is to find that treasure. Your second favorite thing to do is to show other people your treasure. Okay? You follow what I'm saying? Your favorite thing to do is to find the treasure. Then you come home, and if you can, you want to show your treasure to other people, whether they want to buy it or not. That's your second favorite thing to do. How do I know that? Because I am married to a treasure hunter. Does that resonate with any of y'all? You ready for this? I'm going to show you how this process 100%, right? So, by us reducing the amount of staging time that happens, my treasure hunter wife, who just treasure hunted this, we reduce this. Guess what? We're doing the show in the same day that she sourced these items. We call it a turnaround Tuesday. If she can show these items and now they're beautifully staged and we do it in the same day, guess what? My wife, who just found these items mere hours ago, is doing her second favorite thing to do on a show and it's translating. Okay. So because of that, what happens is she has a better show because she's like, oh my gosh, you won't believe what happened today. She also remembers everything that happened that day because it was mere hours. Instead of being like, oh, I sourced a show and then like 5 days later I did it, she can tell you about what happened in the show. Because of that, she actually does better in selling it because her excitement is there. And she remembers stories of being like, it was the craziest thing when I was doing this. This woman walked up to me, she said this thing, she's remembering that. And because she's still excited and she's able to recall what happened, her show does better. Now, when we ship that thing out quicker, guess what? When she does her shipping, she's actually reviewing when she like goes through and generates labels and figures out where everything's going, she's reviewing what did well on this show. Because this time is reduced from her doing a show to when she's looking at what sold and what didn't sell and what bid up and what didn't bid up. What she's doing is the next time she goes out sourcing, because this has been now shortened, when she goes out sourcing, she's a better treasure hunter this time around because she understands the story of what's happened. So you want to identify what your process is, because if you can shave off time, money, if you can shave off the things in it that aren't really that fun to do, or you can streamline other things, you get better and better at what it is that you're doing. By you doing this, that's the thing that drives up the viewership in your shows. Those are the actual things, the levers that you're pulling in your business that actually has a positive impact on your business to where you're making more money. When you go through this process and you do this again and again, you are improving faster than everyone else in the market. And because you're improving faster than everyone else in the market, thereby what happens is we go back to that two target strategy. We're going to take the elevator up here just a second, right? So we do our two target strategy, right? Our two target strategy, elevator's going up here, folks. Stay with me now. When we do our two target strategy, now we can see how that actually impacts what we're doing because we are staying focused. Let me get you there. We're staying focused on the only things that matter in our business, okay? The only thing that we're really focused on is customer lifetime value and getting market feedback. So, Lisa, when you go out and you open up a storage unit, if you are do this process really well, other people are going to come back in because they loved what it is that you got, and they'll come back to you again and again. And you're learning quickly what is selling, what isn't, and you can then go back and get better at finding the storage units in your process of doing that because of the quickness of through which you can move through this 5S cycle while you're improving the cycle. The smoother that you can go through that cycle and you have your processes down, the better you can do. When you do that, you have more of an opportunity to put it in front of more buyers, because what happens is you're figuring out this whole thing. You have somebody that comes in the first time, you have your shipping model down, so that first time buyer has the opportunity to come back because you're able to do this 5S cycle quicker. You those buyers become fans because they can come back and buy from you again, which makes them a return buyer. When you have more return buyers, you get more market data. You figure out what sells, what doesn't sell, what buyers like, what they don't like, what items bid up, which ones don't. And because of that market data, you get better at sourcing. When you get better at sourcing and staging and show, you create a better overall experience. So your CLV goes up and so on and so forth. This is called a flywheel, y'all. It's a flywheel. You are looking to create a flywheel in your business, okay? If you want an example of what a flywheel is, go Google Amazon Business Flywheel and you'll understand why Amazon has grown so quickly. Because in every single process that they have, they're improving with what they're doing. You guys picking up what I'm throwing down right now? You guys picking up what I'm throwing down? Does this make sense? Okay, cool. It sounds like overly, when I describe it as a whole thing, sometimes I think people are like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm still running into this challenge. A lot of times, the challenges that we have in our business are not the challenge. They're not what it looks like is an output and a feedback that is not working. And we are taking the approach to it that is not based on the input in the process. So we spend all of our time trying to figure out tactically how we can increase the output that we want instead of trying to focus on what we can actually control. Okay, and I know it's not like the sexiest thing to like try to talk through, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And if you go look at any big business or any successful business, that's what they're doing. That's what you're doing, is just improving your process or your service. And when you do that, everything changes. Everything changes. Why? Well, from a mindset perspective, if I'm worried about my outcome or my output and my feedback, and I'm constantly putting my attention there, not only am I losing because I can't control that output and that feedback, but there's not really a solution within the output and the feedback that's going to help me, right? So if I'm constantly looking here in the one area that I cannot control, and I'm putting all of my energy into this, guess where that energy is not going? It's not going into me improving this part of that. So what it turns into is I am spending too much time worrying about these things that I can't control. And then I'm like, I don't have time to run my business. Look, if you can just tell me how to get more people to my show, then I would do better. okay, then I would do better. All right. But because of that, it's what it what it ends up being is once I get in shape, I'll go to the gym. It's like that kind of idea of like, well, if I had 100 people in my show, it's easy. I would do better. And you're like, well, your show isn't set up to have 100 people in it. Your input in your process isn't designed to have 100 people in it. Did you guys follow what I'm saying? Most of the times, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get more people to our show without looking at the what our show is actually doing. So we spend all of our time trying to figure out how to get people to our show. And when we don't get people to our shows, we just state the problem is I don't get enough people to my show. I'm gonna. How many of you would like to know how to get more people to your show? After I just said that, you're like, I'm not raising my hand. How many of you are like, if I had more people at my show, okay, let's talk about this. I think here are the two big things that I see. How do I get more people to my show? And how do I do shipping? Those are probably the two main things that I get all the time. And well, three. And do I have to do $1 starts? Those are probably the things like starting bid. I think starting bid, shipping, and probably how do I get more people to my show is the main thing. Do you guys want to understand how to get more people to your show? Okay, Bailey. Okay. Let's talk about this, okay? So we're going to talk about this in the terms of what we looked at, okay? Remember that the amount of people in your show is an output, okay? We need to understand we need to understand what output we want, but we need to understand that really the everything that we're trying to do is happening in this green area. It's not happening here. So we need to design this, okay? What happens is we end up doing the same thing over and over, and we're like, I don't know why people aren't coming into my show. I'm going to give you guys some tips today that are going to help you right now tactically to improve your show so that you will do better, okay? Now, here's the hardest thing about this. In me doing this, understand I haven't seen your shows. I'm never trying to make you feel bad. And if you're doing any of these things or you're not doing something that I'm suggesting you do, it's not like you are bad at this or anything. It's like you didn't have the recipe. I'm going to give you the recipe for how to do this. But the reason why I'm going through all this is the main thing is so that you can go in and get the feedback from your own business. Okay. Because I can coach you on how to do this thing. So if I came onto your show and I watched it and I'm like, these are the things I'd improve, what I'd rather do is be like, this is the model through which I'm looking at your business through that will help you to get this result. But you can learn the model. That way you don't have to come to me to do it. So you can learn to drive. You don't have to have me be your Uber. Okay. So that's what this is. What's up? Custom wood burning. Thank you for being here. Okay. So I hope that this helps you. We're going to talk about how to get more viewers to your show. Now, first things first, the question of how to get more viewers to your show needs to be the first thing you want to ask is, should I bring more viewers to my show? Okay. Before you ask that, before you say, how do I get more viewers to my show? The first thing we want to say is, do I want more viewers? Should I be bringing more viewers to my show? And you're like, well, of course, I need more viewers. What I would say to that is, as long as your process and your input is good to go, then yeah, you want more buyers. Yeah, 100%. So as long as your input and process are good, now it's time to bring more viewers to your show. But if you are doing any of those models I showed you before, you don't want to bring more people to your show because the first time that somebody experiences you, might be the last time they experience you because you only have a short amount of time to make an impression on them. So we're going to go through this and I'm going to show you why you want to get this thing in line first. So when people are like, well, how do I get more people to my show? My first question is, should we get more people to your show? And then we can talk about how do we get more buyers, okay? Because that isn't, you're 100% correct in saying like, no, I'm not looking for more people. I want more buyers in my show, which I think is a better question. Although you want more viewers in your show because viewers will turn into buyers if you understand the process of how people move through your, like, through this sequence that I'm about to show you. Okay. Now remember, if we don't have a process or we can't describe something as a process, we don't know what we're talking about. All right. So we want to understand the process and the framework. That's why we spend a lot of time talking about processes and frameworks, because once we understand the framework, then it's easy. Okay. I get people that doesn't equal more money. Okay. 100%. That doesn't. But we're going to talk about that very thing. Okay. For just a quick moment, so I can see, I'm going to move the chat over. You can slide it over as well. I'm not going to talk to you like specifically reading the chat, but stick with me because this will be really beneficial. Okay. So, first things first is we need to understand, we call this the super fan sequence, okay? This is not something I came up with, but this is something that's important that you understand so you can understand what your buyer's journey looks like, okay? So first, we're going to have what's called awareness. Somebody doesn't know who you are, you've never been even a part of their universe in any way whatsoever, and then they become aware of you. How might they become aware of you? It might be like they see your show poster or something. Maybe somebody mentions you to somebody else, or they like, maybe you get like, let's see, I've had 11 people share this. So maybe like you just get, somebody shares this, they're not aware of me, right? And then somebody shares this show, and now they're at least aware of me in the sense of like, oh, somebody shared a show with me. Okay. So that's the first part, awareness. Then somebody needs to be able to discover you. Discover is like in the same thing. In order for them to discover me through somebody's shares, right? So they receive a message. Let's say that um, let's say that Lisa's like, hey, I'm going to share this. She shares this with somebody else. That person sees like Making Grace Vintage is doing this. And so that's an awareness. Then they click on that and they discover me, because when they come into the show, now they can see me. So now we're at a point of discovering me. Okay. After they come into the show, the very first thing that everyone's going to do in here is they're going to go into consideration. Okay. So they're going to consider. What is considered? Do I like this person? Do I not like this person? Does this show make sense? Does it not make sense? What is this? Like, where am I at in this? Who is this person? What are they doing? I'm considering this whole thing. This entire process right here could literally take 3 seconds. You only have this. If this takes 3 seconds, here's the thing. A lot of times when someone considers you and then they're like, no thanks, they move on from here, that might be your only chance for that person to see you. Okay. So the next part after that is what we call conversion. Okay. Conversion, I don't necessarily believe needs to be a dollar exchange for something. There doesn't need to be an exchange of value through a currency like the dollar, but there might be an exchange of value in some way where, like I said, let's say Lisa shares my show, her friend Julie comes in, she's now discovered me, she's watching for a little while because she's considering, and then she's like, all right, I can see this. And I say something like, hey, who's laying in their death piles right now because your house is filled with them? And they're like, man, this person knows what they're talking about. And then they convert. Now there's conversion. Okay. I'm gonna, just so I can keep with this. Okay. Consideration. Now there's conversion. The conversion itself could just be like, I'm down for staying a little bit longer. I'm now considering, I've considered this person. I've now converted to being like, yeah, I like this enough to stick around. That could just be a conversion. Just somebody's attention on you for a period of time. You've got to understand like how valuable that is. When somebody pays attention to you for a period of time, even if they're only with you for a while, even if they're not buying from you, that's still valuable. Because right now there's 29 people in here. Every single person that is watching this has access to Netflix, Amazon Prime, um, TikTok, Instagram, other people. The attention is, this is, you guys are paying me your attention, which is super valuable. So anytime that someone's in your show, even if it's 3 to 5 people, that's an amazing thing to consider. A lot of times I was like, 29 people isn't that many people. If 29 people were in my house right now, it'd be a lot of people. Then why wouldn't 29 people watching me live right now be a lot of people? You know what I'm saying? If a lot of people are like, 3 people isn't that many. If there was 3 people in your kitchen right now, you would take notice, and you it would be a different thing, right? A lot of times we are minimizing what we have sitting in front of us, thinking that we need more, and we're missing out on the opportunity we have in front of us right now. Because somebody, if they're watching you, they've converted enough to stay and watch. Okay, 30 people in here have considered enough to stay and watch. Number 4, hang out with me long enough, and we will end up in a relationship, right? Now, This relationship may be the point that you, right here, maybe you spend some money with me. Maybe you don't spend any money with me. Maybe you spend money with me in relationship. Okay. Maybe that's how we enter into a relationship. We exchange value in some way. Okay. If but this relationship still might not be money, okay? This could be something where they're like, I'm 100% with this person, okay? How many of you in here are not currently working with me in any sort of capacity? You're not part of the coaching group or the community, but you've been with me for at least an hour over the last, like, say, like 4 weeks. You spent over an hour with me, but you have, okay, 100%. All right. Look, we're in relationship at this point. All right. If you spend an hour with me, yep, Mayor, I remember you. Yep. So if you we're in relationship right now, okay? Here's the thing, me over an hour watching you, debating if I should join. I love it because here's what's gonna happen. I just discovered now I'm converted. I love it. Okay. Once we're in relationship, we are more likely that this is gonna continue again. Okay. I'm in a relationship. People are changing their status on Facebook. I'm in a relationship. I don't know his last name, but I like him. I'm converted, right? So just don't tell your husbands. Yeah, I get people messaging me, hey, this is so and so's husband. Here you're in a relationship. I'm like, no, 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 no. They look, they considered me, they converted, we're in a relationship. It's not what you think it is, okay? Um, once we're in relationship, here's the cool thing. If you like me, you will tell other people about me. Okay. Also, this turns into retention, meaning, meaning what will happen is look, this relationship may actually be money, but it may just be that we're in a relationship because you're giving me time, right? Here's the thing. The longer that you spend with me, the more likely it is that you're gonna know, like, and trust me. Okay. If I spend like hours in front of a camera with you, humans are really good at being able to pick up like micro expressions and all this. If I seem like I'm being fake or like I'm putting on an act, you're going to figure it out really quick, unless I'm like a professionally trained actor. But even then, to stand in front of a camera for hours and talk, you're going to if you're still with me, either you sit and watch me and you're just like, I hate this person so much, I just, like, I don't know, maybe there's someone like that. Or, what's up, Okie Treasure, I just sent a couple I met last night at a livestock auction that was new to whatnot. That is awesome. That's so cool. Glad to have you in here. If you spend more time with me, you're going to know, like, and trust me. One of the best things that you can do is have a lot of people know, like, and trust you, because that is a lot of times our parameters for what we need in order to spend money with somebody, right? So we might be in a relationship and you know, like, and trust me, but we might be in a relationship for a long time before any money is exchanged between us. I totally missed a class yesterday. Don't worry, we're doing another intensive on Wednesday, okay? Toya, go into the classroom. I just unlocked a bunch of stuff for you, okay? Go into the classroom, you're gonna see the Pro Pack. If you guys wanna see what I'm talking about, you guys can click the buy now. Go to the Live Reseller Pro Pack. You can look at that, scroll through it. This is what I'm talking about with Toya. She's part of our community. What's the schedule for the class? So the schedule for the class, so I do a 1 day, yeah, go look at the Pro Pack. There's like, I put a ton of stuff in there, really valuable stuff. You can hang out with me here if you want, but I talk about all that stuff plus more in that Pro Pack. But like, you can stay here with me if you want to. The schedule for the pack or the class, I do a 1 day, like, it's an intensive, it's 8 hours that I spend, but it's on a Google Meet, so everyone can like see each other's faces. And so I'll do like training for everything, not training like the teaching and all that, but then it's community coaching. So we go through and getting people prepared to launch their business, getting them show ready, stage ready, all that stuff, so that they can launch their business. Where we do like a raid and like bring a bunch of people into somebody's show. That's what the intensive is. We are doing one of those. Our next one is on Wednesday. It's all day long. But the cool thing is if you miss it, once that recording gets rendered and gets sent to me from Google, which turns out might take longer than 24 hours because it's a big recording, I then put that into our community, and in the community you can access that. So if you missed yesterday's call and you're part of the community, you're part of the launch challenge, Don't worry, I'm going to upload it. You can watch that whole thing. You're going to get like 6 hours of pure gold because of the people in the community and what they were sharing, as well as like the training going back and forth and the coaching. And you'll get all the intensive. So you can join for the ones that you want like in the future as well. Okay. So now that if we spend enough time with each other, you're going to know, like, and trust me. When you know, like, and trust me, you are more likely that at one point, here's what I know. Okay. If I'm doing master classes week after week, I started at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So it'd be 10 o'clock your time. Okay. And that would be for the people that are part of the launch challenge. This is not people that just have the playbook. This is actually a different thing. It's in the buy it now if you want to see it. The launch challenge. What time zone? Yeah, I'm in Mountain Standard Time. So it's going to go from 8 to 5 Mountain Standard Time. Toya, I'm not sure off the top of my head where you are. And then we're also talking about doing one on a Pacific. Okay, so it's going to be 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. your time. All right. And don't feel like, Toya, that you need to be there the whole time. We did have some people come in and out because some people are like, I'm working, I'm doing stuff. Totally. It's designed so that you can come in, jump in with what we're doing, and get coaching and feedback. But that 1 day intensive coaching experience, that's on Wednesday at 9. And then it'll go from 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 Pacific time or 10 to 6. Yeah. So that's what she's talking about, though, or that's what I'm talking about. What my wife just pinned is the launch challenge. This is where we help people. We work with you. I get to see your beautiful face. I get to hear your voice. I get to understand more about your business, and then we help you to launch your business. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well, Toya. So you can hang out with me here if you like. That pro pack is filled with stuff in there. So we do a staging masterclass. We talk about the foundations when I talk through the opportunity. Go look through that. There's like gold in there. Okay. Chiboko, what's up? Good to see you. Okay. So what I know is if I'm doing master classes and you come in and we're hanging out and I do this for long enough and you're like, oh, this guy's, I will watch him. That over a period of time, you're going to know, like, and trust me. When you know, like, and trust me, you're more likely to convert. Okay. So when I have an offer at one point and be like, what's up? If I'm like, hey, y'all should join me in this thing that I'm doing, or I'm coaching people, or like, hey, I have a pro pack where you can go get all the videos of all the things that I'm talking about, plus the playbook, and you get access to the community. You're like, yeah, I know, like, and trust this guy, and I'm ready to do this. So that is, we are like in relationship at that point. Also, you're more likely to convert or, excuse me, refer. So what I mean by that is like you get into the community, you're working with me, you're like, oh, this guy's like legit, like he's teaching me like real stuff and it's helping me in my business. And you start getting results or something like that, you are more likely to go tell other people about me, where you're referring and you're gonna be with me. As long as that relationship continues in the manner that you think it is, then you're getting what you need or more. You're gonna stay with me. This superfan sequence is what buyers are going through for your show. They're going through this for your show. So a lot of times when I talk about where people are like, hey, how do I get more people to my show? I'm going to just tilt this down for a second. A lot of times when people are saying, how do I get more people to my show? My thing is like, hey, do we want to make sure that, first of all, you got this first part like at a point that people will want to stay in your show? Because what we don't want to have happen is we don't understand the inputs and the processes of our business, and we're doing that same thing of like, hey, chat, run it up, chat, run it up, chat, run it up, right? Or I'm sitting there, you come into my show and I'm just going, Field and Stream, 100% cotton, extra large blue. Field and Stream, 100% cotton, extra large blue. Field and Stream, 100% cotton, extra large blue. No? Okay, next item. If I'm doing that in the show and you come into my show and that's my whole thing, your awareness of who I am, and then you discover me, your consideration might be not for me. And the next time I see your show poster or your name, I'm probably not going to come back. So we want to make sure that we understand the superfan sequence. And here's the big thing, okay? First of all, does that make sense? We want to align our shows first before we start down this path of how do we get more people. We want to make sure that we understand what the sequence for people is, okay? The second piece to this is, and I'm going to give you guys tactical stuff in here in just a moment, so stay with me. But the second piece to this is as well, is you need to understand that people can move through this entire sequence never give you money, and they are worth thousands upon thousands of dollars for you. You should never think just because you are doing a show and I've got 28 people in here, I should never think if I walk out of this and I don't make another sale tonight, that's okay because there's something that's happening right now. And your process for consideration might be 2 weeks. Maybe I got to do master classes for you and I'm in consideration and you're like, I got to watch like 4 hours of this thing before I'm even going to decide whether or not I like this guy or I believe what he's saying. Totally. Maybe this conversion cycle takes 3 months. Maybe we enter into a relationship after me doing this for 6 months, and after that, it goes into referral. To be like, well, that's a really long cycle. Maybe. How long does the program last? The program itself is actually an ongoing program. Okay. The reason why I say that is we're going to continue to do these 1 day intensives. Anyone who joins us for the launch challenge can join though any intensive going forward. The community itself is free for those that have gone who have entered it, either like you've gotten a playbook or you purchase a launch challenge. Once you're in the community, that portion of it is free for life. Then we do calls. We're going to be doing a 1 day intensive. Yeah, woohoo! You're in it for life. Okay. Now, if you join in on playbook and then you go into the community, obviously the launch isn't free. The launch itself costs money because we're coaching people in a community, right? So but as long as you're part of the launch challenge, like that thing, whatever we put up in there, that's all yours forever. We're going to keep that community open for the foreseeable future. We actually love it. So it's going to continue to grow. So the program itself, now for you to do a launch, what I prefer to do is it happens within the next like 60 days would be my preference. And so I just keep that in mind as well. Like I do prefer that people like don't, if you're in my launch challenge thing and I've seen that and I've seen everybody else do a show, but you haven't done a show yet, you're gonna hear from Coach Steve. Okay. So um, okay. So now that we understand this superfan sequence and we have this awareness of what this thing is, we need to understand that this thing, like I was saying, it's so valuable because I might have somebody in here who maybe like they win a playbook givey from me, right? And maybe we should give one of those away. They win a playbook from me. They get the playbook and they read it. And they've never spent any money with me, but they are like, this stuff's really good. And they send it to someone else and they start sharing my show. If you guys want a playbook, you guys can get it right here. Right here, you're going to win it. It's going to be a digital copy of this. You also become a part of the community as well that I was talking about. Okay. So this playbook right here is going to be digital. You'll get a link. You'll just be like, hey, I just need to verify that you received this. We just confirmed that you got it, and then you'll go into the community and then go into the classroom, and in that classroom is going to be the playbook. Okay. So enter it if you want to do it. What is the playbook? It's literally everything I'm talking about. Look, it's a 5S cycle. What I was just talking about earlier, right? Let's see what else we got in here. Oh, the 6 steps to superfan sequence. That's what I'm talking about right here. That's what this is right here. So it's me talking about all the things that are in this book. This book is designed for you to sit down and read it in like an afternoon, but what it's really designed for is you'll read it again and again so that these things go into your mind, because what happens is this. You ready? You can pick it up right there as well. There's a pro, the Live Reseller Pro playbook right there. So check this out, okay? A lot of times we start doing our shows and we have somebody that comes in and they're there all the time, but they're not buying from us. We may not even see them in the chat, but you might not know that you are actually in relationship and they really like what you're doing. And for the past 3 months, they've been watching you and they've seen everything you're doing and they love it. And they're actually giving you referrals. And then they tell their sister about you and their sister comes in and they spend a bunch of money with you. So you don't know what's happening in this entire sequence. What you want to do is and constantly improve on your inputs and your process of your business so that you give people the chance to do this. And guess what? I honestly, like, if you guys are getting value out of this, and then I do another masterclass tomorrow and you show up and you get value out of it, and I do this for the next 6 months, and I show up and you never spend a single dollar with me, I'm totally fine with that. Because I know at one point, we've somehow along the lines, if you're with me for 6 months, we are in a relationship. And when somebody's like, man, I wish I just had a framework for how I should set up my live reselling business, you're going to be like, ah, You got to go to this. Like, I'm the playbook. You got to do this. You know about this? So some people that aren't even giving you money can be some people that are highly valuable to your business. We want to set up our ecosystem. We want to set up our reselling business to understand this, okay? Why is this important to understand? Why is this important to understand? Because the entire premise of the business, y'all, I'm gonna see if I'm doing this right. The entire premise of the business, y'all, is return buyers. So customer lifetime value, right? So sometimes customer lifetime value isn't even going to be showing up in my bank account directly from that person. I might have somebody who's been with me who loves what it is that I'm doing and it keeps sharing my shows. Maybe they even tip me sometimes as well, right? They might be doing that for months and my customer lifetime value for that person isn't actually like equated to anything except for they are up in my chat, they're helping with feedback, and they're referring a bunch of business to me over and over and over again. And they're increasing my lifetime value, but they're not actually like technically a customer of mine because they've never purchased anything from me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? You don't know who's sitting in your shows. You don't know how valuable they are to your business. So I want to establish this first before I give you tactics on how we then drive people to our business. Okay, so first things first is you got to have the right mindset because if you're like, how do I get more people in my shows or how do I get more buyers to like start buying from me immediately? A lot of times what we're doing is we're devaluing the people that are already showing up for us. And when we do that, they feel it. And that's kind of silly because you don't know that one out of the four people in your show is actually a big spender and whatnot, and they like what you're doing, but you're not valuing it because you think that they are a number. You think that they're one of four or they're one of 23, and you want higher numbers. Therefore, I'm not going to do what I need to do until this number goes up. That'd be like me sitting here being like, chat, listen, I'm not teaching you anything until that number goes up. We're not going to move through this until that number goes to 30. Once that goes to 30, then I'll start providing value. Look, I'm not even going to have a good time unless that number's at 30. So many people I see in their shows are doing that very thing where they are discounting what is actually happening in their show because they've assigned a meaning to things that they don't control. Okay. And it's a poor customer experience and it's a poor seller experience. Like nobody does a show like that, and then on the other end of it being like, well, that was a lot of fun. Can't wait to do that again tomorrow because we've assigned meaning to what it is. So this is really important. Oh, we're about to give it away. Elite upsell resell. You got a playbook coming your way. Follow the link. You're gonna get this as a digital copy of this. Okay. You also just entered into. Yeah, you're very welcome. And yeah, when I have one person in my show, that's my new favorite person, 100%. Okay, so now let's talk about this. So now we talk. We first of all we need to reframe. Okay, reframe this first and foremost because everybody starts at 3 to 5 to 7 people on their show. Everybody does. Okay, if you build on this organically. When my wife started doing this, she built on this organically. We didn't bring in a bunch of Instagram or any of that stuff. She built everything organically on Whatnot. Okay, that's how most people that are doing this are going to do it that way. They don't have a big following someplace else that they're driving traffic into it. Also, I don't recommend that you start trying to drive traffic into your show until you have your process down, right? And so when you have 3 to 5 people in your show, have that mindset of like, this is awesome. 3 to 5 people are taking time out of their life to hang out with me, and I don't know who they are. And so that's really valuable because some of these people might end up either being big spenders with me in the future. Like if you knew one of those people in your chat, like it was this like game where you're like, one of these four people in your chat right now who is listening to you, who is watching you, is going to spend $10,000 with you over the course of 2 years, but you don't know who it is. How differently would you treat those four people in your chat, right? But we don't do that naturally. We do this of like, hey, this number isn't going where I want it to go, therefore I'm going to treat y'all this way. That doesn't make any sense, right? That's also the same thing as being like, once I get in shape, I'm going to go to the gym. You don't get in shape after you go to the gym. You use this as an opportunity to get better at what it is that you're doing. So if I've got 22 people in here, If I come back tomorrow and I got 60 people in here, I'm not changing anything up. It doesn't change what it is that I'm doing or my message or anything that I'm doing in here. Okay. And it is totally possible that someone in this chat right now might spend $10,000 with me over the course of their lifetime. I don't know that. I don't know that, but I'm going to behave as if I do. And it also takes all the pressure off of me and the chat because I'm going to deliver value no matter what. I don't care how many people are in here. Okay. So, let's talk specifically about how you get people to your show, okay? But before we do that, sorry, we got to make sure that your show has at least two things that I can think of right off the bat as to why people leave your show, okay? Number one is how many of you that are in here right now watch me walk through the three hilarious things that I saw on Whatnot last night. The process of selling, rinse and repeat, the run it up chat, and what am I going to call the other one? Um, I don't know what I'm going to call it. We want to make sure that our process when somebody comes into the show works overall. Okay. The reason why is if we're in this place right here, if somebody comes into your show, they become aware of you, they click on it, they discovered, now they're in consideration. Okay. If they're in consideration, we're hoping that they're going to convert. But a lot of times how our shows are set up are going to prevent them from even wanting to even stay in the show. They're never going to convert. Why? Okay. How many of you are familiar with my restaurant analogy that I'm about to drop? I'm just curious because I've gone through this and I want to make sure. I would love it. Chef Ramsay, let's go. Okay, stick with me through this. Okay, I haven't heard it yet. Fantastic. Starbucks. Starbucks. All right. Thanks. Chiboko. It's like, yeah, I know that you mentioned Starbucks. Okay, restaurant analogy. Okay, I want you to imagine that it's nighttime. You are walking down the street with your friend. Okay, I'm going to give you an analogy of something. Okay, I hope that this helps you. Also, after we do this masterclass, I want you to actually go through and see if you can start seeing what I'm talking about. Okay, and I think this will be really helpful for you because you can start going into other people's shows, not in a place of judging them, but just being like, how can I learn from this show of like what's working and what's not working? If I understand what's working and what's not working, when I go to do my own shows, I'm going to have a better idea of how to do it and what I shouldn't do. Okay. So I want you guys to get into this mindset, this framework. All I'm doing here is I'm giving you frameworks to change the way that you think so that when you go out into the world and you're on the Whatnot world and you're looking through Whatnot, you can begin to start to apply these things. So when I'm talking about like the run it up chat, run it up chat, come on, or I'm just talking about the rinse and repeat of being like Field and Stream, blue, 100% cotton, that when you see that, number one, it makes you laugh. Number two is you're not laughing at the person, but you're laughing at the whole scenario of what I was talking about. But number two is that you're like, oh, I see why what works. Oh, I see what doesn't work. Because then you'll do that for yourself. And now you can come get free information. And I've given you frameworks that you can begin to look at your own business and to grow your own business, that you're improving your business. So you're walking down the street at night. Alexa, next. You're walking down the street at night. You and your friend, you're hungry and you see a restaurant, it just says restaurant in it, okay? And you're like, hey friend, let's go get some food, okay? And you walk into the restaurant and it sounds like this. Alexa, pause. That's right. There's no music or anything. There's a fan running in the background, okay? You walk in, you look around. Now remember, you entered in from awareness, okay? This is your awareness. You were aware that there was a restaurant. Okay, cool. Thank you. You discovered it when you walk through the door. Now that you've walked through the door, you're in consideration of this restaurant. When you walk in, you hear no music whatsoever. Okay? And in fact, you don't even see anybody. All right? And as you look over to the right, you see some patio furniture. You see like a folding chair. You see like a lawn chair that's like lounged up. And you see like one of those like fold out tables you get from Costco. When you have like a big event at your house, you just get one of those from Costco and fold it out. And then you look over to your left and there's like a lazy boy recliner and there's like a nightstand. It's not even a table, it's just a nightstand. And there's nothing really on the floor except for some like random rugs, but none of the decor goes together. The lighting's a little bit weird. you're not exactly sure like what you've walked into. Okay, so there's something like yellow lighting over here, there's some like daylight lighting over here. You're like, what is this? And you walk in with your friend, you guys imagining this, and I come up as the host and I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going? I'm surprised anyone's in here right now. Everyone just comes in and leaves. I don't know why. Do you have any requests? What are you guys looking for? What do you guys like to eat? What do you guys like to eat? And let's say, what do you guys like to eat? What's some of your favorite food? You guys throw it out. Like, what are you craving right now? If you could have like food delivered to you right now, what would be the thing that you would choose? Pizza. So you start saying this. You're like, pizza. I like sushi. Korean barbecue is really good. The server is wearing, yeah, the server's actually not wearing pants. It's just a really long shirt. Stuffed cabbage. Okay, so I take this back. I'm like, okay, so stuffed cabbage. Oh, okay, and you like Korean barbecue and sushi, and you like pizza. Okay, cool. Anything else? Anything? Okay. Hang on one second. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay. I just gotta go. I gotta go talk to the chef. Um, I'm just talking to the chef. So Korean barbecue. Let me see if I got any Korean barbecue. Some sushi. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. See some sushi. And then also, okay. When I come back out, are you gonna be standing there? Are y'all gonna be standing there? I know. I'm like adding in props. I actually start building out a really crappy restaurant in here to give the visual. No, you're not gonna stand there. You're leaving. I would be shocked if I came back out and you were standing there. Like, you wouldn't stay, okay? You had the awareness of the restaurant. You discovered it as you saw the sign. You walked in to consider it. You're not converted. You're leaving. We are out, okay? No one's staying for that. And then if I come out of there, I'm the host, and I come out and I'm like, my restaurant isn't doing well. If I was to call a restaurant consultant and be like, hey, I have a problem. I'm not getting enough people to my restaurant. Is that my problem? My problem is not that I'm not getting enough people to my restaurant. My problem is my experience isn't developed. It's not a developed experience. Too many people are doing shows on whatnot. You haven't developed an experience and you want to bring a buyer through. Now, this isn't some like crazy thing that you need to do. You don't need to get costumes. You don't need to create mystery games. You don't need to have flashing lights all over the place. You just need to design a system or a process that people can come into, and then you put the right input into that, right? So my input is going to be my time, my energy, it's going to be my resources, it's going to be my mindset, my skill set. That's what I'm bringing to the show. And then the process is, how do I do that? Like, what is my sequence of doing this, right? What do I have a list for how I go through my process? What does my environment look like? What does my environment look like, right? So with that, this is what I would recommend. Before we start talking about how to get more people to your show, which we will talk about, I've been preparing items and getting everything organized by size before I have my next show. I love that. I the preparation to get it going, right? A lot of times you guys are going to be surprised by this, but if you guys go watch shows that they're not getting a lot of traction, are you saying if I don't have to be you don't have to be a dancing monkey anymore? I'm telling you that you don't have to change your voice, you don't have to act differently, you don't have to do anything. Now you are connecting with people on the other side of the camera, so you need to bring in energy, you need to bring in yourself to it. But what we don't want to do is have them try to figure out what I'm supposed to do. So if I walked in here and I'm like, what do you guys want to do? It's not going to work the same way as if I was like, hey, welcome in. Like, just like when you walk into a restaurant, right? A good restaurant is going to guide you through the entire experience. Hey, welcome in. This is what we're doing here. This is our menu. This is how we order stuff off of the menu. You have a seat here. This is the process. And they walk you through the whole process. They don't come out and be like, how do you like it? Do you like your drinks first or do you like your food first? When do you like your appetizer? Is it afterwards? You let me know. No, that's not what you do, right? They walk you through a process. So number one, understand what your experience, okay? Understand what your experience that you're creating is, okay? The other thing is as well is when people are walking into your show in that period of this consideration, if this turns into confusion at all, if consideration turns into confusion, they are out. They're out. Okay. What's up, Courtney? If your show is at all, um, I want to be super considerate of people's time. I want to hear what do you mean by that? Elite upsells resell. I want to hear what you mean by that. Being considerate of other people's time. I want to hear what you have to say about that. But if there is any confusion in that consideration stage, they'll leave, right? So if I'm confused as to if I walk into a restaurant and it's confusing at all, I'm not gonna like wait around to like figure out like what is this thing about? How does this work? I'll be like, this is confusing. I'm out of here, right? By having everything organized by size. Okay, I'm going to throw something out at you real quick. I'm going to say that size may not actually be the number one thing that you should focus on. What do I mean by that? We are a because I know a lot of times when we organize things by size, what we're looking for is when people come in, we're like, hey, what size are you? What are you looking for? What size are you? I want to throw something out to you. Okay, plot twist. All right. Um, What I mean by that is I would be more interested in your show. I actually wouldn't even remember when we go through this process. And if you're okay, I'm going to talk to you specifically for a second because I think this is a big thing. Jody, are you okay if I talk to you for a second on this? Can we like do a little hot seat moment? Are you cool? Okay. When people come in and they have awareness of you and they discover who you are and they're considering you, when they're not considering your show based off of the sizes that you have available. You know what I'd be more interested in seeing? I want to see all your products, and I'm more interested in you and what you have to offer and the way that you describe a product and you show the product or any stories you have about it or even knowledge that you have about the product. A lot of times you'll be surprised at how many people stay in your show based off of you and how you show the items, not based off of whether or not you have their size. Now, there are people out there shopping, but I want to point something out to you. Jody, you're hanging out with me right now and you're engaging in the chat, but you're not buying anything from me. There's a lot of people in here right now that are watching. They're not watching this thing because of the sizes that I'm going to have or even the products that I sell. They're watching because there's another value that's being exchanged before the money value happens. Because if your business is based off of the sizing of everything and how organized, what you'll end up doing is being like extra light, okay, extra large. I have an extra large in this, and you begin to show all those extra large things. I'm actually more interested in hearing what you have to say about like so this item right here and going through and describing it and telling a story about it. And it doesn't have to be like time consuming at all. You can just simply go through this and people will watch you. And then when they have an item that happens to be in their size and it's a thing that they enjoy, item that they enjoy, they'll buy it. So what you're doing is you're not going in to be like, what are you, that same with that restaurant analogy, being like, hey, I've organized all my food over here based off of like, so I have my sushi over here and I have my burritos over here and I have my macaroni over here because we're trying to appeal to this thing. But if you look at the people that have shows that have higher viewership in it, it's not based off of the sizes and the availability of what they have. A lot of times it has to do with it's entertaining to watch or it's educational or they're getting other value out of it. And then when that size comes across and it's an item they like, they're like, I am more likely to buy. People like you because they know, like, and trust you. It's not your product. In fact, this is the reason why I believe a lot of people struggle in their business because Jody, um, what I want to tell you is your live reselling is not product based. It's not based off of your sizing. It's not based off of what you have. There are people out there hunting for stuff, but what you're building is a process to keep people engaged because you might have people that come into your show and they're like, I like the way that this woman speaks. I like the way that she looks. I like her overall vibe. I like her music, which we got to get some music going on. I like her. Therefore, I'm going to watch. And when people watch for long enough, then they buy from you. See, I would encourage you instead of going through your items and instead of you going through and organizing it by size, going through and be like, what do I like about this item? What is it about this item that I like? Do I have any stories about this? How would I describe this item? Spend time with your items, and then people will watch you describe your items and go through this thing, and it has nothing to do with size. However, if you base your show off of the sizes and the product that you have, what you're going to get is that buyer being like, hey, do you guys have any of this in XL? No? Okay, peace. Peace. Hey, do you have any of this? I'm looking for this. Do you have any pajamas that are size small? No? Okay, I'm out. And so what we do is we think that it's product based, okay? So when we do that, we then are like, if I just had better products, but it's actually not. It's the building relationships, right? 100%, Jody, 100%. So when that happens, everything begins to shift. And it's no longer about your products, although that's the exchange of value. That's a way that we can exchange value now, is by the products we have. You got to remember something. The products that you all have, I'm sorry, treasure hunters, to tell you this, for the most part, are easily accessible in other places. Oh, I know. I know you thought you were the only ones that had it. I'm so sorry to tell you the product that you have is not as rare as you might think it is. Okay? People are not here watching live selling because they're trying to find the product that they're looking for because I can get on eBay and find what it is you're probably holding in your hand right now. And I can do it quicker. So once you understand that, you're like, then why are people staying with me? Thank you. I love it. Thank you so much. My wife will send you the link for how to join that. Are you saying we shouldn't ask for requests? I am saying that. Okay. I know that's really hard to hear because a lot of people do it. And then you're like, well, what do I do? So was it a pro pack? I thought it was a playbook. Mommy pain. I'm in the zone right now. Yeah. Zara, it's mom's closet, 100%. Why do I say that? The only reason why is when I say when you request, like, what requests do you have? You are, yeah. It's so good to see you. I'm so glad that you're coming back. I want to make sure I'm following you. It's funny because I follow off of my wife's thing. Um, I'm making sure that we follow. Okay. When we do it based off of requests alone, what happens is we turn it over to the buyer the buyer to determine what it is that we're going to do. So you might have requests, but another way to frame that is a way of getting market data. Okay, because what happens if they throw out a request and then you don't have the request, right? So if I walk into a restaurant, I'm like, hey, what do you guys do here? And I'm like, what is your let's go. And then I'm like, what requests do you have? Okay, I got to see my little dude real quick. Oh, come on over here. Wait, JJ, come over here. Yeah, come here, dude. You guys want to see? This is my dude. This is JJ. Here's my little boy, always willing to share his food with me. That's you on camera, dude. How do you look? We call him Dandelion because you could blow on his hair and make a wish, right? So his head looks like a dandelion. We're at this stage where we're like, I think we're just gonna grow it long. Just let him grow it long. All those hearts are for you. Yeah. What? This is my dude. Love you. Dang, you smell like food, dude. You smell good. So when we ask in Zara's mom's closet, thanks, Taylor. Um, when we ask for requests, what happens if we don't have like hey, bye. um, I popped into cuteness. I love that. Um, what happens if we don't have what they're requesting, right? So they're in this process of going through this. They're aware, they discover you, they consider, but then they say, "Hey, do you have this?" And they're like, "I don't have that," and then they leave, which is totally fine. But what you're doing is the people that are actually watching you because of who you are and the way you're doing your thing because they like you. When somebody comes in to request something from you and you don't have it, number one, that person leaves. But if you do have what they requested, what you have to do is you become the order taker and you're like, great, what are you looking for? Let me be right back. And we go back to this thing, being like, you guys like sushi? I saw, okay, hold on, I'm checking for sushi right now. Guys, don't leave. I have burritos back here. Is anyone looking for any burritos? And what we do is we turn it into an experience that is totally based off of what the buyer is doing. And some people, I know this is craziness, but some people like to chat in and see if they can get a person on the other side of the camera to follow their thing, even if they're not interested in buying. And I know that's weird and it's rare, but I'm saying there are people like that. They're like, I don't have any control over my life, so I want to see if I can control somebody through a phone. We never want to give up the experience or the control of our show to put it on the buyer. Also, people that are good, or the buyers that we're looking for, we want to take all the burden off of them Because when people come into your show, what we think we're trying to do is sell product. That's what we think that we're trying to do. Okay? We think that we're trying to sell product. We're not selling product. Okay? What we're doing is we're getting people into this place. The return buyer is not coming. Let me go over this. Oh, we're giving away a gimme. Let's go. All right. Oh, yes. Zara, that's so awesome. I how do you guys do that? Is it because you were in the chat up in here? It's a sign. This is yours. I'm excited. I'll see you in our community because that's where this lives. Okay? So happy. Okay. Stick with me for a second, Zara. Our job is to get market data and customer lifetime value. These customers, these return buyers, they don't come back to you because of your product. They don't come back to you because of your product. Okay? Your product is widely available across the internet. Is that shocking to hear?
Alexa, play Deluxe Child of God.
Your product is widely available across the internet. Hold on.
Alexa, play Deluxe Child of God. Alexa, play Child of God Deluxe.
You guys know that when you go in, the truth hurts. I know. And this is what takes all the burden off of it, because here's the coolest thing about this. Once we like fully take this in and understand that your product is not the value in your business. Let me say that again. Your product, nobody cares about it. Nobody cares about your product. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You guys know how you have to like do a certain sequence? Like there's I want to listen to the album. Yeah, 100%. They don't care about this isn't even what I want to be listening to right now.
Alexa, play FKJ.
Your product is so widely available now that we a lot of times we literally put our product in front of the thing that is valuable for the customer. So what happens is we will literally take the thing that is a commodity out in the world. Do you know how many of these shirts are out there in the world? And we will put it in front of us and the buyer being like, this is the thing that you want, right? And they're like, I don't know what I want. But instead, it's actually you and what you, it's you, it's you. And what's cool about this is because of that, you can focus on the process of you more than the product itself. And so when we do that, so Taylor says, real quick, Taylor says, not sure if you saw my question, but would you suggest no requests even with loaded stores? Okay. So my main thing is around this is as long as we are not running through, like if you're in that space that you're holding, okay. I gotta hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Okay. So Taylor got, or my wife answered your question, Taylor. So what we want to focus on is making sure that we are like this is like the breakthrough that I want y'all to understand in your business. When I say live selling is not a product-based business, like I mean it a heart of hearts, okay? Because you guys have all seen people that have sold stuff that you're like, how's this person like selling things? And then you see other people that have great product, but they're not they're not selling any of the product, or it's going for nothing and they can't figure out why. Instead of you putting the value of your business onto your product where you're spending so much time in what it is that you're doing, cultivate a way to allow people to come in and experience who you are in a better way. And when they do that, they're going to come into your, like Taylor, nobody is staying in your show for long periods of time because of the items that you have in their show. It's literally because of you. And once we realize that, then we're like, holy cow, like number one, you guys shouldn't feel any pressure by that. But number two is, guess what? That's the one thing that you can control, because for a lot of y'all, you can't even control the product that you have in your store. So if somebody comes in, they're like, I'm looking for this. If we take that market data of someone's like, well, I'm looking for an extra large like Janko shirt. And you're like, we don't sell that. But if we start to be like, oh, I got to get the product, I got to start looking for this and this and this. That's the traditional resell thing, right? So we're trying to, what? Yes, my wife's gonna come in and speak.
Sorry, I just had an
yeah.
epiphany. Hi. Okay. I've been listening. I'm like cooking dinner and changing rooms. Hi, Ali Upsco. I'm very excited to have you in our community. Hello, custom wood burning. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Penelope. I loved your hi. My husband missed it, but I saw. I got you. Okay, I wanted to just touch on this really quickly because I think a lot of times, well, when my husband told me this, hold up. Sorry, I'm like knocking over things. Do you see this? This right here was so difficult for me to understand. Not difficult in the sense of like I couldn't do it, but in the sense like it felt like a riddle, because I went from traditional reselling where your product is the whole motive of your business. You're trying to make the most out of every single item that you're selling. But this is the complete opposite. What my husband was just saying is people stay in your show for you. They don't stay in the show for your items. Okay? But how that connects to this, it is not a product based business, it is a process based business. And you are your process. When you execute on your process, your customers will stay. You are able to express yourself in a live because you have a process. When you don't have a process, it is so difficult to infuse humor, to infuse stories, to infuse any part of who you are because you don't have a process. You're so worried about what people are thinking of you or what this number says. Actually, I think it's over here for you guys, but it took me so long to understand this. And I'm still like, oh my goodness, people come to my show because I have a process and they enjoy my presence because who I am is able to come out because of the
Have I been
process.
pointing to the number?
Yes.
Guys, I need some feedback from you.
Well, you just got feedback. I genuinely have been doing the same thing, and I didn't notice until you started pointing at
I
it.
keep pointing in the number like, what? I can't affect this. They're like, that's
Thank
your
you
name.
so much. Bang, we love you. We're so grateful for you and just your kindness. So listen, you want people to come to your show, join our coaching group. You can buy the playbook. You can win the playbook in a givey. You can purchase the pro pack. If you guys click on the store and you click on the photos, there are carousels of what you get if you purchase those things. But you need a process. You can't just go live and be like, do you like this? Do you like it? You have to have a process. The number one thing that I love about what Stephen and I do is I handpick every item I source. That is very different than doing pallets. Don't get me wrong, I want to do a pallet. I'm not gonna lie, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get in the works of that. But right now, I source and handpick every item. In that is a layering of me, what I like, the fabrics I like, the things that obviously my market likes as well, because I'm always looking to my data. I'm always looking, how do I get return buyers? What my husband was just talking about is you get return buyers by implementing your process. Your process is your service. It's not your items. It's how you go out. You go source items for your market because you're following your market data. You can learn how to do all of this in any of these purchases. You will enter into the group, our live reseller community, where we are really trying to cultivate a culture of people who are trying to go pro in live reselling. Hi.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
I've just been epiphany
Okay.
as well.
That is all. I love you all. I just wanted to say that you remember your process and you being able to express who you are throughout your process is why people come back. You can be you all day long, but if you don't have a process of where you're taking your customers through, you're not going to be able to keep them. I only understand this now, but took me a long time after being a stylist for 29 years. My clients have been with me for over 25. We grow together.
Yeah.
Exactly. When I go get my hair done, I have had one amazing hairstylist. Her name is Trinda. And my soul was like refined after leaving her chair. Not only did I look amazing, but she truly like listened to me, and I completely understand what you're saying. A good hairdresser is like a good therapist. I'm just saying. Thank you. I did it myself. I've been doing my hair since I was like 12. So I'm really excited. You guys are going to see all sorts of colors now because I already turned that corner. Say bye. You say bye? Get it, babe. Let's go. We just sold a challenge. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, it's bananas. It's about to go bananas that you're going to be in the group. I love it.
I was thank you. I was thinking about this
You should.
out there, and I was like, oh man, I want to like jump in and like this is another analogy that can help.
A moment of tea.
Can't.
I know.
Amped up. I'm going. My wife and I talk about this, where she was like, restructure my process and hopefully this helps. Yeah, let's go bananas. Yeah. Yes. So one of the things I wanted to bring up was this is so similar to the restaurant analogy we were talking about, which is I want you to imagine instead of like imagine a chef, right? So the chef, how can a chef like a 3-star Michelin chef, like they can take a plate of food and they can turn it into far more than what the ingredients of that thing is made up of, right? The value of it is not in the food itself, not in just the ingredients of it, but how it's curated, how it's presented, how all of it, how it's prepared, all of those things. It's very similar to this right now, right? Um, oh, I love it. Let's go. Oh man, you guys are awesome. I just love this community. Like someone's like, "Hey, I want to do this," and everyone's like, "Let's go!" Like, how can we help you? Like, where else is that done? You know, so cool. Um, Yeah, I love this. Okay. So think about that like a chef, right? So you're like a chef in your show. Okay. What are your ingredients? Well, your ingredients is like the time and the energy and the resources and your mindset and your skill set, how you present, your storytelling, all these different things, right? Your your process, and also it has to do with your items. But a lot of times everyone puts so much emphasis on the item itself that they forget everything else that's going on with it. Meaning they're like a chef, but instead they just keep saying like, look at this food, look at this carrot, look at this. Isn't this such a beautiful carrot? And they're putting all the emphasis on that instead of how it's presented, how it's blue, blue. The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm watching people who, okay, I'm going to give you a real life example. This happened last night. The guy that I termed the whole like rinse and repeat thing, his whole thing was he had a very, he's standing in front of like a garage door. I think his wife is doing the mod and she's like right over here. And he kept pulling up items and he would just be like, Field and Stream, 100% cotton, blue, button up. Field and Stream, 100% cotton, blue, button up. Button up, blue, 100% cotton, Field and Stream. And he would just repeat the same thing over and over. And then he would move to the next item and he would do that thing over and over. Here's the thing, the guy, his voice tonality and his cadence, number one is I'm like he had like this personality that I'm like I'm only watching number one for like these examples so I can tell people about it so I can help them like coach them. Number two is I'm watching because this guy actually, you can see behind it, he has his personality and the way his voice was, the cadence and the way that he was speaking and like the variety in his voice, you could tell he was a guy with a lot of personality and he was just following the same process. Everything was right. His product could have been perfect. The whole thing could have been perfect, but he kept going through and just doing the same process again and again. Now, I will credit him this. He had a process. So if I went to him like, what's your process? You're like, oh, I just repeat like the color, the size, what it's made out of, and the brand over and over again. You're like, okay, well, at least you have a process. But a lot of times people are spending so much time on their product and what they're bringing, they miss actually all the things that are actually doing that. They're missing all the stuff. It's like me as a chef bringing out all the ingredients and laying it in front of the table and being like, what do you think? Do you want it? And you're like, you gotta like put it into a way that I can digest this into something that's enjoyable. So if instead I'm showing you an item and I'm talking about the things that I like about it, I'm telling you brief stories or like something that this reminds me of, or a way to pair it, or how they make this cotton, or something that is something else that is something that comes from me of how I'm doing it, either education I have on this, either something that I enjoy about this, whatever it is, and I'm sharing that, that's going to go a lot further than just going over the same thing. So I want you guys to think of yourselves as chefs, okay? My wife and I use this analogy a while back because she as we were talking about the business side of things on the reselling side, I was telling her like, hey, like, so, and I'll give you a real life example. When my wife goes out and sources, and I wish I had like just a rack of clothes so I could show it. Um, I'll cover that in just a second, okay? When my wife goes out and she sources, she all those items, that's one show. She sources for a show, and then because we're doing this 5S cycle over here, when we're doing the 5S cycle, I can show right here. When she goes out, let me make sure I can get this done. When she sources and stages and shows and ship, this is happening in a short amount of time. So she sources for a show, okay? And we were talking about this thing, but what she does is she then takes what she has, all of her ingredients, and then she creates the menu, okay? Sometimes she'll find a theme with what's happening within each one of those, all the items that she has. And so maybe she'll do like a finale, or maybe she'll do this, but it's a process that she's bringing somebody in through a show. She isn't just being like, here's my items. Do you like them? Do you not like them? She's literally bringing people in. And when we have, like, for example, if we have like 30 people that buy from us, or 40 people, whatever it is, most of the people in the show aren't purchasing. Okay. We don't have not everyone in the show who's sitting there watching the entire show are purchasing from us. In fact, I bet that most likely most people that came in don't purchase, but a lot of people will stay and watch. Are you guys familiar with what I'm talking about? Are you guys seen my wife's show? She has a process for what she's doing, and it's not based off of the product, although the product is part of her thing. And what she'll do is she sets out a show. When she sets out a show, now the buyer's coming through an experience. So think of yourself like a chef. If somebody comes into your show, I love it. Sarah's mom's closet, 100%. I just told my friend this exact same thing. It's like a chef, meaning if you're a really good chef, they don't even order off of a menu. You show up for the chef and they say, this is what you're having to start. This is your appetizer. And they'll take you through the whole course of everything that they're doing. A really good chef, you're not even ordering off the menu. And it'll be booked up for months. That restaurant will be booked and the people don't even know what they want. Do you understand what I'm saying? Live reselling is more like a chef than it is for somebody working in retail being like, do you want this? What size are you looking for? Let me see if I have any in the back. I'll be right back. Everyone's running their live reselling store as if it's you have a customer in front of you and you're checking in the back to see like, I don't know if we have that size. Hang on 1 second. The good resellers, the really good ones, the live resellers will take you through a journey and you're going to watch no matter what. You're going to watch the whole thing. And so that's why I was saying, and I don't know if you're still in here, Elite, um, but that's what I was saying of like, don't get so caught up in like the sizes you have, you finding the items for the thing. Cultivate, curate, create something that you want to like deliver. You're walking in. I love it. So Lee, I hope this helps you instead of you looking at all your sizes and stuff. Hey, you get the right crowd. You might not have anything that they're looking for, and they'll watch you the whole time. And that's what you're trying to curate instead of trying to get everything like, okay, I need to do this and this and this. You're not running a retail store. You are taking people through an experience. Okay. Focus on the experience of what you're bringing people through, and then you get to present that along with yourself, and people will stay in your show for that thing, and they'll come back again and again and again. And when I was talking about this, what will happen is you will literally have people in your show that are watching for months, and then all of a sudden we've had people that you're like, holy cow, this person spent like $120 in a show. Like what happened? And the personal message would be like, I've been watching you for months. I really like what you're doing and the way that your show makes me feel. And you just had the right thing. And all of a sudden they'll spend $1 with you. They'll spend $1. They've been watching you for months and they spent $1 with you, and then all of a sudden they're like, boom, I'm going to spend again. I'm going to spend again. You got that first kiss. It's easier to get the second one if you got the first one. I've been many of Grace's shows and watched her, and although I have never bought anything, she makes me want to stay. That's the thing that we're talking about. That's the thing that, so when you guys are talking about like, how do I get more buyers to my show? Don't try to get buyers to your show so you can sell your product. Your product is going to be ever growing and changing. And here's the other thing. When you take all the focus off your product, you'll be willing to let it go. Guys, your product, I know as a treasure hunter, let me speak as a non-treasure hunter to a treasure hunter. Your product is a commodity that a lot of people have. I bet you I can look up your products that you have. So from my experience, I bet you, let me say this real quick and I don't want to read what you wrote. I bet a lot of you have a product that is a commodity. A lot of people have it, and you think that your commodity is your valuable thing and you hold on to it and you don't want to let it go for less than it is. What I'm telling you is if you cultivate your experience and you cultivate this thing right, that people will come back again and again, and the commodity, which it is because it's all over the world, y'all, like there's so many like clothes and decor and like we are overrun with stuff in the world. Your stuff is not more valuable than you. Your stuff is not your product. You are not a product based business. Oh, we got a giddy going. So I wanted to relate that. And so for you, I just wanted to say that because I really want. Um, so Jody, that's what I really like for you, especially like somebody who has like all sorts of things that you can share. Like everyone is multifaceted and they have all these other things that they can bring to the table. And I would hate for you to hide your beautiful self behind your product and put the value of everything that you have to offer behind a product that is a commodity. It devalues the product itself and it devalues you as a person. And that would be very unfortunate because there's about 100 people right now that are already familiar with Whatnot that are looking for you. And every time you go live and you cultivate that, they'll watch you. They'll watch you. They'll want to know what your family is like, what you like. Well, yeah, 100%, 100%. Okay, I want to go back up. Oh my, how they grow said. So, for my experience, do you think I should break down by size or how do I curate? I have so many clothes, but I don't want to overwhelm myself. So, are you talking about? We'll do some hot seat right here. I love this stuff. Are you talking about specifically about that you currently are sitting on a bunch of inventory? So how do I curate a show? Is that what you're saying? Let me know. I'm loving this because I'm on an improvement journey. I'm finding that I'm doing 7 out of 10 right. Need to fix the other things. Thank you for this. Yes, you're very welcome. And okay. Okay. And I'm going to hit that social anxiety limit.
5,006.
Let's go.
That's so impressive.
Okay. And I'm going to hit that social anxiety point. Okay. So let me get to that. I want to say, so when you said I'm 7 out of 10, what's interesting is when like, first of all, if you're 7 out of 10, you're crushing it. Sometimes an 8 out of 10 doesn't add like a 10% to your business. It can be like a big jump in your business. You know what I'm saying? So some of these things, these little tweaks, these little improvements, they have these like orders of magnitude, like exponential type thing. Of like it's got way better, right? And so I love that you are on this. And what I want to say as well, and I believe it was Lisa that was saying that. Sorry, the chat jumped, but Lisa, I would say that um, business is the best personal development program on planet Earth besides Jesus Christ. Other than that, business is the way to go because business, we don't have we don't have business problems. We have personal problems that bleed into our business. And then when we go in to fix it in our business, instead of us doing that, instead of going back into our process and being like, well, what do I need to work on? Like my storytelling, how I detail this, my vocabulary, so I can describe items well. Any of these things, when we work on that, everything else grows. And so now you're personally developing and your business is growing at the same time. Okay, so um, 13 for fun, 10. I'm going to hit that social anxiety thing. I'm going to just quickly talk, real quick. I just want to talk to Jay James. Okay. If you're sitting on clothing right now, at the beginning, you might want to just play with market data. So if you have a bunch of stuff that you're sitting on right now, what you can do is use that as a way to begin to curate it. But if you're sitting on a bunch of stuff, don't worry about sizes and all those things. Honestly, I think a lot of it is just getting in front of the camera and being like, "What's up, y'all? This is what I am." And if you have like a bunch of stuff that your kids have grown out, be like, "All right, so this was my son's. My son is obsessed with cars, so he loved this thing," and you're telling that type of stuff, and you're showing, and all you're trying to do is get a read on the market of what sells, what doesn't sell, but we don't hold so much weight into what the items are going for. It's more so just to test the market and be like, what are y'all looking for? Because they'll tell you with their dollars. And when they do, you pay attention to what they're telling you, which will help you to go out and source better. Yeah, so I know exactly what black and yellow bins you're talking about. So you can sit down, like my wife literally sat down and pulled stuff out of a bin and did that. Now, if you're going to curate a show for this, I would find something that you're like, based off of your market data. We're giving this away. Rad Beauty and Beyond playbook coming your way. This is coming to you. It's going to be a digital copy of it. Um, so what I would say to you is you can you're going to have enough market data already if you have that many clothes. Either you have a ton of kids, or it's quite possible that you're a reseller. Let's go. God is good. Okay, cool. It's yours. It's coming to you, as well as a community. So Jay James, what I would say is you can use your you can curate a show based off of what you think is going to do best. Like, so test your own market data, the market data you have in your head based off of what's sold before, or what you think is valuable. Start with those things and then see what that goes for. And don't be so much worried about these items. Again, the items are commodities. That's what we're dealing in. There's tons of it. Obviously, don't let like really expensive items just like disappear for nothing, but you can strategically do that because your goal is to get return buyers that are going to come back to you again and again in market data. Okay, it'll make more sense in the playbook why it lays out what that is. So thrifting for fun 10. Let's talk about social anxiety. I am curious how many people in here thrift queen. How many of you deal with the social anxiety? And that is the thing. I'm not a reseller, just a lover, small shop boutique. And thank you for your pointers. You're 100%. You're a reseller now. Like, too late. You're in now. Okay, social anxiety on camera. What do I do? How do I deal with the anxiety that comes on camera? You guys want to hear about this? Anyone else dealing with this stuff? I hope thrifted me. Okay, I did 2 p.m. lives and was drowning in anxiety. Okay. Social anxiety. Oh, I get pre-show jitters every time. Okay. Okay. This is a very common thing. I think a lot of people are like, hey, I'm kind of waiting until my social anxiety dies down before I do this whole thing on camera. And I get that, but also we're getting in shape before we go to the gym, right? Yeah, 100%, 100%. I'm going to give you, I'm going to give this to you. I think this is really valuable. Um, the anxiety part of things. I want to, what we need to do is we need to reframe what it is. Okay. So, number one, like the jitters, I just want to tell you where Rad Beauty and Beyond, and I'm so happy you got that playbook. Um, I used to play, okay, cool. Let's talk about this. Okay, let's talk about this because I'm going to give you a reframe that I think can help you if you understand the true nature of what is actually happening in this entire situation. Okay. Before I do, let me tell you, I used to play in a band. I played in a band for 7 years. I've done like hundreds of live shows. Okay. I can't even, I don't even recall how many live shows we've done. And we had original music and we do like cover songs, but primarily we're working on our original music. And um, so I played guitar and I did backing vocals. And then we had the bass player who sang, and he was the one who was like, he did like the lead vocals. And he would be like, I'm so nervous right now. I'm like, what does that feel like? He's like, dude, I have like this thing going on in my stomach right now. I'm so nervous. We're about to go live. We're getting do sound check, whatever it is. And he's like, I'm nervous. I'm like, dude, I feel that same way, but I think I'm excited. Like, I'm excited to get in and do this. Like, what if we're experiencing the same thing right now? But I think that excitement and you think that you're nervous, but what if it's the same thing? Like that'd be weird, right? And I'm not saying that like so social anxiety is just that. That's not what I'm saying. But let's talk about social anxiety, okay? Um I think a lot of times the issue of social anxiety comes in because we know that we turn the camera on us and now all eyes are on us. And so not only are all eyes on us, but our own internal eyes are on us. So we are paying attention to everything that we're doing and we're saying, and we're trying to figure out how we're being perceived by other people, which gives us anxiety because there's so much going on. Like I'm on camera, there's 23 people in this room right now, and I don't very few of you do I actually know your faces and talk to you. So like, and I know that there's real people looking at their phone looking at me and they're judging me and they're considering what I'm saying and all this. um, I want to reframe this for you in a way that I think can be super helpful. If you can understand that what you have is desired by other people, and not only that, but it's a necessity. Like you might be this like key link for somebody in their life. Okay, let's imagine that you have something, there's something about you, your personality, who you are, your experience, that your thing is going to unlock that for somebody else, and their life is going to become so much better because of you, right? Not only that, but there's multiple of those people out there. And all you need to do is move past that and do that thing, and it will unlock that for so many different people. Would that change anything? And what I mean by that is a lot of times the social anxiety comes in because we're worried about how we're being perceived or judged, or we're overly concerned about what people are thinking about us. But, and I mentioned this to somebody in our group who was doing this, but um, most of the time, people aren't actually coming in looking or judging you at all. They're not. In fact, they're looking for something that has to do more with what they are looking for themselves. And so, what I would recommend is like really considering like the social anxiety, like doing the thing and like being nervous as to a way of like, instead of all it is where your attention is going. So if it's inwardly focused, then it amplifies all the other attention that we're getting. So if I'm focused on what it is that I'm doing, saying, and what I'm being perceived, well, it's amplified by the 23 people. I'm going to get this right. I'm 23 people. I thought it was over here, guys, but it's actually over here. That's where the number is. Okay, it's not over here. Nobody told me. I just kept podium like, guys, I can't control this, and it's like that's your name. You can't control your name. It's right here. I can't control this number right here. Which is hilarious. People are like, why can't you control your name? You can change it. So you are literally helping other people by going live. And so a lot of times, like if you are ever going to a party and you're like, I have a lot of anxiety, and you're like, how do I deal with that? Become more curious about everyone else than yourself. Okay. And this is like a kind of a thing, but instead of me bringing attention to myself because I'm feeling anxious, I will actually go out and I'll talk with people. Like I'm actually by nature, I'm an introvert. Like I'm more likely to sit down and read or play guitar for a long time or do something by myself than I am to spend time with people all the time. Okay, that's just not like who I am. However, so therefore, I also have experienced social anxiety before. So if I go out to events that I don't, I'm like, I don't really want to like be doing all this stuff right now. The way that I relieve that is by actually becoming curious about the people instead of like what I'm experiencing. Because when you turn the focus around and you actually are like, who's up in here right now and like who's paying attention and how you can serve other people, you can't possibly be worried about what it is that you're doing. And so all you're doing is taking all of your focus and putting it into other people. And one of the ways that you can do that is just by asking questions and then just responding to that. Do you want to see it in action? Would that be helpful? Let me throw you, let's say that you have items, no one's buying it right now, but you got like 5 people in here, you got like social anxiety going through the roof. You want me to tell you how you can do that without being like, I need to sell product right now? I'm gonna show you real time. Okay. Turn it around and be really curious and say, hey y'all, and I want you guys to like actually like take this in. Ready? What I mean is I want you to actually answer this. Ready? What was the last thing that y'all purchased on Whatnot? Or have you ever purchased anything on Whatnot? If you haven't, be like, I've never purchased anything. What was the last thing that you bought on Whatnot? What was the last thing that you bought on Whatnot? a toaster, the Pro Pack, baby, earrings, PJs, shoes, snacks, I think, last night clothing, my house. Jesse, you did buy a house, candle warmer, glass, glass decor. Now, I want you to notice something. If you're experiencing anxiety, it's easy to like turn it around and just be like, hey, how do I put this out there and actually get the chat engaged? Number one is I got two things going on. Number one is the market data on this. Like, let's go through this. All right. A toaster. All right. I didn't even know you could sell toasters on here, but you can sell anything on here. Well, almost. Uh, that the Pro Pack was you're now in our community. Earrings, right? PJs, shoes, snacks, last night clothing, embroidered jacket, jewelry. Jesse doesn't know what he's talking about. Glass decor, clothes. All right. So number one, you asked a question. You took all the focus off of yourself and you put it out there. Now you have a ton of stuff to go off of. Being like, what? You bought a toaster? I am curious. Since we're talking thrifting for fun 10, what was it? Why did you buy that toaster? Where you're like, man, I need a toaster right now. I need a toaster. It's a good way to find out what people are looking for without being like, do you have any request? Because if you do a request, like, yeah, I'm looking for a toaster, you're like, dang it, I don't have a toaster. Shoot. But I am curious. The guy said this is the last one. Y'all, this is the last one. This is the last year, like, and Thrifty from Fun's like the last toaster on planet Earth. I gotta get that right now. That's gonna be worth way more than what I'm buying it for. The last toaster. I panicked. Oh my gosh, I gotta buy the last toaster. And then you go over to Amazon, you're like, there's so many toasters out there. That guy was lying. He's like, the last one that I got here. That's interesting. I try not to use like sense of urgency. Like, if you guys don't buy my Pro Pack tonight, it's over, right? I know that it works. It's a good psychological thing. The urgency and scarcity is super powerful. I just don't want to be like, this is the last time you're ever going to see me again. If you don't buy it from right now, you're never going to get our coaching. And then the next day I'm like, hey, everybody, welcome back. We have 18 Pro Packs that you can purchase right now. And they're like, what? I thought it was the last toaster. No, I got so many toasters. Okay. So this is how you can not only take the pressure off of yourself, but you can put it back into the chat and you get market data and people want to be engaged with. They just don't want the burden on them to make decisions. They can tell you something that happened. They can't make decisions. So even if you're like, do you have any requests? The buyer's like, I got to make a decision about what I'm requesting right now. But if you were like, hey, what's your favorite color? That's something where you're like, oh, I don't need to think. That's not a decision I'm making. Don't increase the decision fatigue for your buyer, right? You walk them through the opportunity. Now you can engage with them, but don't give them like extra things that they have to do. Be like, hey, give me all the things that you love. Like, what brands do you like? No, it might be good to ask them like, hey, y'all, what brands? Yeah, can you discuss the balance of engagement and selling? It's still a business that I don't want to be on for hours. Okay, decision fatigue. I like that. Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah, 100%. So the balance between selling and engagement, it has to do with making sure that you have a process down. Okay. So Courtney, it would be like, I really just need to have like example clothes over here so I can show you. So if I have like my rack all set up over here and I know how I'm running through the process, I'm never going to be like, what are we doing again? Because I have a process from like a beginning to an end. So when my wife does her show, she has a beginning, this is where she starts, and then she runs an order till the end of her show, like this, right? So now I have like a process and something that's going to keep me on point here, keep me on the path, but I can now fall back on my process and I can go in and do the things I want to do to where I'm being engaging. Engagement's going to come from like asking questions, like I just said right here. Yeah, it's easy to get distracted in social selling. So that's why you need that. So you're not streaming. So here's another thing I want to point out to y'all. You don't want to have the restaurant, right? No restaurant like that's confusing, right? We talk about the restaurant analogy. You can't have any confusion. Your experience is either your experience is confusing, doesn't make sense, or it's not engaging. There's not an experience, or so that's why people are leaving your show, or you're streaming with your friends online. That doesn't work either. Okay. The reason why is imagine we go back to that restaurant analogy. Who was here for the restaurant analogy, just so I can get a pulse in the room? Who was here for that? This will make some sense. Okay. Imagine you walk into, I just need one. Like one person told me, okay, if I walk into that same restaurant, when I walk in, it's like, let's say that it's like way better decor than it was before, and it's at least like makes sense, and they have like a menu and stuff. But when I walk into the restaurant, there's like a big round table, and like me as the host, I'm at the table, and I'm with all my friends. There's like a bunch of friends, and I'm like, oh, what's up? Come on in. Let me know if you want anything. Do you have any requests? It's the same thing that people do when they're streaming. So we're not here to stream. We're actually doing a show. You know what I'm saying? So you want to have a show like a beginning, a middle, and an end that's designed like the chef, right? It's the chef that has like, hey, I'm going to walk you through an experience. Now I can engage with people through that experience because I have the experience already as a process and an input. I have my process already done. I'm bringing people through an experience, and now I can sit on top of that experience and I can be engaging with them, but we're still going to move through that experience. Okay. So that can turn into like, you can still engage with the chat and do this. What we don't want to do is be like, I'm trying to convert everyone on my show to be my friend, and then we just end up talking with each other. Then I'm not selling anymore because that's a stream. And when new people come in, they're like, "Oh, you're just hanging out with your friends." I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a show. Or we'd have the other thing, which is I don't have a process. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm putting the burden onto the person that comes in and be like, "Hey, what are you looking for?" So remove all the decision fatigue and all the confusion for the buyer. Okay, and when you do that, and you have a process of what you're moving through, then you can stay in this engaged place. I mean, like I know like roughly where I'm going with things. I'm slid into some of those, yeah. And typically, like we don't stay in those, right? I don't want to hang out with you and your friends. It's like walking into a party and you're like, everyone here knows each other. I'm the only one who doesn't. And they have inside jokes. Because I have inside jokes and all this, I'm gonna like bounce out. Okay. So those are some of the things. Now that I've given you these things, okay, I want you, this is your homework tonight. If you sat in a masterclass, you've been hanging out with me, I'm going to give you some homework, okay? I want you tonight to go through, after we get off, I'm going to jump off here in just a moment, okay? Don't worry, I'm coming back tomorrow. Nobody freak out. Okay, I'm doing a master class tomorrow. We will go through all the playbook stuff. So show up tomorrow. You can go bookmark that. So go to our Making Grace Vintage. Go bookmark the master class for tomorrow. Okay. Once we get off and you're going to stay on Whatnot, go through and look at people that have like 4 to 7 people in their show and just kind of look, see if any of the elements of what I was talking about are there. Either the experience is not aligned, meaning you go into the show and you're like, where am I right now? Like, what am I looking at? I want to give an example, but like, you guys have seen shows where it looks like they're in their closet, like in, like they're surrounded, like pick your environment of where you're going to sell that it makes sense so that when somebody comes in, there's no confusion about what this thing is. Because if there's any confusion, if I walk into a show and I see that they're, no, you're good. Yeah, let's talk about handmade. Okay. But real quick, I'm going to hit that. Okay. Real quick, I want you to understand that if there's any confusion in the show or something does not align or there's not a process or an experience, people are going to bounce out. What do I mean by that? If you are showing items in the background, this is all valuable real estate for you. Your background, this whole space right here is valuable real estate. Use it accordingly, right? Like if you walk into a show, if I walk into a restaurant and there's like shirts hanging up here and there's like some trinkets over here and I walk into a restaurant, that's a misuse of the real estate that, right? That's a misuse of the real estate. Because unless you're selling that merch or whatever it is, if somebody's walking into a restaurant, they're not looking for shirts. They're not looking for your frog trinkets that are over there. No matter how much you want it, make sure that your show aligns overall. Also, understand that when you're showing items and when you're watching people, go do this when you're watching people tonight. Go see what their process is for it. Is it a process they're bringing it into, or are they a product based business? Find the people that are a process based business, find the people that are a product based business. That means this is a product based business. Hey, chat, this is a Field and Stream. This is 100% cotton button up. A Field and Stream, 100% cotton button up. It's extra large Field and Stream, 100% cotton button up. Okay. Or next one. Okay. Oh, I forgot. It's blue. This is blue, in case you didn't see. It's a blue 100% cotton button up Field and Stream. Okay. That right there is just, that's a product based business. All I'm doing is I'm like, this is the product, you should buy this thing. If all I'm doing is describing the same product over and over again, and that's my process, although that may work for you, it doesn't leave a whole lot of room for the person to get an idea of who you are. They're not there for your product. This thing is all over the internet. So are your products. Your products are all over the internet. Don't get it confused. Don't think that your product is like the thing that's going to hold people's attention. Sometimes it is, but you can have two different sellers that have the same product and one of them crushes it and the other one doesn't. Why? Because it's not a product based business. It's the way that it's done, it's the experience. You can have two chefs that have the same ingredients and one chef can sell that for way more than the other one. Why? Because it's the way that it's prepared and delivered. Okay. Okay, cool. Now I want to talk real quick, yeah, sellers with a little bit of everything, right? It's confusing. It's a confusing thing. Okay. The next couple minutes, I want to tell you're totally fine for not muting that, by the way. Custom wood burning. Let's talk about, you want a hot seat for a second? We're gonna hot seat. All right. Hot seat is you tell me what you specifically are looking for, and you're vulnerable enough to be like, yeah, let's talk about it. Okay. So let me ask you, what is it that I imagine you do wood burning, right? So handmade stuff. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is that you sell? And you all stick around because this is applicable for you as well. I get a lot of people being like, "Hey, I do art. I do this. I do like uh, I do drawings or whatever it is, right?" I've seen that happen with stuff I've sold for cheaper to other sellers, and they sell it on their show for so much more. Courtney, that's you, and that's what you're going to be doing now. You're hanging out in these master classes. That's what you're going to be doing now. Isn't that interesting? Like you can go out and the stuff that you sold to them. Here's the cool thing, Courtney. This is all about, that's what I'm like trying to unlock for so many people. Guess what? It's not you. You just need the framework to be able to put that thing in order and put it together. That's all it is. It's like a recipe. It's just it's not, there's nothing wrong with you. It's a recipe. Okay. Custom signature wood burning on usable products mixed with giftable resale. Um, usable. Okay. Okay, cool. So here's a few different things that you guys can consider, and I'm going to talk specifically for custom wood burning. So he has custom and signature wood burning on usable products mixed with giftable resale. So give me like an idea of like a one specific product that might be. What would be something that you would have wood burning on? Um, Basically a gift shop. Okay. So give me one item that you sell on a regular basis. And how is it custom? Can I customize it to me? Recipe on a rolling pin. Ah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I followed you because you have cool and unique stuff. Okay, cool. So here's some of the things that I think can do really well in live selling. In 5 seconds, we're pulling this thing. Who's getting this? We got 14 people in here. 15 right at the last second. Somebody got in there, and it's Amy Lee. This is a digital copy. It'll be a digital copy of the Live Reseller Pro playbook. And we just lay out exactly like all the stuff that we're talking about, mainly frameworks, right? Okay, so let's hot seat. We got a recipe on a rolling pin, okay? First of all, that's awesome, okay? That is so cool. That's so cool, all right? That's very giftable, okay? Let me ask you, are you making that and then are you showing it or are you making it on the live? Both. Okay. So some of the things that you can't do in like traditional resale, which is like you're going to put it on eBay, you can do here live. And I think that people like the creativity behind it is really interesting. My dad is a woodworker. Okay. He's retired, but he spends a lot of time woodworking and he built this amazing nativity set, right? And he got it off of, he like was figuring out how to do this. And I was like, Dad, like if you sold this live, it would do really well. He's like, that set's like $500 of what I built. Like I've seen other ones go for more. And then I was like, and he's not interested. He's not going to do this. I'm just throwing out suggestions to my dad, knowing he'll never do this thing. I know that he's not on here watching this either. Okay. But what I was telling him, I'm like, that's so awesome because what you can do is when you're doing the thing live in front of them, you're going to have people that are coming in just watching you. So what's hard is a lot of times we're trying to make sales like that day, but you might be doing something, and when you're doing like price point is the biggest crux in handmade. Okay, because of establishing the value of the product. And does that have to do with the education of the product? Like we got to factor in wood, we got to factor in the actual labor for what it does, and then we have to factor in like the craftsmanship of that thing being done. So a lot of times before you can sell like a higher priced item, you're not doing $1 starts on these things because you're never going to be able to do that. But what you're doing instead is you're educating, you're giving something to them. Your $1 start is going to be you doing the thing, because people will stay in and watch. You already had somebody in here that's like, I love what you're doing. Yeah. Yep. So, oh my, how they grow. Jay James was like, I followed you because you have cool and unique stuff. So that unique stuff, instead of you charging for like the time of it, do it in front of them and watch how many people stay engaged with this thing. And then what you're going to do as you're doing it is figure out a way to engage with the chat. Let me kind of point. So a lot of times when you're selling higher price point stuff, the reason why they're not buying it isn't because it's worth it. They're not educated to know that. So my dad showed me the nativity set that he built me, or not built me, but he built that. That he was like, this thing like would go for like a few hundred, if not like over $1,000. I don't know that. But then he begins to, he's like, the reason why, and he starts showing me why it's worth that. He's like, you see this here, and this is what I did, this and this and this. And I was like, wow. So a lot of times when we're selling higher price stuff, for people that are selling like higher end, like vintage and these type of things, educate your buyer on what it is. Teach me why it's valuable. And I'm more likely to, number one, I'll hang out with you longer. And all you need me to do is hang out with you long enough that I know, like, and trust you. And eventually I'm going to give you some of my money. The other thing is too, is when you educate me about this thing and I know about it now because you told me like, this is why this is worth this much. This rolling pin isn't just like any regular rolling pin. This is what they use. And you tell me the history of it. You tell me the type of wood that it is. You tell me why. You tell me like, and then you tell me the recipe and the value of that recipe and what that means. Now you're driving up because you're educating me, you're driving up the value of that. What's going to happen initially is people aren't going to be buying it. But when you keep doing that, people will come just to watch. I was giving an example of someone the other night um, who makes air fresheners at home, and there's other things that you can do is understanding who your market is. Do you happen to know who your market is? Custom wood burning. Do you know who your market is? Like who is the most frequently, either the demographic, psychographic, who buys from you the most? Do you know? Is it men? Is it women? Is it a certain age range? Nope. Okay, no worries. So this might be something else as well, is to figure out kind of the market data as you're doing this. Do some, just show them what it is you're doing. Like if I watch you do that, I could seriously probably watch you doing that for like a half hour. My wife would come in and be like, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "I found this thing on Whatnot. This is like really cool. This guy's doing this thing, and I've learned this thing." Right? It's like a channel. It's like a show that you're putting together. When you do that, that's how you're going to be able to drive up the value of it, because now I'm going to know how much this thing is worth. Another thing you can do is ask people. Figure out who is watching you and figure out who's purchased from you, because most likely those people that have purchased from you, there's a reason why they purchased from you, and you can go find those people. Okay, so I want to just throw that out to you because there's so much value that when we talk through this thing, and I'm going to go in just a second, y'all, but hang out with me. When we talk about this thing here, this market data is what you cannot get anywhere else. And when I say market data, I'm not talking about just like what, this is your market data. So figure out like who is with you. Custom woodwork, do you have people like when you do a show, are you, how many people are hanging out with you on average? Let me know. How many people are hanging out with you, custom woodworking? 10, sometimes 20. What you want to do is you're going to want to create an environment for them to come back to again and again. Because sometimes some of these higher price things, like for me right now, let's say I wanted to sell, um, let's say I wanted to sell like a higher price like coaching product, right? Say I want to sell something that's like over $1,000, right? Well, that what is custom wood burning, what is the price range that you're seeking to have, that you're seeking to sell these for? Let's take your rolling pin, that rolling pin with a recipe on it. How much are you seeking to sell that for? What is the value of that? $500. Okay. So if I come into a show and that thing's $500 and I don't know anything about it, I'm not going to buy it. But if you're doing something, and you're doing it with people and you're educating them and you're showing them, and like there's so many other things, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second because my brain goes crazy with this. But that $500 price point, if there's not already an established like brand with it, or some sort of like where, for example, like luxury, like if it's like a Louis Vuitton purse, like $500, people are like, yeah, totally, I'll spend that right now. But for somebody to spend $500 on a rolling pin, they're like, you gotta like, you have to educate me as to why. And through that education, I get to spend time with you. The longer that I spend with you, the more likely that I am to do this thing. Also, this is probably how you're going to get custom stuff done, right? Because now you can start, when you're spending the time to educate people and understand who's in there, that's where things like really begin to change. Like where people are coming back because they're coming back to watch what it is you're doing. And like that's the type of stuff that I would put in front of my 8-year-old daughter and be like, you want to watch this guy? He's like doing this, he's doing a recipe on, and she'd be like, yeah, right? Yeah, 100% I would do that, right? So understand your market. And then I know my dad would probably watch that, right? If I was like, hey, you got to check out this custom wood burning, right? So you can use this as a way to understand who you're trying to get in front of, and you're going to need them to spend time with you, enough time with you that, and then you have to educate them to let them know that this thing's worth $500, right? The only way that I'm throwing down $500 on a rolling pin is if I can establish the value of it, and it's not worth $500 to me, it's worth like $700 to me. $500 is a steal because you've established so much value with it. The only way that you're going to be able to do that is to educate your market, because a lot of people aren't going to understand that unless you can get in front of the people who already understand what that rolling pin is actually worth. So instead, you got to educate them. In order to educate them, you're going to have to spend time walking through that. And as long as you're doing that in an entertaining fashion, that's awesome. Another thing that I want to throw out at you is you can start to look at other ways to generate revenue and more people to come back to your show. Because remember, CLV is what we're looking for. So sometimes what you want to do is you want a lower price item that you're educating on that doesn't cost you a bunch of time and it doesn't cost $500, but you're trying to get that first kiss. So what do I mean by a first kiss? Stick with me on this analogy. I'm trying to work through it, okay? It gets a little messy as I get into it. The analogy doesn't cross over perfectly. But the first kiss analogy of what I'm using is, you know how like when you're dating and you're like interested in someone and you're not sure if they like you, you once you kiss them, that's the first kiss. It's easier to get the second kiss, okay? But um, you might be going in for a little bit more than just a kiss if it's a $500 thing. So go for the first kiss, and then we'll lead up to like marriage. Okay, let's not go in and be like, hey, this is what I'm thinking. You, me, Vegas, elope right now. They're like, what? You're like, yeah, it's $500. Let's go. You might need to get a first kiss. All right. And it's got to be a lower risk than a $500 one. And you can use that to get, number one, to get a return buyer. Okay. And then have them have it set up so they can come back and watch you again. And two is use the educational side of things. Because if you sell me something like, hey, this is worth this and this is why, and it's $10, that might be an easy thing for you to do. That might be some scrap wood that you already just have like lying around that you can turn into a. But if I get to watch that thing being built and it doesn't cost you all that much to do, and I get to watch it, and then I will come back and watch you again and again. Another thing you can start to do is look for ways that you can add in revenue in other ways. So if you're doing custom wood burning, what if you had custom wood burning kits and you're like, hey, y'all, if you purchase this, your kids can learn how to do this. I will send the wood burning kit to you, and then join me on Whatnot, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach them how to use this thing in an educational class. Think like a paint and sip type thing. You know what I'm talking about? I'm dating Whatnot, but don't understand how I can sell um, items so cheap and make money with cost of goods, shipping, and supplies. have your upcoming shows. You have our upcoming shows bookmarked. Yeah. Okay, 100%. I hope that that's helpful for you. What I want to do is unlock these things. So you're like, oh yeah, I can do this, this, and this. And then you're just going to pick the things that are going to be best. And then what you're going to do is you're going to get that first kiss and then work towards marriage. Okay, $500 is like a marriage for a lot of people. It's a little too far, a little too quick. But if you educate me along the way, and then you have a higher likelihood of you're bringing the customer into a whole new world, and you're educating them, and you're driving up the value of that, and then later you can sell those things. Yeah, yeah, you're very welcome. Okay, I got one more. J Core 2424. I'm dating Whatnot. What are you doing on Whatnot? Are you dating what? Okay, I get what you're doing. You're saying I'm not committed to Whatnot yet. I'm trying this whole thing out. Don't understand how I can sell items so cheap and make money with cost of goods, shipping, supplies, etc. That you have the show. So you're saying you're trying this Whatnot thing out. Is that what you're saying? Let me know if you're still in here. If you are, I will do, this will be my last hot seat, and then I'm gonna um, go hang out with my family, and then I'm gonna be back tomorrow, so you guys can book more shows. Um, okay, a lot of people struggle with this. This is a really hard thing for people to understand, because what happens is I make an item that costs me $2 or less and sell it for $12 to $20 for my first kiss. Yeah, I love it. Okay, I want to start selling on Whatnot. A lot of people come in. I like that so much. Like that's a good first kiss right there. That's a profitable first kiss. I don't know how well this first kiss thing's gonna go. Because then you're like, then you can kiss more people. And then all these people come into a room and you've kissed all of them. And then you're like, what is happening? Where is this? Where is this analogy going? So I've tried it out, and I'm like, this analogy isn't going to work overall. Like, I like the restaurant because it has a lot of crossover, but I started getting into dating, and they're like, wait, what am I doing on here? Um, I love it. I love it. Got a lot of return. I got return buyers and a lot of new ones. Those lot of new ones turn into return buyers. So make sure that you can get that second date set up. Don't get a kiss and then they're like, "When can I see you again?" You're like, "I'll be around. Just whenever. Just look for me." Don't do that. Try to get a second date. You got that first kiss. Make sure you got that second date lined up. Okay. I've been doing different show times. I've been starting on the 15th. I'll have a consistent. I love it. Once you have that consistency. Okay. All right. Doesn't seem like the best place for a reseller to start. It can become confusing at times. I've been selling elsewhere for a long time. I can see what you're saying, but I love selling. It just takes time and a lot of learning. So for those of you that are like, look, I'm having trouble trying to figure out because I'm selling items so cheaply on here, and making money. What I would urge you to do is understand first and foremost that it's not a product-based business, it's a process-based business. Because a lot of times what we're doing is hey, J Core, are you still in here? If you're still in here, I'll answer this. Yes, I want to start selling. Okay. J Core, let me help you out with this. And then I'm gonna go, y'all. I love you all, but I gotta go hang out with my boy before he goes to bed. So a lot of people struggle with this whole thing. Okay, cool. A lot of people struggle with the whole thing of selling on Whatnot. And the reason why, Jesse, you let me know when you're here. Then we'll be hanging out. What's up, Beth? So good to see you. Okay, a lot of people struggle. Do you guys like my quiet yelling? Yeah, Beth, what's going on? Like I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, but it's like quiet. Just stop in and say hi. Hello. Okay. A lot of thank you. um, a lot of people struggle with this because they're like, I can't sell things cheaply because I can't stay in business. And I'm never urging somebody to do that very thing. We want to work through the process of understanding what it is that we're looking to do. And so then we can creatively figure out how we can do that. But a lot of times people come in and we're so focused on like, hey, I bought it for this, therefore I need to sell it for this, that we miss the entire strategy that is sitting behind my head here. Your job is to figure out two things. Number one, how do I increase customer lifetime value? So a lot of times we come in and we think that we're selling something really cheap at the beginning, like we're selling it undervalued. But if we have the strategy that we're doing this because we're getting that first kiss, right? I don't know if you're here for that. Um, is that well, you kind of have to go through that process of understanding like who is here. So a lot of times I think of this as like, um, we're not looking to give away things on here, but what we're looking to do is we are looking to get market data, because sometimes we think that we have a really good idea of what to sell on here. And like every treasure hunter had, their treasure is really valuable. And I think the issue becomes that we get so caught up in believing that we have the thing and that it's worth this thing in the market, that we hold on to that value. And if we don't get that thing, then we make that the the thing. Like I'm trying to turn a profit on everything that I'm doing. If I turn a profit in it, then I'll be successful. So we need to give a little to get a lot. Yeah. Essentially what you're doing over time is going back to CLVs, cut Starbucks. I don't know if you've heard of Starbucks. Just kidding. Everyone's heard of Starbucks. Their customer lifetime value is $14,000. I have checked their menu many times, and I haven't found the $14,000 item on the menu. So either I don't know about that item, or people are buying from them again and again and again and again and again and again and again, right? Including me for years. I don't even want to know how much I spend at Starbucks. We drink coffee at home now, all good. Um, but when we understand customer lifetime value, and we understand that we're going to grow that over time, the goal is to get somebody to buy from us once, because once we got that first kiss, they're more likely to come back and spend that money with you again, as long as number one, they know where to find you again. Number two, you didn't make them feel bad for getting such a good deal. And number three is you are consistently showing up and you're getting market data. The market data is letting you know what's selling well, what isn't selling well, and how you can pick up more of what's selling well and stop picking up what's not selling well. A lot of times people are so like invested into their market, they believe that they know the value of this thing and they think the audience is dumb. And that's and I'm not saying you do this at all. I'm just saying that a lot of times we're like, this is worth more than what I'm selling it for. And so and I know that, and you should know that. And because you got it for less than what I'm selling it for, like this exchange isn't worth it. But instead, when we turn it around and we give it to where yeah, maybe you take a hit on that first one, but that person's like, wow, I got a crazy deal on this. I'm loving what this. I've received it quickly. It's exactly as described, and I know when they're going live again. And more importantly, I like them. They come back to you again and again and again. My wife is not selling things like, yes, she has like rare things that show up. Thanks, Bond. Thanks for rating. What's up, everyone? Um, Bond and I are friends. We hang out on here all the time. Um, we went to school together. Thanks, Vaughn, for the raid. I really appreciate that. Y'all go follow Newish by Vaughn. She crushes it. We're just talking about this whole concept of starting out and whatnot, and starting where it's like, man, do I have to give everything away in order to grow a business? The answer is no, and sometimes yes. As long as you keep that strategy in mind of like, I'm getting return buyers, and we start with that, we everything that we're doing is built around that concept, and then also getting market data, meaning what is selling well, what isn't. Then the process begins. The tactics work, meaning as long as our tactics are aligning with our strategy, then it can work. But if our tactics are like, I'm trying to get like, I'm doing $1 star so I can make a bunch of sales, but we still have this thing of being like, we're in a traditional resale mindset, and we're trying to do like these. It's more of a transactional model. Then we're going to feel like we're losing, and it's really hard to keep pace with doing that. Whereas if we know from the beginning our goal is to get return buyers, we're going to optimize the entire experience around that. And because you're smart and you've been hanging out with me, you know that live reselling is not a product-based business, it's a process-based business. We're going to focus on that above everything else. How do we improve our process, including how do you show up in your shows so that people will come back? Also, you guys, a lot of times, like people, it's not the $1 starts. People are hanging out. Like, yo, there are 24 people hanging out with me right now. Yes, I have stuff to sell, and you can buy those things if you want in the buy now. But I'm not concerned of whether or not you buy it right now or not. Why? Because I want you guys to spend as much time with my face as possible, much time hearing my voice as possible. I'm just telling you the truth because with enough impressions, if you hang out with me for long enough, you're going to know, like, and trust me. And when you do that, we're more likely to do business. And not only that, but when we do business, it's going to be a much better thing than it would be if you just came in and you bought something. You're like, I need this thing like right now. I saw you, but I just wanted this thing. It's a different thing. We now have a relationship. The product is like besides the point, right? So now we're building a clientele is priceless. So I don't mind spending some hours on here doing this to build relationships with people who are like, man, like I did receive value from what it is, or I applied this thing. If any of you go out and you start looking and you all of a sudden the frameworks of what I'm talking about start to make sense to you, guess what, you're just coming back to me again. You're going to come back to me like, hey, that thing you're talking about, that's like legit, like I totally like see that now in this, like Jay Core says, oh my gosh, you just explained what I've done on a buyer and whatnot, so I think I'm getting it. I go back to the sellers I trust and I like, and I buy from them 100%. 100%. That's it. Like, look at your own buying things. You're not, how many of you are like on here searching for specific items? Like, you can't, that's not what we're doing. Look at what you're doing. Look at what we're doing. We're hanging out with each other and we're building relationships with each other. And then we happen to exchange value through our relationship by shipping items across the country. That's all we're doing, right? And so, that's what you're doing for yours. So that's the game changer. And this entire thing that we're doing is that right there. And once you understand that, you begin to optimize your experience for that. You're not optimizing to make money off of everything. You're optimizing to create an experience that people love, they enjoy, and they come back to. Whether they buy or not, it doesn't make a difference. I don't care if you all buy. You're still hanging out with me. You're still hanging out with me. That's the difference. Y'all, going live is free, right? Your store is open. You can go live and go like a lot of all the stuff that I'm doing here is like I'm giving. Thank you so much, J Core. Like I really appreciate that. I really do. I hope that like so we just exchanged some value here. I hope that what I talked about blesses you. I'm trying to click on you right now. How do I gotta go find you. Here we are. Okay, I gotta follow you now. Jody, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I hope that you get massive value out of this. Thank you for the tip. Another thing that I want to show to y'all. Okay, so although Jay Core and I are like good friends now because we just wow, thank you, Custom Woodburg, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You really are a great asset. Let me make some money and I'll be tipping you as well. 100%. Take your time. You don't even have to tip me. All right. But I want to. One thing that I want to point out. Oh, we got to give you this giveaway in 10 seconds. Oh, I have to show it, or you're not going to know what it is. You're going to get a digital copy of this in 2 seconds. Hope I win. Let's see who wins. Richard Ryan. Bow, 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 bow. Nice. This is yours. Well, not this one. It's actually a digital copy. You can print it out. I recommend it. Okay. Y'all, if you're, yeah, 100%. I hope this blesses you. This is everything I'm talking about is in here. Okay. Just in different words. So one of the things I want y'all to recognize is that this live reselling thing is a new thing. This hasn't been around for all that long. I'm printing mine out this week, and I love that. And so yeah, still going strong. I'm actually about to jump off here in just a moment, but I want to show that. Yep, 100%. So I want to show something. I'm just hanging out here, right? I believe that I have things that are valuable and can help other people, just like y'all do. Okay. The things that you have to offer are not always going to be just products that you found that somebody else created. A lot of the things of what you offer and bring to the table actually is things of your life experience, stories, and ways that you can help other people on the platform. And then all we're doing is that we're exchanging it through like actual like product. So people for the most part are reciprocal, meaning if I sit on here and I give a bunch of value and you receive value and it turns into something that is tangible, like you go out and you do something, or you go out and you see something and this framework unlocks in your head, you're like, oh my gosh, I totally see what he's saying. I love this and that makes sense. Now there's been an exchange of value, but we haven't exchanged any. It's cost me nothing. I mean, it's cost me my time and my knowledge and my experience, but it what's happened is you receive value. People are reciprocal, so they'll come back. They'll come back and they'll be like, man, you gave me value. If I do that enough, it almost creates like a debt between us where you're like, dude, you've given me a lot of value and I just need to give you some value back. And the easiest way to exchange value is money. That's what currency is for, is it's a current to exchange value. And so I want you guys to think of that as well when you're doing your shows. Sometimes the value that you're providing, most of it is not actually in your product. It's in the process and the way that you do things. And over time, even if people are getting stuff from you cheaply, they will reciprocate in one way or another, right? So we've had people that are like, they bought stuff from us at a great deal. We could have sold it for more on eBay, right? We don't think about that because we're not on eBay, but we could have sold it more for somewhere else. But what happens is they are keeping tally in their head, maybe subconsciously or consciously, and they will have to reciprocate. Maybe they'll come back in and they'll bid up on items, or they just come in and like, I don't know how to repay you. Here's some money. I'll just give you a tip. Erica Sam says, I feel like sometimes that's why you see people tip tips that look like a lot because maybe they don't buy, but they are receiving value 100%. So I want you guys to unlock this thing of not what product can I sell that I can do value, but you have value that's coming from you already just by doing this. And if you have people in your shows that are watching you and they're not spending money, they're still receiving that. Look for ways that you can continue to give value to people. Look for a way, yeah, you're 100% so welcome. Um, cool. That's the thing. And once that unlocks, where you're like, how can I give more value to people? How can I serve people better? Right. So we've been doing this. We're quickly approaching 5 hours that I've been on right now. And I just want to like, that's the thing. I'm telling you what it is that I'm doing as I'm doing the thing. And guess what? I'm not worried about the return. I'm not worried about how much I'm making during this time because I already know that just like you, all I want you to understand is as you plant these seeds and you're serving other people and providing value, even if it doesn't cost you anything, when you do that, it will come back to you. Whatever you are planting, right? I don't know. There might be something. There's this like really, what's that book called? It's really good. It was written by God. What? Oh, the Bible talks about that very thing. So yeah, sowing seeds, y'all. So I want you guys to think of ways that you can sow seeds for people that doesn't cost you anything. And what if it doesn't cost them anything? Right? Yes, 100%. It's a really good book, y'all. You should read it. So how can you sow seeds on this platform? How can you deliver value? Bring that to people. Don't worry about receiving right now. Don't worry about the seed that you planted today. Don't pull that thing up and be like, hey, I was just wondering, are you guys gonna like give me money? Because I did all this stuff. So come on, chat, engage with me. Don't do that stuff. Look to just totally give without any. You need to have an offer so they can give you something, but if not, they'll just tip you, right? And how valuable can you be to the world? So that's what I've got for you. Y'all, do not hold back on this. This whole live selling thing is a new thing. So unlock your brains on how this whole thing can work and look for ways that you can bring value in educating, bringing value to other people. Girls Drool says, I was wondering if you could answer a question. I'm new to this app. How do people afford to do free shipping, especially when selling items for $5? I don't know if they are doing free shipping. I think the buyer pays for the shipping, right? I know there's a discount, but I don't. We don't pay for shipping. The buyer pays for the shipping. But I also maybe someone else in the chat can help with that. Yeah, the buyers pay the shipping. So, yeah. So y'all, yeah, 100%. Girls Drool, come back tomorrow. I'm gonna do a masterclass because if you're new to this, you got to know this information. It'll help that y'all go bookmark the masterclass tomorrow. I will hang out with y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go hang out with my family, eat some shepherd's pie, and yeah, a seller goes in the negative. See you tomorrow. Okay, love y'all. Have a wonderful night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Ooh, do I get to choose who I'm rating, wife? Oh, no. Okay, y'all. Hey, pay attention to the things I'm talking about. Look in other people's show. It'll help you in your own show. Okay? All right. See you later. Bye.